Players could buy all kinds of interstellar weapons and equipment here, but the currency for payment was changed to universe dollars. The players didn't have any universe dollars on hand, so they could only watch with envy. These weapons from the raiders and the mercenary groups were more than one grade stronger than the ones the players were currently holding. Whether it was the attributes or special effects, they were enough to make players drool. Although they couldn't buy it now, they could still see it. To the players, it was already very exciting. As for universe dollars, they would get them eventually, and after that, they would come back to buy equipment. With this motivation, the players were full of energy and were all eager to try. We still need a day and a half to reach the sky above planet Slywin. During this time, you can discuss tactics and make all kinds of preparations. I hope that your first space mission will go smoothly. We will be observing your actions from the sky above planet Slywin, receiving your reports, evaluating and recording your actions. Each of the players received a communication device, and at the dock of the mechanical fortress, the pirate ship of the raiders had been preliminarily modified. The new power sails were installed, and the capsule-shaped landing ships inside were displayed on the pirate ship. At that time, Troy would control the pirate ship and bring the players to the sky above planet Slywin. The players would land on a small landing ship and begin their mission. It could be said that this time, other than going into battle personally, Link had thought of almost everything for the players, including logistics. Next, he only had to wait for the players to show their skills. Or it could be said that he was waiting for Zui Feng to show his skills. 675 players logging in. After more than a day's journey, the mechanical fortress finally arrived in the sky above planet Slywin. Link had already instructed the penguin, Penny, to arrange the mission. The players were now gathered at the dock and boarding the pirate ship in an orderly manner. Helen patiently emphasized to the players, "Remember that your communicators must absorb a certain amount of sunlight every day to ensure that they can store up solar energy to maintain communication. The communicator would stop working if it did not absorb sunlight for more than 2 days. Being unable to work is a small matter. If you can't report the situation, you won't be able to get points. This will affect your assessment evaluation." Helen also knew the Inhumans' weakness. To them, rules were things that they could break at will, but when it came to rewards, they would become extremely serious. It was fine if the communication device was broken, but if it affected their assessment evaluation, then they had to be extremely careful. Helen saw that many players had put their communicators in the safest places, afraid that it would affect the assessment score. All the players boarded the pirate ship. This was the second time they had boarded a pirate ship other than the last time they carried goods. Different from the last time, the facilities and layout of the pirate ship had changed greatly. From the original chaos, it had become orderly. In the past, many of the cables in the aisle were directly exposed to the air, and there was a risk of leakage at any time when the rubber cracked. After the repair by Helen and the professional team, all the cables were hidden underground in an orderly manner. After the players entered the pirate ship, they were led to the landing ship. "You don't need to operate the landing ship. I'll be in charge of the entire voyage. Please be ready for battle at all times. You will feel a sense of discomfort during the descent, so please be patient." Troy's virtual image appeared on the holographic screen of the landing ship, explaining the situation to the players. Initially, the players had a huge headache when they saw the complicated equipment and operation buttons on the console. Now that he heard that there was no need to operate it, and that Troy would be the one controlling it, he let out a sigh of relief. Helen was the last to board the pirate ship. Other than her bet with Link, she had another mission to check the ship's functions. Previously, he had taken the pirate ship for his own use and repaired the power sails, but the effect had not been verified yet. Therefore, he might as well take this opportunity to enter the low Earth orbit of planet Slywin. Other than providing navigation and information services to the players, he could also test the various functions of the pirate ship. Currently, there were 2 ships in the port of the mechanical fortress. One was the transport ship with the 1500-year-old fragrance on wasteland, and the other was the pirate ship. Among them, the pirate ship was the only attack-type warship, which was Helen's treasure. The mechanical fortress lacked offensive means, and the only thing they could use were basic rail guns. However, the rail guns were pitifully few in number, and their damage was limited. Therefore, with the addition of pirate ships, they could also be used as the attack ships of the mechanical fortress in a sense. Although the Black Throne's attack power was extremely powerful, it was still the ruler's technique, after all, and had nothing to do with Helen. When all the procedures were ready, the dock of the mechanical fortress slowly opened, and the repaired pirate ship sailed out of the dock. The power sail opened according to the established procedure. In an instant, Helen saw on the console that the pirate ship received a surge of power. The pirate ship entered the low Earth orbit of Sliven, while the mechanical fortress orbited the planet in the far Earth orbit. From the outside, Sliven looked like a planet surrounded by the ocean. Only 1/3 of the planet was on land, and this 1/3 of the planet was divided into deserts, highlands, mountains, and plains. Only the coastline was enough for large groups of people to live in. Therefore, looking from space, the coastline of Sliven was particularly rich, but the mountains and highlands had poor transportation and information, making it look like a primitive society. When the pirate ship entered low Earth orbit, inside the landing ship where the players were, Troy sent another notification. This time, your landing point will be the mountains and highlands of Sliven, and the capital of Sliven will be in the coastal area 120 kilometers away from the landing point. Your mission is to free the ordinary people of Slywin, overthrow the tyrannical king's rule, and completely eliminate the evil cult. As Troy spoke, he showed the map on the holographic panel of each landing ship, planning the route for all the players. When the pirate ship entered low Earth orbit, 3 Sky Eye satellites were first released from the ship. First, ensure full communication on planet Slywin and bring everything under surveillance. Then, we'll see how the players perform. This time, Link had given the players the best he could. All of this was to clear the way for the players to carry out their missions. After Troy finished explaining everything to the players, the countdown began. In the long 1-minute countdown, the players' blood was boiling, and they were also a little nervous. This time, there were no NPCs to clear the way for them, so they had to rely on themselves to complete the quest. Moreover, the mission related to Planet Slywin was a B-rank mission, and the prize pool had a total of 10 million experience. If they performed well and came out on top, they could get millions of experience points. This was an astronomical figure. The most experience points players had received from the previous quests were only in the tens of thousands. Now that they had received 1 million experience points, they were more than 100 quests ahead of the other players. The time needed to make up for this gap was enough to be made up by years. All the players in the mechanical fortress understood that this was the crucial moment that would determine who would be the leading player in version 2.0. Attention! Attention! The landing ship has begun to drop. Please follow the instructions after landing. The landing ships dropped from the pirate ship in low Earth orbit like dumplings. The streamlined water droplet landing ships descended at a very fast speed. When they passed through the atmosphere, there was intense friction, like meteors falling from the sky. When the people of Sliven saw the dozens of meteors falling from the sky, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt on the ground and muttered, "It's over. The heavens are furious. They're going to punish us." It was currently nighttime in the direction of Sliven's land, so when dozens of fiery meteors illuminated the sky, these uninformed residents had never seen such a scene before, and were all scared out of their wits. However, in the developed coastal areas, when people saw so many meteors in the sky, they all showed a happy expression. No one understood the value of these rare meteorites better than them. Meteorites contained a large amount of rare metal elements. Whether it was used to create a magic weapon to communicate with the gods or an artifact used for sacrificial offerings, it was an excellent material. "Quick, quickly send people to the mountain highlands to collect all the meteorites. We'll also search the mountains and bring back all the slaves we can to be the offerings for His Majesty to the God." The landing ship quickly changed direction after descending to a height of 100 meters, gradually overcoming the gravity in a gliding posture. The landing ship sank into the mountaintop forest, and the thrusters were activated to resist the gravity and gradually decelerated. Finally, it plunged into the soft soil of the forest. Shua shua shua. The landing ships all fell into the forest, and the players inside were all confused and had several abnormal statuses on them. What dizziness, stiffness, numbness, weakness? We've arrived at our destination. I've adjusted everyone's time to Slywind's time. The mission has officially begun. Have fun. As the cabin door of the landing ship opened, the players rushed out and began to vomit. Some people with higher endurance had better manners, but at most, they looked like they were drunk and couldn't walk in a straight line. Those with lower endurance were in an extremely sorry state. They couldn't even protect themselves, let alone carry out missions. After the players left the landing ships, all the landing ships turned around and started in the opposite direction. They broke free from the soil and started to fly toward the ship in low Earth orbit. The members of the Miracle Guild were in good condition. Led by Wind-Chasing Wolf and Bombing Chicken, they were the first to get to work. They put on their bags and tools and began to look for a way out of the jungle. Seeing this, the other guild members also began to take action. To say who was the most suitable to this environment, it was none other than Mo Lang. Mo Lang was a veteran, and a large portion of them were special forces. They had all undergone special training in the forest and mountainous environment. There were a total of 3 players from the Northern Desert Wolf Guild who had followed Lang Feng to the Mechanical Fortress. The 4 of them left the landing ship without hesitation. Then, they determined the direction according to the growth of the trees and plants, and disappeared into the darkness. The other players widened their eyes and looked at the flowers and trees that the few of them had been looking at, but they could not find any information. It had to be said that in this situation, the special forces with professional knowledge could be considered to be crushing the players present. Because Lang Feng was confident in his team's survival ability, he did not form an alliance with anyone in this operation. He was prepared to use his professional skills to take down the players' debut. The players made a lot of noise when they landed, and it was hard not to notice the groups of landing ships' repeated jumps in the night sky. A normal person would definitely come to investigate after such a huge commotion. The small groups of players had also formed different styles and factions. The professionals were from the special forces, like Lang Feng. They walked out of the forest in the dark. Most of the other players also took a short rest and packed up before leaving the forest. According to Troy's mission, overthrowing the tyrant was only one part of the mission on planet Slywind. Freeing the slaves, investigating the worship of the evil god, and wiping out the evil god's believers were all the main tasks they had to complete. Once they were discovered in advance, they would be caught up in endless escapees and pursuits, and there would be no time to investigate. Only by going to the bottom level could he get first-hand information. However, there were some players who didn't think so. After Troy introduced the landing location to be 120 kilometers away from the capital of Slywind, some players thought of a way to slack off. They were not in a hurry to retreat. They would wait at the landing point for the enemy to find them and capture them one by one. This way, they could take a free ride to the capital by the sea. Moreover, they would not make it so fancy. When the tyrant personally interrogated them, they would suddenly launch a wave of assassinations and directly end the tyrant, returning peace to the people. All in all, the players had different ideas and began to use their own methods. With the 3 Sky Eye satellites at the planet's periapsis in place, the expeditionary force set up a comprehensive communication with Slyvan. The central hub was the mechanical fortress that sailed in the apoapsis, the pirate ship at the periapsis was the signal relay station, and the 3 satellites were the most basic foundation to ensure smooth all-weather communication. The smallest unit was the communication equipment on the players. These units formed a communication system so that Link could see the player's movements without leaving the fortress. At this moment, Link was in the mechanical fortress and Helen Li and Mei was in the periapsis of the pirate ship. In front of them was a holographic map of planet Sly Win. There were many bright spots on the map, which represented the players. Now, the light spots were scattered in all directions. Most of them were heading east out of the jungle, in the direction of the coastal capital. It could be said that their goal was clear. And on each dot of light, there was a player's name. This was a real-time image constructed by satellite information, communication devices, and Troy's big data. Head of State, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Look, everyone is heading east, only Wind-Chasing Wolf is leading his men to the west. This guy is definitely lost. Helen's voice carried a bit of joy. She was sure to win in this situation. Link, however, was very calm. In the tone of an old man, he said, "Don't worry, it's just the beginning. Helen, you're still too young to be patient." Hearing Link's infuriating tone, Helen gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She wanted to teach Link a lesson this time. "It's so boring for you guys to just watch. Do you want to bet together? Who do you think will make it more interesting to play together?" Link asked. Because of the bet this time, Link kept an eye on the macaw and the silver hand, not letting them cause trouble. Thus, the two were obediently arranged to stay behind Link. They couldn't even find a chance to escape. In addition to these two, AFU, Miranda, Grace, and the spokespeople of the Wasteland's major forces were all behind Link. Hearing Link's words, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. "I think Lang Feng has a chance. Didn't you see that they were the first to leave the forest, and the first to walk out of the forest? You must know that Lang Feng studied under Li Zijun, so he must be a professional in this area," the macaw said with certainty. Silverhand nodded in agreement. "Humph!" Grace snorted. "I don't want to participate in such a boring activity." She was quite arrogant. Miranda's big eyes were round. After some thought, she said, "Then I'll choose the dragon's resentment. That fat uncle looks more domineering, he should be able to do it." Link then turned to Fu, waiting for his opinion. "I, Jianji, personally think highly of Tangju. Compared to Tangju's new weapons and equipment, it was much easier to deal with such an environment. I also heard that he has a new plan." Those who were close to Link all lowered their heads and covered their mouths as they laughed. Fu's words meant that Link was in danger. Even Link's expression changed. 676 Walking the mass line, starting from small things, 7.15. Everyone knew about Fu's luck. If even Fu said so, then Link was definitely unlucky. Hearing Fu's explanation, Helen, who was near Slyvan, couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer, "Good job, brother Fu. You're the main reason I won this time." Fu still didn't understand. Why was the group of people clapping, but Boss's expression was as if he had lost his parents. Link looked at the confused Fu. He really wanted to tell him to stop his god art. He was scared. Link knew that Wind had become the savior of planet Sly Win in his previous life, but he didn't know the exact details. However, seeing Wind leave in the opposite direction, Link had a bad feeling. In his previous life, Wind-Chasing Wolf accepted the mission, so he became the liberator. He was the one who accepted the mission in this life, so Helen couldn't have been right, right? Even though he was panicking inside, Link still had to put on a look of confidence. The surprise just now was just a lie. "I believe Wind, this is definitely part of his plan." At the same time, in the depths of the dark forest, Wind-Chasing Wolf walked in the opposite direction of everyone else. This action also made Bombing Chicken suspicious. "Zui Feng, they're all heading east, but you're taking US West, are you going the wrong way?" Bombing Chicken's illusion vine opened up a path in front, and everyone followed the direction of the illusion vine. In fact, the others also had the same doubts, but they didn't say it because they had agreed to let Wind-Chasing Wolf be the commander. Zui Feng didn't answer directly and instead asked, "How do you think we can overthrow the tyrant's rule?" Wind-Chasing Wolf's question was very simple, but it gave people the feeling that the Great Dao was the simplest, and it hit the key point. Everyone's first reaction was to kill the tyrant. However, on second thought, if killing the tyrant was that easy, Link would not have given him 100,000,000 experience points. Furthermore, there were many death warriors around the tyrant, as well as many cult leaders. If they could kill him so easily, it would be an insult to the difficulty of the B-rank mission. However, there were only around 60 players right now. Although they were strong, they did things their own way and could not work together. After all, there was a competitive relationship between the players. The amount of contribution determined the distribution of experience points and rewards. It was impossible for them to work together without any ill feelings. The players were in a state of disunity, and it was much more difficult to face the competition from other players and the forces around the tyrant. The success rate was extremely low if he wanted to rely on his own courage to deal with the huge tyrant force. Although Wind-Chasing Wolf didn't give an answer, after some self-analysis, the others actually got the answer. It seems that you all understand, right? Overthrowing the tyrant was not as simple as pulling him down from the throne. To change the current situation of Sly Win, we must first understand their culture and thinking. These will be of great significance in overthrowing the tyrant. Overthrowing a tyrant was easy, but overthrowing the tyrant in people's hearts was the difficult part. Otherwise, we'll just be doing useless things. After overthrowing a tyrannical king, the people will choose a second tyrant and a third Bian. Zui Feng's words were like a large bell, deafening everyone. Explosive Chicken couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The other players were still thinking about the plan, but Wind-Chasing Wolf had already thought of awakening his mind. It seemed that he was ready to study a dragon-slaying skill. "I'm going to first investigate the specific situation, visit the residents of the highlands and mountain areas, and understand the situation on planet Sly Win. I'll understand the most practical needs of the ordinary people, and then start on the path of ideological awakening. Even though it's a little slow to start, it's the most promising way to completely solve the problem of planet Sly Win." Wind-Chasing Wolf only said a few words and he had already won everyone's agreement. They were determined to follow him. Good lord, for a B-rank mission, he actually brought out Tasia's dragon-slaying technique and guiding principles. "Zui Feng, you're overqualified." Under everyone's ridicule, the group went all the way to the west and finally walked out of the jungle. Looking to the north from a high point in the mountain, there were many lights in the distant mountain col. It was obvious that there was a group or tribe. Zui Feng stood on the mountain top and pointed at the tribe in the distance. "This is our first target." I could already predict that it would be difficult to get started, and I might even be viewed with hostility, but I believed that with sincerity, metal and stone could be separated. As long as we persevere, our team will be like a rolling snowball, constantly developing and growing. And in order for the Slyvans to believe in our theory, we have to firmly believe in it. Now, let's go. Zui Feng's words were impassioned and full of vigor. The players below were also excited and couldn't wait to start a fight. But at this moment, a cold wind blew. The bone-chilling cold wind instantly extinguished everyone's enthusiasm, and they all turned into tortoises who clamped their necks. "Let's go, let's hurry down the mountain. I can't stand the cold at night." Zui Feng tightly wrapped his clothes and said while trembling. After the players landed on planet Sly Win and parted ways for a few hours, King Zertan's guards arrived at the mountaintop forest. They saw a few bonfires at the crash site, and a few people surrounded the bonfires. King Jedun's guards approached carefully. Each guard held a pointed spear with purple crystal thorns in their hands, lying in ambush in the dark and listening to the command. However, before the guards could observe the situation, the players by the bonfire had already discovered the guards and shouted from afar, "Since you're here, stop hiding. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and catch us." The guards' expressions changed, and they looked at the guard captain in horror, asking what to do. The enemy had discovered their whereabouts from so far away, which caused their subsequent action to be in a deadlock. What happened tonight was beyond their expectations. Countless meteors fell from the sky. It was only because they were the closest to the incident that they were sent to investigate the situation. But who knew that when they arrived, not only did they not see any flame meteors, but a few people with strange behavior and clothes suddenly appeared. The guard captain's face darkened, and he suddenly felt great pressure. Continue the ambush. They might be trying to lure him. Take some people and surround them from the back. Wait for my signal and we'll surround them together. Remember to capture them alive. If you resist, then I'll kill you without mercy. The guards immediately began to move. The cold wind blew in the forest in the middle of the night. The leaves in the forest rustled shyly when they touched the wind. The players felt the guards begin to move, but they were like scumbags flirting at the edge, stirring their hearts. They only loitered around the periphery and did not enter the main topic. These people are being too cautious. We've already laid down our arms and surrendered, and they're still not coming up? I just sensed that these guards are only level 40 elites. They're a bunch of noobs. It's normal to be careful. The sooner you catch us, the sooner we can go, Ying Luo. Bastard, don't tell us the plan. A few minutes later, the guards swarmed up from the dark. The purple crystal spears in their hands shot out energy beams that pierced through the players' armor, giving the players a shock. They were all level 60, and their weapons and equipment were almost the best on the planet. When he was facing the level 40 elite guards of Sliven, he noticed that they were still using cold weapons. He subconsciously looked down on them and looked down on them. He looked at them from the perspective of a high-dimensional savior, and in the end, he was caught unprepared. Although their original intention was to give up resisting, it was because they had given up on their own initiative, not because they were captured by a creature that they thought was small and insignificant. While the players were still in a daze, they had been tied up by the guards with shackles made of purple crystal cores and cast iron shells. The players were surprised to find that a seal had appeared on their bodies. Other than luck and charm, all 5 attributes had been greatly reduced to 1/10 of their normal state. Now, let alone getting the guards to send them on their way to the capital to assassinate the tyrant, even the most basic escape was a problem. Damn, I was too careless. Sliven's technology and abilities had completely exceeded their expectations. Before landing, they had thought that Sliven was at most similar to the ancient standards of the wasteland. This group of modern humans could easily crush them. Even when he saw the guards, he still had the same thought. However, when the guards attacked with lightning speed, the players realized that the truth was the opposite of what they had thought. Sliven had unique technology and magic. The mysterious amethyst spikes could not only shoot out energy currents, but also create shackles to seal their attributes, making them extremely weak. Bring this group of people back to the capital for interrogation. The rest of you, search the scene. Don't miss any suspicious traces. The players who were left behind were dumbfounded. Their original plan of hitchhiking had been completely ruined, and they had really become prisoners. The players took advantage of this time to carefully examine the weapons and equipment of the Slywin guards. Other than the amethyst spiky spears, there was also a ball of amethyst in the center of their armor. Its shape spread out like a spider web. Even the carriages holding them were made of metal horses, and their eyes flickered with purple energy. One look and one could tell that they were puppets powered by the same amethyst energy. Reporting to the commander. The search has found that these intruders have other accomplices, but they have already scattered out of the jungle. Most of them are heading east. A hint of worry appeared on Captain Winston's face as he said, His Majesty has placed great importance on this heavenly fire incident. The priests of the church believe that the heavenly fire is ominous and will bring disaster to Sliven, so we must find these fish that have escaped the net. Arrange for our men to split up and pursue them. The rest of you, escort these people to the capital first. The guards took out a special device. The large caliber cannon looked like a doomsday cannon, but the purple powder that was sprayed out from it instantly swept the entire jungle. Then, footprints quickly appeared on the dark ground, glowing in the dark, and the mist could be clearly seen. 677 An unforeseen event in the village. Zui Feng and the others headed west and quickly reached the colony they saw on the mountain top. This was a village. As the sun rose in the sky, people gradually came out of the courtyards built with rammed earth and wood to start their morning work. Wind-chasing Wolf and the others were buried in the farmland, where there were some crops that were more than 1 meter tall. There were purple fruits hanging from the thick roots, which looked a bit like sweet potatoes. They had already tasted it while they were waiting. It was sweet and sour and could quench thirst. The key was that it contained some strange energy. After eating it, they would slowly recover their energy. The players were dumbfounded. Even on Wasteland Planet, only the Lin Financial Group's Pig Banquet had the effect of slowly recovering health points. But on Planet Slywin, the purple sweet potatoes in ordinary farmland could actually restore energy. It was truly shocking. However, everyone had come with a big goal in mind, so they only had a superficial taste and did not stuff their bags full. After all, according to Wind-chasing Wolf's words, we are organized and disciplined. After surviving the coldest moment before dawn, a layer of white frost had formed on their eyebrows, making them look like hunters in the wilderness. Zui Feng, what should we do now? The people in the village are starting to wake up. What should we do? Bombarding Chicken asked. Zui Feng looked down at their clothes and then at the people who were carrying hoes. The contrast was too obvious, they didn't look like locals. The first step of mobilizing the masses is to enter the masses. We're dressed so well that people will think we're rich and noble at first sight. They'll definitely have a grudge against us, and there's no way we can blend in with the crowd. So, we have to get a few sets of local clothes, then lie that we escaped from the capital after being persecuted, and let them know the fact that tyrants are brutal and merciless. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then there was a rustling sound from the farmland, which was integrated with the sound of the morning breeze blowing the crops. What surprised the players was that these ordinary people were all over level 10. Some of the young men were even over level 20. They were completely different from the normal NPCs on Wasteland Planet. Zui Feng's guess was that these people had been eating purple sweet potatoes for a long time, so their physical fitness had been enhanced, so their levels were higher. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. After all, even if they were level 20, they were only normal NPCs and did not have elite mode, so there was nothing to fear. Zui Feng led the group to steal the clothes. In order to create a scene of disaster, they deliberately dirted the clothes, made them old, and cut open a lot of holes. Then they hid all their weapons and equipment in an abandoned cave outside the village. After making all the preparations, Wind looked at everyone. Are you all ready? When you're ready, we'll officially enter the village. The players from Miracle and the Bombarding Chicken Belt nodded in unison. Although they did not know what they were going to face next, this would be their first step. By the way, have you covered up our footprints and tracks? Zui Feng suddenly asked. Bombarding Chicken made an okay gesture. Don't worry. I've already gotten the illusionary vine to clean up the place along the way. Even if Tyrant's lackeys discover the landing site, they won't be able to catch up to us. Zui Feng nodded and let out a sigh of relief. He then muttered to himself, our personnel and our previous actions have been reported to the mechanical fortress. I hope this plan will succeed and win us more experience and rewards. After Zui Feng said this, he waved his hand and led everyone into the village. It was supposed to be an ordinary day, and the villagers carried their farming equipment to work in the fields according to their habits and time, or went to the small market in the village to buy some daily necessities. However, Wind-chasing Wolf and the others ran to the village entrance, staggering and gasping. The villagers working in the farmland saw a group of panicked outsiders and all stuck their heads out of the farmland. The old man who had just rolled up a tobacco leaf at the village entrance had not even taken 2 sips when he hurriedly stood up and stretched out his hand to stop them. "Where did you come from? What business do you have in our village?" The old man's eyes were full of vigilance, and he kept sizing up the few people. Looking at their clothes, they should be from some village, but they were in tatters and looked like they had traveled a long way. All of them were covered in dust and looked very disheveled. The players had discussed it before and were afraid that their words wouldn't be consistent, so Wind was the one to say it. "Old man, we escaped from the coast." Hearing the word escape, the people in the farmland all put down their work and looked at the outsiders. The crowd even felt a few unfriendly gazes landing on them. "You escaped from the coast. What did you do?" The old man's eyes were sharp, and he looked at the few people with an especially unfriendly gaze. Zui Feng replied smoothly, "Ai, old man, don't mention it, the East is very chaotic now." His Majesty believed the lie of the Church's immortality and began to capture people from all over the world for live sacrifices. "The entire village in my village has been caught. Fortunately, we left the village a few sunrise ago to work, so we were lucky enough to escape the disaster. That's why we ran all the way to the west." The old man's hand trembled. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he had an incredulous expression. Zui Feng looked at the expressions of the villagers. It was clear that he had not heard of this matter and had a plan in his heart. Wind-chasing wolf subconsciously looked back, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Old man, we brothers still have some strength. We don't intend to stay here for long, we just want to put in some effort in exchange for a few bites of food. We'll leave immediately after we're full and have enough food for the journey. Is that okay with you?" Zui Feng was practically begging. This pitiful image, as well as the eyes and small movements that seemed to avoid the devil behind him, had firmly attracted the attention of the villagers in the field. Now these villagers were afraid of Wind's words about capturing people from all over the world as live sacrifices, but they also wanted to know more. If these people extended their hands to ask for food or money, the old man would think that they were most likely scammers. However, this group of people only said that they would work hard in exchange for some food, and they would leave after they had saved enough food. Coupled with their sorry state, it was hard to believe that this was a scam. The old man looked back and saw many young and strong men walking out of the field. He asked, "What do you all think? Village chief, you have the final say in the village's matters. You decide." This time, it was Wind-chasing wolf and the others' turn to be surprised. They didn't expect this unkempt old man to be the village chief. "You're actually the village chief, my apologies, I think it's a busy farming season now, so we can do some hard work in exchange for a few mouthfuls of food. You don't have to worry about our accommodation, we can just find a shady place under a tree to sleep. If the village head feels that it's not convenient, we hope that you can point us to a nearby village and we'll go over to ask." Zui Feng's words were appropriate. It sounded like he was from the village on the east coast. His level was much higher than that of the mountain. The old village head muttered, "Such genteel words, you really have the meaning of an Easterners. All right then, since you've said so, then you can settle down first. It just so happens that there's a little less labor in the village recently, so you can help. I'll be blunt, the food will be calculated according to your workload. I won't let you sleep under the tree if you become laborers. I'll arrange an empty yard." The players' eyes lit up, feeling that things were going too smoothly. As expected of the first player to follow Link. The wind-chasing softness, YYDS. That's good. I'll take you to the courtyard now. You can rest and wash up for a while. I'll come and help you later. Zui Feng's excitement was clearly expressed as he quickly said, "No need, we can work now." The old man insisted on letting the strong men arrange for them to rest in the courtyard. This enthusiasm made Zui Feng and the others embarrassed. Everyone came to the courtyard. Under Zui Feng's arrangement, they began to clean this dilapidated courtyard. But while cleaning, a crow flew away after circling above Bomb Chicken's head. Bomb Chicken pulled wind and said, "Not good, the people in the village are talking about us." 678 Jealousy is an original sin. Wind-chasing wolf looked at the serious expression on Fried Chicken's face and immediately asked, "What are the villagers discussing?" "They're discussing whether to send someone to the nearest guard post to report that we might be fugitives or something. However, there are also people who are afraid that what we said is true. They are worried that this move will attract the tyrant's minions and bring disaster upon themselves, causing the entire village to be uneasy. Right now, both sides are arguing so much that their mouths are dry and they each stick to their own words. No one can convince the other." Zui Feng's eyelids jumped and he couldn't help sighing, "Damn it, I thought that the villagers on the plateau were simple and honest, but I didn't expect that this group of people with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually wanted to sell them out in exchange for a reward." Zui Feng thought for a while, "Don't be in a hurry, continue to monitor them and see the results of their secret discussion. On the positive side, we're still going according to the plan. It's normal for them to have doubts. We must hold on to our beliefs and influence them." Wind scratched his head, "Although it sounds like a saint, but our plan is to surround the city from the countryside. A single spark can start a prairie fire. It's naturally difficult to start, but it's hard to start everything. If there's a first, there'll be a second. Once this trend starts, it'll be hard to extinguish it." The crowd's enthusiasm was quickly aroused. Bombing Chicken continued to use the beast's eye skill and controlled a misfortune crow to fly out of the small courtyard. He returned to the village gathering place and quietly landed on the treetop to eavesdrop on their discussion. This crow of misfortune was the reward for Bombing Chicken to get first place in the Player Class Alliance's Druid class. In the mixed battle, Bomb Chicken made it into the top 5, which greatly boosted the reputation of the Moon Shadow Council. The elders even decided to upgrade Bomb Chicken to Special Elite. The so-called Special Elites were half a level higher than the normal elites. The advantage was that they were personally trained by the elders and participated in some of the daily affairs of the Moon Shadow Council. In other words, they were reserve elders. The entire process was in accordance with the standards and specifications of the elders, and the things taken over were also handled by the future Elders Council. Everyone just casually wiped their clothes, mainly to clean the dirt on their bodies, then returned to the village entrance. By the time the players returned, the people who were having a heated discussion just now had scattered as if nothing had happened. "Oh, you guys are done so quickly." The old village head's expression was rather surprised. However, the players' hearts were as clear as a mirror, and they couldn't help but curse him for being an old fox. "Then let's get to work now." Zui Feng was very anxious, his eyes revealing his desire to eat. The old village head didn't doubt him and called a few young men, "You guys bring these young men over and help move the indigo sweet potatoes into the cellar." They were brought to the cellar by the villagers, and each of them carried a sack of indigo sweet potatoes into the cellar without a word. Although they wanted to know more about the village or the situation on planet Slywin, they were worried that the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. All of them kept their mouths shut and focused on their work. Although the players held back their curiosity and did not ask any questions, the young men were obviously not content with their place. It did not take long for them to become familiar with the players. They began to chat with the players, but the topics were basically about their escape and the sacrifice. The players didn't say much on the surface, but they were actually secretly happy. Everything was developing in the direction Wind had planned. The villagers were still curious about the live sacrifice incident that happened along the coast, so they couldn't help asking. Fortunately, Wind-chasing wolf had already confessed to the others in the courtyard and had a consistent and complete description of the life sacrifice. Link's mission only said that they had to believe in the cult and exchange the lives of the people and slaves for eternal life. There were only a few words. However, with Wind's expansion, the details of the life sacrifice were clearly shown as if it had happened not long ago. They would skin a person alive and drain their blood, then use the evil sex magical formation to suck away their life force, finally turning them into a pool of rotten flesh and blood. The cellar was already dark and gloomy, and the player's tone was filled with horror. The young men's faces turned pale, their lips trembled, and their bodies trembled. The crowd looked at the young men's dumbfounded expressions and wanted to laugh. Some of them couldn't help but apologize in order to stop their smiles from becoming more and more twisted. The local NPCs mistook them for recalling the sadness at that time. The indigo potatoes that had piled up like a small mountain were quickly moved to the cellar, and the players also got food to fill their stomachs, the indigo potatoes they had just moved. The players happily packed up the indigo sweet potatoes, their faces practically blooming with smiles. This was a good item that could recover energy, and it was a great profit to obtain it openly. This was not just food, but also a strategic resource for them to recover their energy. When the young men saw that the players were so happy to get food, their expressions did not seem to be fake, and their suspicions towards them decreased a lot. "All right, today's work is done. You can go back and rest. Hurry and eat a little. I'll look for you guys tomorrow morning and take you guys to do other things." Cecil, the young man in the lead, said. "All right, we'll wait for you in the courtyard tomorrow morning." After saying goodbye to Cecil, Wind-Chasing Wolf led the players back to the yard. Wind-Chasing Wolf and the others all looked at Fried Chicken. "Brother Chicken, it's time to test our results today." The bombing chicken understood tacitly and used Beast's Eye to switch to the view of his pet, the Misfortune Crow. He controlled the Misfortune Crow to fly high in the sky above the village and quickly locked onto Cecil and his team, who had returned to report. On the way, Bombing Chicken even heard Cecil and the others discussing them. "Sigh, I was doubting the authenticity of this matter before, but after spending most of the day with them, I saw their faces twitching and convulsing when they mentioned their sad past. This is clearly the embodiment of being overly depressed. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked so much. They've been fleeing all the way, and we've asked them to recall their tragic past. How sad must they be?" "Me too, I originally thought that this matter wasn't very credible. However, when the indigo potatoes were distributed to them, they couldn't hide the excitement and happiness on their faces. Some of them didn't even have the heart to eat them, so they carefully patted the mud off the indigo potatoes and stuffed them into their pockets. This definitely can't be faked. By the way, Cecil, what do you think will happen after we go back and report to the village chief? There is also a large number of people who have opinions about these outsiders, and even consider sending them to the nearest guard station." The black-haired man named Cecil paused and said, "Just report the truth. The village chief must have his own considerations. But personally, I think they're telling the truth. And have you forgotten how our ancestors came to the high mountains to build the village? It was because of the previous ruler's tyranny that they built the village in the deep mountains to avoid being forced into labor. It's only been 30 years, and you've already forgotten about it. I guess some people feel that life in the mountains is too difficult and want to live a rich life down the mountain. Or perhaps they still have a glimmer of hope for the new king and think that they can atone for their crimes by escorting these people and get a chance to go down the mountain." The few of them returned to the village's assembly courtyard while discussing. At this time, the village head and some of the elders of the village, as well as the core representatives of the middle-aged youth, were discussing how to solve the problem of this group of refugees. The two sides still had the same point of view and could not get over it. Just as the villagers were arguing over how to deal with the 6 escapees, Cecil returned with his men. "All right, everyone, stop arguing. Let Cecil explain the situation." The village chief raised the cup of tea to moisten his mouth, and the people in the ancestral hall immediately quieted down. Cecil explained what he had gotten from the players and their performance, supplementing it with what he had gotten from the others to form a relatively complete story and information. The people who had been arguing until their faces were red with anger suddenly had nothing to say. Because from Cecil's words, they could tell that it was very likely to be true. But in the silence, a young man suddenly stood up and asked, "Cecil, you're saying that with the 4 of you and the 6 of them, the 10 of you would be able to finish the indigo sweet potatoes at the entrance of the cellar in less than an afternoon. Cecil frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Leave, if you have something to say, just say it." The young man named Li Wei smiled. If it were the young and vigorous people in the village, they would need an entire afternoon to finish these indigo potatoes. They've traveled a long distance and only had a short rest without eating, yet they're able to move everything with you. It seems that these people have good physical strength. Having said that, Li Wei cupped his hands and faced the old village chief. "Village chief, although these people's story is well made and their acting skills are superb, they've been exposed by their actions. I still suggest that we strictly investigate these people. Don't draw fire to our village because of these few people. If we report to the guards first, we might be able to atone for our crimes and leave the mountain again in our lifetime. But if we cover up for them, when the guards come to us, we'll be accomplices, the remaining evil, and the whole village will be implicated. You can't be soft-hearted on this matter. I admit your observation skills, but your point of view is still too radical. It was simply too arbitrary to conclude that they were not on good terms just based on this. Maybe they're also worried that we'll betray them and are holding back? In any case, according to what they said, they did not intend to stay for long. They only needed to work for a few days in exchange for food, and when they had accumulated enough food, they would leave. We need labor and they need food. We each get what we need. Can't we just pretend that nothing happened after we leave?" Cecil retorted. Everyone in the ancestral hall nodded in agreement. The opinions of these two men were basically the reason for the debate today, and both Cecil and Levi were the young people and leaders of the village who had attracted much attention. Cecil was hospitable, sincere, kind, charming, and had the demeanor of a leader. Li Wei's eyes were sharp, his mind was active, and he was good at giving advice. The old village was old and would soon be rid of the heavy burden. The important task of leading the village would be given to one of these two young men. The old village chief looked at the anxious Li Wei, then at Cecil, who had clear eyes, and said, "Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Let's observe for 2 more days. If they're really fleeing, they'll leave after they've earned enough food. We'll just pretend that nothing happened. If they're pretending, then they'll definitely reveal their fox tail. At that time, we'll capture them and interrogate them for their purpose. As for being sent to the guard post, do you remember why we old bones hid in the mountains to build our village? I don't want to hear about you sending these people down the mountain to atone for your crimes." The old village chief stared at Lui with a serious look. With his head lowered and his skin burning red, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Although the old village chief didn't say it explicitly, from the decision he made, the person he supported was Cecil. "All right, meeting adjourned." The old village chief got up and patted Li Wei's shoulder as he walked past him. He sighed and said, "Ask Cecil more in the future. You have to think twice before making a decision." Lewre's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been sentenced. The moment the village chief passed by him, Li Wei's eyes suddenly turned sharp and he clenched his fists. At this time, Cecil also walked to Lewre's side and was about to pat his shoulder to comfort him, but Lewre dodged it quickly. He looked up with a pair of blood-red eyes. "I don't need you to be so hypocritical." Cecil was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Wei's eyes to be so fierce, and he was shocked. When they left the ancestral hall, the night gradually deepened. The crow on the roof of the ancestral hall flapped its wings. He disappeared into the night without anyone noticing. In the abandoned courtyard, Bomb Chicken told Wind-Chasing Wolf and the others the news that he had just heard. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists and rejoice that they had finally passed the first level. Although there were disputes, the old village chief made the final decision and allowed them to continue to stay in the village. Next, everyone must be extremely careful and not give themselves away. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Zui Feng suggested. Also, when it's late at night, Bomb Chicken and I will go to the cave outside the village to get the communicator and report our situation to the higher UPS. Things were going in the direction of the players' favor, and everyone felt that they had a bright future. At the same time, in the forest of the village, Luai's face was dark, and the temperature seemed to be able to freeze everything around him. This is too infuriating. The village chief has always been biased towards Cecil, and today he even suppressed you in front of everyone. Isn't it obvious that he's preparing to let Cecil succeed as the next village chief? If Cecil takes over as the village chief, we won't be valued. This guy always thinks that we're too extreme and won't give us any important positions. There are many resources at the foot of the mountain. We have guarded the mountain for 2 generations for more than 30 years. Do we want our descendants to continue to stay in this place? Brother, we can't just sit here and wait for death. What do you want to do? We'll all follow you. Lewre's eyes flickered, and after a long while, he slowly said, it's a good thing for these people to stay in the village. Let's just take this opportunity to go to the guard post and leak the information about them. Then what if the guards accuse us of harboring evil spirits? Isn't it the old fart and Cecil who are protecting the fugitives? Luai smiled evilly. We should be rewarded for reporting them. Wonderful. 679 Drawing fire to oneself. The light in Li Wei's eyes grew even brighter as a complete plan began to form in his mind. By pinning the crime of hiding a fugitive on the village chief and Cecil, no one in the entire village would be his match. At the same time, if he made a contribution to the guard station, he could take the opportunity to arrange for his village to go down the mountain, far away from this remote mountain and come into contact with the outside world. Damn old man, if you were a little more fair, I wouldn't have done this. You forced me. The lackeys around him were not shocked when they heard of Li Wei's plan. Instead, they were overjoyed. I've long found that old man to be an eyesore. The selection for the new village chief hasn't even started yet, but this old man is already so biased towards Cecil. Today, he even ridiculed the boss in front of everyone, not giving the boss any face at all. He doesn't even care about the most basic fairness and justice, supporting the boss's report and letting the guard station arrest the old man and Cecil. They always talk about democracy, but now, we just want to lead the village down the mountain to better development, and they actually forbid us from mentioning it again. Just because the previous king was brutal doesn't mean the new king is the same. Once the old man and Cecil are captured, you'll be the well-deserved village chief. At that time, the few of us can also follow you and live a good life. As if he was thinking of the future when he became the village chief, or even the future when he was appreciated by the guards and took on more important tasks, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, once I become the village chief, you'll get your share of the benefits. We have to keep this matter a secret from everyone, so I need to arrange for 2 smart people to follow me down the mountain to inform the guards. The people who stay behind will lie to the village and say that we went into the mountains to hunt. At this time, I won't come out for at least 10 days to half a month. Even if they suspect me, they'll at most think that I'm in a bad mood and went hunting to vent my anger. They'll never think that I'll go down the mountain for a stroll. That night, Lewre packed up his luggage and chose 2 of his more clever underlings to go down the mountain with him. He had been very familiar with the road conditions around the village for many years. After a night's journey, when the sun was rising, Lewre and the 2 lackeys finally walked down the mountain, passed through the jungle, and saw a guard post on the plain. At the same time, the players also came online and woke up, ready to start a new day of work. Now, they've started to believe us. At the same time, some of the villagers have begun to believe in the tyrant and the cult. Our focus today is to make friends and instill in them the king's brutality and the cult's inhumane way of living sacrifices. The players started a new day of work. Cecil and a few of his young men came to the yard and told them that their job today was to help pick indigo potatoes. Cecil saw that there were at least 1 or 2 indigo sweet potatoes in the yard that had been distributed to them yesterday, and the rest were untouched. The suspicion raised by Li Wei last night had been lingering in his mind, but it was greatly reduced after seeing this scene. This group of people were indeed collecting food, so there was a high probability that they were really refugees. As for hiding his physical strength, it was likely that he had a grudge against this unknown village. Today, your food is set according to your labor. You can get 3 indigo sweet potatoes if you help to pick 1 mu of land. As soon as he said that, the players' eyes lit up, and some even exclaimed, "Really? You're not lying to us?" Seeing this, Cecil was even more certain of his guess, and immediately nodded. Yes, the village chief personally gave the order. How much food you can get today will depend on your workload. Wind-chasing wolf rolled up his sleeves, and the others also showed their ecstasy. There were not many opportunities to obtain indigo potatoes openly. To be able to gain the trust of the villagers and obtain the resources of indigo potatoes to recover energy, this wave of players was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a win-win situation. Cecil's good impression of them doubled. From his observations over the past 2 days, whenever the reward of indigo potatoes was mentioned, their expressions would change uncontrollably, and they felt even more excited than the main characters. If they had the strength, they would work quickly. They didn't have high requirements as long as they could eat, and they weren't picky. If it weren't for the fact that they were refugees who were temporarily staying, Cecil would have thought of taking them into the village. In the beginning, the older generation fled to build the village. After more than 30 years of closed development, there were not many young labor forces in the village. Moreover, there was no new blood for a long time, so the future development of the village became a big problem. Cecil had been trying to find a solution, and these people were as hardworking and pragmatic as their ancestors decades ago. As soon as this idea came into being, it couldn't be stopped from growing in Cecil's heart. Maybe we can really observe them anyway. They're going to continue fleeing to the west, so it's more stable for them to stay here. I'll tell the village chief about this idea in 2 days and ask for his opinion. Ying. The players had landed on planet Slywin for more than a day. Link sat in the mechanical fortress and looked at the continuous stream of information being uploaded. He was both amused and surprised. The fun was those who stayed in place and waited for the enemy to come after landing. They wanted to hitch a ride, but they were directly captured by the guards and directly became prisoners. Of course, Link didn't receive this message through the communication device. He saw it on the forum. As the players had been captured, there was no way to use the signal device to report the situation, so they could only enter the forum to post their experiences. This suffocating operation happened to be seen by Link, and he covered his face to hold back his laughter for a long time. Link could only say that it was a good idea and good courage. Reports from the other communication devices came in one after another. Link saw that Lang Feng was leading the northern desert wolves to get straight to the point. However, this was different from waiting for the guards to send them to the capital. Lang Feng had a very strict plan. In addition, they had already gained a thorough understanding of the situation on planet Slywin in just over a day. Of all the players who had uploaded the information, Lang Feng's report was the most concise and accurate. At the same time, his background check was the most complete. He could be considered the standard template. In contrast, the other players' action reports were like a little bit of a running account essay, plain and straightforward, with a lot of nonsense. After that, Link checked the other people's reports. They were almost the same. They all wanted to avoid the natives and approach the capital at night to find an opportunity to kill the tyrant. The plan was simple and crude. Each of them regarded themselves as the protagonists and wanted to fight against 10,000 people alone or enter the imperial city alone to take their heads with light swords. Compared to the others, Link was more concerned about Wind's plan. Wind-chasing wolf went in the opposite direction of the others. The others directly went to the eastern capital to cause trouble, but Wind-chasing wolf actually settled down on the western plateau and began to work for the villagers. He even exchanged for indigo potatoes as food. From Wind's report, Link had a rough idea of his plan. This guy wanted to gain the trust of the village and then spread the ideas so that the ignorant people would be awakened. Using this village as their base, they began to spread their ideas to other villages on the plateau, in order to achieve the idea of the rural areas surrounding the city. Link could only give Win's plan a thumbs up. This guy's path had widened. But at the same time, Link was puzzled. Would pure propaganda work? After all, the villages on the plateau were out of touch with the news, and the terrifying wind of the tyrant had not yet reached the top of the mountain. Without high pressure, the influence of spreading ideas would be greatly reduced. Because of Win's success in his previous life, Link was even more curious about what would happen next to turn the situation around. After reading the information, Helen, who was on the pirate ship, contacted Link. Head of State, Lang Feng is taking the lead right now. Whether it's the investigation of Slyvan or the planning steps, everything is very comprehensive. On the other hand, although Win's idea of taking root is good, this kind of dissemination of ideas lacks an external force. It's very difficult to achieve any effect with just ordinary propaganda. Helen's analysis of Lang Feng and Win chasing Wolf was very thorough. If things continued like this, she would even dare to announce Lang Feng's early victory. Link's expression didn't change at all. He pretended to be profound and said, "It's okay, just continue to watch." Link didn't have a deep impression of Sly Wind before. The only familiar name he had was Wind. After all, a player could complete the planet's main storyline mission and become the Liberator unanimously elected by the NPCs of the entire planet. His reputation and popularity would reach their peak. Even the Miracle Guild was unimpeded on planet Slywin and received preferential treatment. With an entire planet's resources, the Miracle Guild quickly completed a counterattack and became one of the top 10 guilds that could challenge Traveling Dragon. They even surpassed him in the later versions. However, according to the actions and information reported by the players, Link had a more specific understanding of planet Slywin. He felt that it was a wise decision to send the players to solve the planet's problem. There was a special type of purple crystal ore on Slyvan, which the locals called violet stone. Because violet stones were rich in reserves and contained rich energy, the history of Slyvan was the history of the use and transformation of violet stones. Whether it was weapons, equipment, or energy, violet stones were everywhere. These energy-rich minerals were good stuff to Link. All the new energy facilities on Wasteland Planet were powered by the Kate's ore. However, Kaz ore was formed by meteorites from outer space, and only the Death Quagmire had it. Moreover, after the Lin family financial group's mining, there was not much left, and most of it was used as an energy material in the mechanical fortress. Now that he had found violet stones, both the reserves and the energy contained in them were better than that of Kate's ore. It could be said that it had solved a big problem for Link. Next was the indigo sweet potato. This kind of food that was spread all over Slyvan, perhaps affected by the energy of the violet stones underground, had a purple skin and flesh. At the same time, eating it could also restore energy. It was the best match for the fragrant pig feast. One restored health points, and the other restored energy. Putting the other resources aside, just the two resources reported so far made Link very satisfied with the plan to save Slywin. By the way, have you found the signal source from before? Helen shook her head helplessly. Ever since we received the last distress signal and came to planet Slywin, I've been waiting for another signal. But that signal was like a stone sinking into the sea. It never came out again. Helen expressed her regret. To be honest, she wanted to get to know the person who sent the signal. It's fine. Since the king is cruel and unkind, forcing the people to send radio waves to the universe for help, such a message will definitely be sent more than once. It just so happens to be in low Earth orbit, so you and Troy can scan the radio waves of the entire planet Slywin to find any similar radio wave frequency. Link was just as curious about the person who had sent the radio waves. Because according to the information he had obtained, the violet stone technique was a crucial factor in planet Slywin's evolution. Almost all science and magic were derived from violet stones. Mechanical waves like radio waves should not appear here at all. To be able to create a radio wave transmitter based on the violet stone system, one could definitely be considered an anomaly on Slyvan. One day later, the first group of players failed to sneak into the capital to assassinate the king and were killed on the spot. Tyrant was furious. He mobilized the guards to protect the city. At the same time, the assassination was like pressing a fast-forward button. Tyrant urged the Church of the Blood to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. He couldn't wait to live forever and get rid of the shackles of his aging body and the threat of assassination. After interrogating the players who were escorted here, they found out that the ominous fire meteor that night was the work of this group of Inhumans. And this group of Inhumans only had one goal in coming to Slywin, and that was to kill him and overturn the tyranny. Relay my orders. Search for all suspicious people in the city and capture more people and slaves. It is the honor of my people to make a contribution to my immortality, and they should not refuse this honor and gift. For a time, the coastal area was in a state of panic. The other teams of players who had been prepared to assassinate him had lost their chance. One by one, they vented their anger on the teams that had failed to assassinate them. They were to blame for messing up the plans of the others. All the news was seen by Wind-Chasing Wolf, who was following the forum. He couldn't help but smile. Brothers, the assassination failed. The tyrant has strengthened its defense. Our chance is here. The other players were stunned for a moment before becoming ecstatic. What they were most afraid of was a strong player with excellent cooperation who could successfully assassinate them. If they succeeded, then what they had been doing at the back would be for nothing. Lang Feng, you might as well just say my name. On this day, while the players were busy working in the fields with Cecil, the crisp sound of armor being put on suddenly came from the distance, and then the guards appeared outside the village in an aggressive manner. The official's family had not come to the village for 30 years. This time, they came in a menacing manner without any warning. Cecil glanced at Li Wei, who was beside him, and asked nervously, "What do we do now?" "Quickly go and call the village chief." As soon as Cecil left, Lui looked at the man with a meaningful smile. "It's finally here." 680 raising the first flag of the uprising. Li Wei had hunted a day ago and had brought back a lot of spoils. After he returned, Levy's previous gloominess was replaced by a cheerful one, and he began to work with Cecil. Everyone thought that after staying on the mountain for 2 days, Li Wei had thought things through, and they all felt that it was a blessing for the village. The two most outstanding young men of the village had abandoned their former enmity and cooperated fully. What problem could not be solved? With Cecil's charisma and prestige, coupled with Li Wei's wisdom and brilliant ideas, the future development of the village would not be a problem. The village had been built 30 years ago by a group of elderly people, and it had always been a paradise-like place. Far away from the dust along the coast, it was hidden between the forest and the mountains. But now that the guards had suddenly come looking for him, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Cecil's mind, and he was at a loss for what to do. Cecil didn't doubt Li Wei's judgment at all, and went to the village to find the village chief as soon as possible. When the players saw the guards, they looked at each other and asked for an explanation. When they were on their way up, Bombing Chicken had already arranged for the illusion vines to clear the footprints along the way. Logically speaking, the guards should not have chased them all the way here. However, this was the first time that this Shangri-La had received a group of guards, and both the players and the survivors were extremely shocked. Taking the lead, Li Wei stepped forward and asked in a humble manner, "May I ask what business do you have in the village?" Li Wei and the leader of the guards exchanged a look. The leader waved his armored hand with an expressionless face and said, "Hiding a fugitive. It's a heinous crime. Arrest him." With a surprised expression, Li Wei immediately explained, "Officers, this is all a misunderstanding." But the guards didn't give him a chance to say anything. They immediately used the amethyst chain to lock him up. At the same time, he looked at the other people who were busy farming and the 6 players mixed in the crowd. The people in the village had never seen such a battle before. More than 20 fully armed guards came up and suppressed it with force, directly scaring them out of their wits. They only had hoes and sickles in their hands, while the guards in front of them all had violet stone-enhanced weapons and armor. The cold eyes under the helmets looked fierce and evil, and the aura on their bodies was like that of a god of death. 30 years of peaceful life had made them forget how to fight. Hunting in the mountain forest was still fine, but fighting head-on with people was still a little boring. In the past, the older generation had fled all the way to the plateau to build a new home. However, as time passed, the stable and peaceful life had worn away their fighting spirit. For many years, the guard station had not found this place, and their hanging hearts had gradually calmed down. They had turned their energy to farming, and had abandoned martial arts and combat skills. Everyone, if you don't want to die, put down your farming tools, come out of the farmland, and squat on the open space. Following the order of the guards, all the villagers in the farmland came out, the farming tools in their hands clattering on the ground. Wind gave the other players a look, indicating that they should also go out. Just as the bombarding chicken was about to follow, Zui Feng pushed it back to the potato field. Don't go out. You stay here and act according to the situation. The bombarding chicken understood what he meant by play it by ear. He immediately nodded and buried his head in the farmland, then called for the crow of misfortune. After a while, the crow of misfortune flew out of the farmland. However, everyone in the guard regiment was focused on the villagers in front of them and did not notice it at all. The guards surrounded the villagers, and in the distance, Cecil came late with the old village chief, and the other villagers also rushed over from various places. "Sir, I think there must be some misunderstanding." The old village head rubbed his hands, his wrinkled face squeezing together even more because of the smile. The leader of the guards suddenly raised his hand and pushed the old village chief away. His tone was stern. "What misunderstanding? We've been ordered to track down the fugitive. Hand over the fugitive." The old village chief glanced at the players who were hanging out with the villagers, and said with a smile, "Sir, you must have misunderstood. These are all our own people." "There are no fugitives," said the villager. The old village head weighed the pros and cons and decided to save a few players. It wasn't that they were hard-working, but that they had been caught by the guards. If they took the initiative to confess to the fugitive, the village would not have a good ending for shielding the fugitive. Also, the village had been hidden for nearly 30 years, and now the guards had suddenly come to find them. There was something fishy about this. "Soldiers, you must be tired from your journey up the mountain. Why don't you enter the village first? There's good wine and food in the village to entertain you. It'll definitely make your trip worthwhile." The old village chief immediately called out. He thought of a way to divert the guards' attention, and then send them away as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the village. "Don't give me that. If we're talking about escapees, you're all escapees too, so arrest all of you." The leader of the guards waved his hand, and the amethyst pikes of the soldiers beside him shot out a few probability energy beams, blasting a few fist-sized holes in the ground. "Don't think I don't know that you're all fugitives. 30 years ago, in order to avoid being forced into labor, half of the village's people had gathered to injure soldiers. Then, they had fled all the way into the deep mountains and old forests, disappearing without a trace. Now that you've seen us, you still want to deceive us? It seems that you've been living in peace for too long that you've even forgotten the most basic sense of vigilance." Hearing the words of the leader of the guards, the detained Li Wei's eyes were wide open. This was different from what he had discussed with the leader of the guards. The result of his discussion with the head of the guards was to capture the escapees, the village chief, and Cecil, who were protecting them. At that time, the village would no longer have a pillar of support, and he would naturally inherit the position of village chief. But now, the leader of the guards was going to take everyone away. Without the villagers, wouldn't he become a commander with nothing? The guards took control of all the villagers and arranged for a group of soldiers to enter the village to search for the others. The villagers were all driven to a wide open space. Then, the leader of the guards turned around, and the soldiers made way for him. Then, a priest in a blood-red robe with golden threads appeared in front of everyone. Even the leader of the guards was respectful to this person. "You may begin your ritual, Mr. Priest." The priest in the blood-red robe turned around slowly, holding a white skull magic artifact in his hands. However, the face under the cloak seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, making it impossible to see anything clearly, making it look even more mysterious and terrifying. At this time, the villagers thought of tyrant's belief in a cult, which was equated with a cult. The result was not disappointing. The priest slowly came to the villagers with the white skull magic artifact. "Next, who will be the first person to make a contribution to His Majesty's eternal life? Let's bathe in the glory of blood." The priest of the blood god sect paced back and forth as if he was choosing a suitable sacrifice. The villagers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, they were all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The priest walked in front of the old village chief and suddenly stopped. The face that could not be seen under the cloak laughed evilly and said in a low voice that seemed to be charged, "My Kazaya is very big, you just have to bear with it for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the priest of the blood god sect knocked on the skeleton 3 times. The white skeleton opened its mouth slightly, and the old village chief was suddenly wrapped by a strong suction force. His wrinkled skin was pulled outward by the suction force, and so were his clothes. The most terrifying thing was that under such an exaggerated suction force, blood gradually seeped out of his skin and condensed into drops of blood that flew toward the skull. A moment later, the blood seemed to be pulled away from his body and quickly gathered in the white skeleton's mouth. The blood in the village chief's body was completely sucked out, leaving only his skin, muscles, and bones. He fell to the ground with a bang and became a puddle of meat paste. All the villagers were stunned, their faces pale with fear. The village chief that they respected had been turned into a pile of meat in an instant. There was nothing more shocking than seeing it in reality. There was a wisp of red blood essence flowing in the white skull Dharma artifact in the priest's mouth, but it was still far from being filled. Now, all the remaining villagers knew the fate that they were about to face. Some children couldn't help but cry, and many adults were so scared that their legs were trembling. Cecil stared at the pile of rotten flesh on the ground in a daze, his fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. This should not be the fate of the village. The players were also a little dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen the blood god sect's inhumane consciousness of a life sacrifice. This was the act of completely extracting the blood of a living person and then refining it into blood essence through the white skeletal magic tool. After living and working with the villagers for 2 to 3 days, the players had established a preliminary friendship with the villagers. Seeing the Church of the Divine Blood directly suck the old village chief's blood essence without any explanation, the players instantly felt blood rush into their brains. Wind-chasing Wolf glanced around and quickly analyzed the situation. There were a total of 16 enemies in front of him, and the guards were all level 40 elites. The leader of the guards was a level 50 elite, and so was the priest of the Church of the God of Blood. Windchaser had already learned about the purple crystal spear's effects from the forums. It had an extremely powerful piercing effect. Even their armor and defenses might not be able to completely resist the energy stream. The priest of the blood god sect seemed to be more of a sorcerer or a curse user, so he was definitely a long-range unit. A level 40 elite was basically no pressure for players who were already level 60 and had studied advanced knowledge. The only pressure they had now was the head of the guards and the priest of the blood god sect. After all, in the few days of infiltration, other than the players who were captured at the beginning, no one else had any contact with the blood god sect, let alone understand them. Although this guy's strength was evaluated, he still knew nothing about the specific skills. Right now, they had 6 people, no, 5 to be precise. He was confident that he could deal with the leader of the guards by himself, and he could only leave the rest of the guards to the other 4. However, the only thing wind-chasing wolf was relieved about was the strength of his team. The players who were able to board the mechanical fortress were all top players with rich combat experience. It was difficult for any accidents to happen in such a situation. The only thing left to worry about was the priest of the Blood God sect. And the most suitable one to interfere and interrupt the casting of long-range jobs was none other than Yu. Just as Wind was thinking about the battle situation, the white skeleton became more and more demonic after sucking the first drop of blood. The priest of the Blood God sect mumbled, "The first noble devotee has already offered his blood essence. With this blood essence, you won't have to worry about time soon, because you'll all be offering your blood essence Kazayas for His Majesty's eternal life." The white skeleton slowly flew into the air and spat out the blood essence that it had just absorbed. The blood essence splattered onto the crowd and fell to the ground. This caused the villagers to scream and panic. After the blood essence landed on the ground, it gradually spread into a mysterious mark, enveloping all the villagers in the square. The villagers felt a strong sense of uneasiness. According to the priest, they would soon have their blood essence sucked away like the village chief. The crowd began to stir, and their strong desire to live made many people want to walk out of the mark. However, the soldiers guarding the mark had become the natural chasm between life and death for them. The amethyst spears in their hands were constantly aimed at those who wanted to cross the mark. The villagers had no doubt that the moment they stepped out of the mark, the purple energy beams would directly shoot through their heads. Li Wei was the only villager who was not marked. At this moment, he looked at the villagers who he had lived with all day and night, wailing in despair. His face was pale, and he did not understand why things had come to this. The strong desire to live caused several of life forms in the imprint to shout, "Big brother, save us, we're on your side." "Leader, I went to the guard post with my big brother to look for you the day before yesterday. We're together, I don't want to die yet." Following the self-destruction of a few of his men, the villagers stopped struggling. Their minds went blank as they stared at Lewre's men in disbelief, then at Lewre who was outside the imprint. Cecil rushed up and grabbed one of them by the collar, shouting, "What's going on? You said you went to the guard post with Li Wei? So, you guys were the ones who attracted them here." The lackey who was grabbed by the collar stuttered, This was all boss's plan. As long as he gets rid of you and the village chief, he'll be the next village chief. But we really didn't want to hurt the other villagers. I don't know how things suddenly turned out like this. Please, I don't want to die." Cecil pushed the lackey away and stared at Levy. "So what he said is true? You're even trying to harm the village chief?" Lewre shook his head at first, as if he had already given up, and spoke his mind directly. "It was that old man who was unfair first. It was clearly you and me who should have chosen one, but he was always biased towards you and suppressed me in public without giving me face. If he had been fair, the current situation would not have happened." Cecil's face was pale, and his tone was filled with disappointment. "Because the village chief wanted you to take over the village from the very beginning. I'm only helping you to be aware of danger and to let you grow. From the beginning to the end, you've supported me so that I can help you in the future, Ying Luo." As if struck by lightning, Li Wei froze on the spot. After a long while, he slowly recovered and kept muttering, "No, this is impossible. You must be lying to me," he said. On the villagers' side, tears were streaming down their faces. They did not expect the enemy to be attracted by Leave. At the last moment of their lives, they vented their hatred for the ungrateful wolf. "What ungrateful bastard, beast, beast!" At this moment, the blood mark on the ground was completed. The blood mark began to emit a demonic red light, and the living sacrifice's consciousness began to activate. "Now!" Wind-chasing wolf suddenly shouted and took the lead to rush at the guard leader. A black shadow flashed in the sky, and a pair of gloves fell. Wind-chasing wolf put on the gloves precisely. At the same time, a bunch of illusionary vines emerged from under the priest's feet and wrapped tightly around his hands. "Charge!" The other players also stood up bravely. Some of the angry young people in the village picked up the sickles and hammers on the ground and roared as they charged at the guards. All the roars gathered together to form two words. Resist. 681 A bountiful harvest on planet Sly Win. Redbeard Wind Chaser, Bomb Chicken, and 4 other players have joined forces with the villagers to resist the guards. They killed 14 guards and 1 guard leader. The priest of the Church of the God of Blood escaped using a secret technique. Then, under the command of Wind-Chasing Wolf and Cecil, they gathered the remnants of the village and decided to leave the village to the northern village to announce the news and gather more resistance troops. After reading Wind's message, Link finally understood the whole story. Before, he was worried that Wind's plan lacked an opportunity, but now there was an opportunity. The priest of the Blood God sect had escaped with a secret method. He brought back the news from jailing. As for the other players who were sabotaging and assassinating at the front line, they had become a thorn in the king's heart that could not be removed. That was because the China king was shocked to find out that these Inhumans riding on the flaming meteors were actually immortal. After being killed, the corpse would disappear and then appear again after a period of time. This made him feel a sense of crisis, so he increased his efforts in capturing slaves, hoping to accumulate enough blood essence as soon as possible to start the eternal sacrifice ceremony. Now that he knew that there were many hidden villages on the mountain top, it was easy to imagine that the mountain top would not be peaceful for a while. How is it, do you still think Zui Feng has no hope? Link said to Helen. Helen pouted, still maintaining her point of view. This is just a village, but the mountain top behind will be attacked by the enemy more intensely. The strength of their organization to attract manpower can't compare to the strength of the tyrant's destruction. In comparison, I'm more optimistic about Lang Feng. Even under the tight security of the imperial city, Lang Feng and his men were not exposed. He only needs to wait for the tyrant to relax a little, and he will have the opportunity to assassinate him. Your analysis is based on the strength of the enemy and us, said Link with a smile. It's a comparison of hard standards. But Helen, you've underestimated the power of faith and the human heart. Let's wait and see. This time, Helen didn't refute Link's words. Every time she saw this expression, it meant that he was confident in his victory. Under the influence of Link's confidence, even Helen couldn't help but waver. Is there really a winning hand that can turn the situation around? If the macaw were to see this scene, it would definitely be so angry that it would grit its teeth. Damn it, he had pretended again. If Link had only been 50% confident before, he was 90% confident now. Wind-Chasing Wolf had already completed the most difficult step. He only needed to learn how to walk and follow the rules to achieve the results. Link sat on the throne, one hand on the armrest and the other under his chin, deep in thought. Arranging for the players to carry out the liberation mission on planet Slywin had given him a deeper understanding of fate. In his previous life, when Wind had completed this mission, there should only be him and some players from the Miracle Guild on the planet. The general idea might be the same, but the specific process was definitely not like this. However, due to the reckless actions of the other expeditionary players, Wind's plan was able to proceed smoothly and became the most crucial push. This series of coincidences led to Wind-Chasing Wolf's success, but combined with the memories of his previous life, it was inevitable. Now, most of the players' actions had failed. Only Wind and Cold Blade's teams were still carrying out their respective plans. After the other players were resurrected, they were exposed, so the assassination operation became a battle of pursuit and escape, and they directly met the enemies on Slyvan head-on. There were quite a few benefits to this mess. As the players were scattered, the enemy's forces could not be concentrated and could only be divided into several forces to fight against them. However, players could respawn after they died and change their positions, which would make the enemy overwhelmed and tired. After annihilating a wave of Inhumans here, the Inhumans resurrected in another place about 10 minutes later and launched a surprise attack on other places. The troops from Slyvan could only rush over to the scene. This repeated cycle had caused quite a bit of trouble for the guards. Because Wind-Chasing Wolf and the others directly raised the banner of the resistance, he had time to report every day. According to the map of Sliven scanned by the Heavenly Eye satellite, Link accurately saw the trajectory of Wind and the others. Although Cecil had never communicated with the other villages on the high-leveled mountain, he still knew the exact location of the surrounding villages because he had been active on the high-leveled mountain all year round. Cecil's personal charm was very strong, and with the villagers and the loot they had from the amethyst longsword in their hands as evidence, the leaders of the other villages were also skeptical. However, Tyrant was in a hurry to carry out the eternal ritual and needed to sacrifice a large amount of blood essence. With the refugees fleeing west along the coast and the brutal guards, Wind-Chasing Wolf and Cecil's words were soon confirmed. From the first village of Cecil and the surviving villagers as the foundation, Wind's resistance organization was like a rolling snowball that grew bigger and bigger. There weren't many people in each village, and there were even fewer young men who could fight. In the face of the enemies swarming up, Wind-Chasing Wolf decisively used a 16-word policy: when the enemy advances, I retreat; when the enemy stops, I disturb; when the enemy is tired, I attack; when the enemy retreats, I chase. The enemy was not familiar with the plateau and the mountains, but Wind-Chasing Wolf's side had villagers from all villages. It could be said that they were a living map of the plateau. In this case, whether it was attacking or defending, they had achieved full results. Under the continuous pulling and guerrilla warfare, they had successfully worn down the number of guards and greatly weakened Tyrant's strength. In addition, there were other players along the coast who acted as sh*t stirrers, which also held back some of the enemies. There were also many soldiers in the capital city, which caused the battle line to be torn apart and the troops to be scattered. And when more people saw the brutal live sacrifice ceremony, a terrifying thing happened. The villages on the plateau and the people who had fled from the coast were all united, and the momentum of the resistance was unparalleled. It actually made Tyrant feel great pressure. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the confrontation between the resistance, Tyrant, and Blood God sect, who occupied half of Sliven, the Calm and collected, Lang Feng led Mob Lang and a few others to launch a surprise attack in the court. The surprise attack had successfully injured the Tyrant, but it did not kill it in one blow. The Imperial City's army came out in full force and surrounded Lang Feng and the others. During their escape, Lang Feng and the others received help from a young man who helped them hide again. This young man was none other than the person who had sent a radio signal into space to ask for help. He brought Lang Feng and the others to his secret underground base. He showed everyone his technological creation, a bunch of electronic devices based on photoelectric. When Helen received the report from Lang Feng, she couldn't sit still. It was not because Lang Feng had almost killed Tyrant, but because he had finally found the person who had sent the signal. At the same time, he was also amazed that on planet Slywin, which was highly dependent on violet stone as the main energy source, there was actually a young man who specialized in science and used the weakest light energy to create such a large number of equipment. This made Helen very curious about this young man. Cough, cough, cough. Although Lang Feng's assassination was very interesting and almost succeeded, he was still a genius. However, he still didn't consider the element of chance. It seems like you're going to lose the bet between us, Link said in embarrassment. Helen, who was in the apologetic pirate ship, snorted. It's still too early to say who will win. Even though Lang Feng had failed this time, he was the only one who had managed to hurt Tyrant. And now that he has Max's help, maybe the next time, Lang Feng will be able to succeed in one strike and solve the problem of planet Slywin. What Helen said wasn't impossible. In theory, there was still a chance. But let's return to reality. After the Tyrant was attacked and almost lost his life, he would definitely guard the palace tightly, protecting it like an iron cover. The public would be even more eager to carry out the eternal ceremony and strive for eternal life as soon as possible. After receiving the blessings of the gods, his strength had improved, and at the same time, he had received the blessing of eternal life. He no longer had to fear these insects that could come back to life. The interrogation of the Inhumans had been going on, but to no avail. Whether it was a group interrogation or a separate interrogation, everyone gave a different answer every day. He could even change his words 3 or 4 times in one interrogation. The contents of these interrogations put together could almost form a story collection. What made them most helpless was that these people didn't seem to care about pain, and they would suddenly disappear. Even though he would return to the place where he was bound after disappearing for a period of time, he was still a human. Even if they were interrogated and tortured to death, they would appear again after a period of time. Such a strange phenomenon made people's hair stand on end. According to the high priest of the blood god sect, it was very likely that this was the lackey of a god who was hostile to the blood god. It was to prevent his majesty from obtaining eternal life. Link looked at the holographic sphere of Sly Win. The areas occupied by the resistance were painted red, while the territories ruled by the tyrants were displayed in white. The white wave of terror launched a large-scale attack, and the two sides clashed at the border of the plateau and jungle. They began a tug-of-war on the battle line that was more than 200 kilometers long. At first, both sides were evenly matched, but the red gradually began to struggle and gradually retreated to the plateau, showing signs of defeat. The white forces continued their pursuit and entered the highlands, preparing to take down the rebels in one fell swoop and use them as a living sacrifice for the king. However, after entering the plateau, it was equivalent to entering the territory that the Red Army was most familiar with. The complicated environment of the highlands and jungles was like a fish in water for the villagers who had lived here all year round. As for the soldiers of the coastal and plain guardsmen, they felt extremely uncomfortable fighting in such an unconventional environment. And this kind of discomfort brought about a defeat in the battle, being beaten up by the red team, and heavy losses. In addition, the players along the coast were causing all kinds of destruction at the rear, burning the supplies and supplies. The White Terror Army was defeated like a landslide, and in just 3 days, they had become an unguarded and empty nest. The Red Army regrouped and attacked like a huge wave, quickly occupying the territory. Then, it surrounded the capital like a bloody mouth. There was no need to elaborate on the rest of the story. The tyrant, who was forced into a dead end, staged his final madness and set up a huge live sacrificial ceremony in the entire capital. However, at the critical moment, Wind-Chasing Wolf, Bombing Chicken, Cecil, and Lang Feng and Max successfully stopped the ceremony. Wind-Chasing Wolf and Tyrant had a bloody fight in the palace hall. They successfully twisted the tyrant's head off and showed it on the palace wall, ending Tyrant's long brutal rule and the evil ceremony of the Blood God sect. Because Wind-Chasing Wolf proposed the policy and led the people to win the war of liberation as a practical and spiritual leader, he won the unanimous recognition of the people and the unanimous worship of all the members of Sly Win. He was also awarded the title of Liberator. Whether it was the other 60-odd players present or the players on the wasteland, when they heard this news, everyone's expression was as if they had eaten 10 pounds of sour lemons. This was the worship of all the NPCs on the planet, which basically meant that you had the final say on the planet. This status was equivalent to Link on the Wasteland planet. For a player to be able to do this, it could be said to be legendary. Especially when Bombing Chicken explained Win's operation and core ideas, the players on Wasteland planet directly knelt down. Did this guy think of Planet Sly Win as that? He directly copied the classic, and then Wind also personally posted on the forum, saying that this wave was a tribute. After killing the tyrant, Wind gave his first order to everyone to kill all the remaining members of the Church of the God of Blood. When the task was issued in the capital, tens of thousands of people in the square stood up and echoed. The shock was unparalleled. So, this is how it feels from Link's perspective. Wind's heart was pounding, and he couldn't breathe. Even Wind-Chasing Wolf wanted to stay here. After all, he had personally led the NPCs to conquer this planet and spread the idea of equality. Now, the eyes of the villagers and slaves in front of him were shining and full of hope. They had found their personality and goals. But after a moment's struggle, wind-chasing Wolf's rationality told him that following Link would bring him more benefits. He had now obtained the title of Liberator, and could receive the best treatment at any time when he came to Slime, so there was no need to rush. And there were too few people around him now. In the future, when the main base players on Wasteland Planet entered space, he would arrange for some to come to Slywin. At that time, he would not even need to say that he was like a fish in water, he would just say welcome home. Furthermore, Slyvan had many valuable resources, such as indigo sweet potatoes, violet stones, and so on. In any case, with the title, none of these benefits could escape him. Here, I have important news to announce to everyone, Zui Feng said after a pause. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone's attention was on him, waiting for the Liberator's next words. The Inhumans and I actually came from a planet called the Wasteland. Our leader, Link, passed by here and received Max's distress signal. He decided to come to planet Slywin to help you guys. With Win's explanation, the people of Slywin Star finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. At that moment, in the mechanical fortress, Link's system gave out a pleasant notification. Congratulations on completing the B-rank quest Rescue Slyvan. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 682. Your task is evaluated as excellent and you will receive additional rewards. You get 6 million experience rewards, including the blessing bonus of the Altar of Knowledge, get the Scroll of Blood Circle, Adamantine Ore, Purple, Dense Violet Stone, Blue, High Energy Battle Puppet Design Drawings. The 6 million experience Link doesn't care, and he adds it to the experience pool at will. Players were given 10 million experience pools for tasks, and 6 million experience was gained by sitting backhand in the mechanical fortress. Although there is still a shortfall of 4 million experience, the rewards for the tasks are enough to make up for the lost experience. Link was not in a hurry to receive the reward. After all, the wind-chasing mentioned the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and his name in his speech. Of course, this kind of moment is to go down and meet the NPCs of Slyvan. Troy, send a message to Helen to complete the return of the pirate ship and the Sky Eyes satellite at Perigee, and then we will go to Slywin Star City. Good head of state. Link did not directly say to Helen, after all, it was Chasing Wind who completed the end of the tyrant and confirmed his prophecy. Helen must be suspicious of life when he failed to bet, so if Link appeared at this time, he would be suspected of showing off. It's just that Link still thinks too simple. After the pirate ship successfully docked at the mooring port of the mechanical fortress, Helen angrily went to the control room of the mechanical giant's central control room and came to Link. Why do you want Troy to come to the notice of the docking? Didn't the Führer personally give orders before? Don't the Führer think that I am such a glass-hearted person, because after losing, I am thinking about gambling? Helen's eyes were extremely resentful. Her chest was so angry that she was angry at Link's eyes, she was actually such a small-bodied person. Link's scalp was numb by Helen's stare, and he quickly explained, why would I think that? I just happen to have to deal with some affairs at hand. Now we are coming to Slevin, I will definitely be talking later. At the same time, taking into account the future development direction and situation of Slywin Star, it was handy to let Troy inform. Link opened his eyes wide and tried to explain. Helen couldn't help but an idea popped up in his heart. Shouldn't he really misunderstand the head of state? Once this idea was born, Helen felt more and more flushed and hot. Well, I'll go to prepare for the landing first, so I won't disturb the head of state thinking. Helen quickly found an excuse to slip away with her tail clipped. When Helen left, Link couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, almost revealing his stuff. After entering the perigee, the mechanical fortress continuously changes its orbit and descends. People on Slywin saw a black spot in the sky, which gradually became larger and the details became clearer. People's curious expressions gradually became exaggerated and distorted. When seeing the giant mechanical fortress blocking the sun, the royal city was shrouded in its shadow, as if a pair of invisible hands strangled the neck, making people unable to breathe. The size of this aircraft is more than that of Wangcheng. What kind of civilization can create such a large-scale aircraft? When the Wind and other players saw the mechanical fortress, they were also stunned for a while. I just mentioned Link and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, but I didn't expect the mechanical fortress to appear. The magnificent scale made them feel proud. The people of Slavan think that they have just experienced a vast resistance movement and achieved success, and their vision, pattern, and even thoughts have been greatly improved. But now, after seeing a mechanical fortress larger than the city, the whole person is stupid. This level of civilization has exceeded their imagination. Compared with the mechanical fortress, their resistance is like playing a house. There was a strange color in Max's eyes, and it had been a long time since he could not believe that his radio signal was actually sent to such a behemoth, and the other party would really travel far away because of his distress signal. Chasing the Wind hurriedly recovered, and proudly introduced, "This ship is the mechanical fortress of our Wasteland Expeditionary Army. Everyone in it has the same passion as me. Our waste Saturn has also suffered from advanced civilization. However, under the leadership of Führer Link, he successfully drove the alien star away from his homeland, and now he even has to fly into the universe to help other planets solve the alien disaster." Chasing the Wind at this moment throws out the ambitious pattern of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force, and also has its own ideas. Now that the problem of Slavan has been resolved, the mechanical fortress will definitely continue to march towards Pandora, so the title and treatment of the liberator obtained by the Wind on Slavan cannot be realized in time. In the process of Star Slavan's fight against the tyrant, Chasing Wind also made friends with a lot of powerful NPCs. If these NPCs can be fooled away, it will definitely become a great help. You know, other players are all alone, with at most 3 or 2 friends or the same forces. This is their full power. But as long as the people on Slavan are pulled into the chariot of the expeditionary force, they can be ordered by the title of Liberator in the Chasing Wind, which is equivalent to a lot of powerful helpers in disguise, and lays a solid foundation for the 2.0 version. The foreshadowing. So at this time, Chasing Wind started to preach thoughts again. The poor are the ones who are alone, and those who are rich can help the world at the same time. Now that Slavan's problem is resolved, they can live a stable life, but don't forget that there are other races in the universe suffering the same. After undergoing profound ideological education in the plateau before, the villagers and slaves of Slavan have the sense of ownership and self-affirmation, and they all enthusiastically signed up after talking about the Wind. Especially Sissel, who fought side by side with the Chasing Wind, and his supporters, said that they would follow the chasing to go to outer space. It is second to see the wider world, mainly to help those who are in dire straits. Because they have personally experienced the rule of a tyrant, they are more yearning for free will and a stable life, and they know that there must be a forerunner on the road of resistance. Max, who had saved Lang Feng and others' lives and had a soft spot for machinery, could no longer hide his inner joy. He is very talented in mechanical structure and digital circuits. During the conversation with Lang Feng, he learned that he is a mutant and has an affinity for electricity, so he can be comfortable with mechanical structures and digital circuits. This also strengthened Max's desire to leave to see the vast world outside. Moreover, the new energy weapons used by Cold Front, as well as all kinds of equipment with full scientific and technological content, all make Max's eyes shine. During the exchange, Max learned that this was the masterpiece of Helen, the mechanical genius of the wasteland, and he also had a strong curiosity and expectation for Helen. So this time the people who chased the Slavan star followed him to the deep space to fight for the freedom of more planets, and Max joined him without even thinking about it. The people in the royal city are even more curious. The planet Liberator is already so powerful and chasing the wind, so what kind of amazing and brilliant the boss of the Chasing Wind will be? Just as they were thinking, the mechanical throne shot a golden light, pointing straight to the ground. The brilliant golden light and powerful energy constantly scoured the ground, raising dust and wind and waves, and it was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. When all the dust settled, people saw a tall man in a black combat uniform standing in the halo, indescribably noble and sacred. Holding a mechanical scepter in his hand, the man walked out slowly. Congratulations to all of you for completing your self-liberation and being free from the clutches of the tyrant. I can see the whole process in Slavin's low Earth orbit. Although you call chasing wines liberators, it's actually true. The liberators are yourself. You have completed the transformation from the oppressed party, such as slaves and villagers, to the rebels. Among them, you have escaped not only the tyrant's claws, but also your own prison. Now, you have got a piece of your own pure land. The most important thing is that you will not fear authority, dare to say no to powerful enemies, and dare to take up arms to resist. Your spirit is truly liberated. Everyone who said Link's words was full of enthusiasm, and everyone in the Slavan Star felt extremely proud of themselves. Even the chasing wind on the side couldn't help applauding, thinking that Link had sublimated what he had just said. Link swept across the crowd and slowly said, "Since chasing the wind said just now, then I'm here to open an opening for everyone with lofty ideals. You can select 100 warriors from Slavan and join them in the fight against the universe. In the path of the evil forces. I will open up a special living area for you in the mechanical fortress. As for the selection, don't worry, we will stay on Slavan for 3 days, enough for you to select 100 warriors." Hearing this, everyone was excited. It is a rare opportunity for 100 warriors to go to the universe to explore and see the world, to fight for the ideals in their hearts, and to fight side by side with the liberators. Hearing that Link will intimately prepare an exclusive activity area for them in the mechanical fortress, it made everyone feel intimate. For a time, the perception of Link was better, and Wu also showed respect for Link. After Link finished speaking, a new prompt appeared in the system. You get 10 points of Slavan Star influence. 10 points of influence can be regarded as admired by thousands of people. Arrange the players to perform the tasks by yourself, and put a compelling summary after the end. I didn't expect to get 10 influence points. I really didn't expect it. Knowing that these 10 points of influence can do a lot of things on Slavan, Link can't help but imagine. When the player enters the universe in the future, Slavan Star in the Ghost Molten Galaxy can be regarded as a transit point for rest. In the past few days on Slavan, Link's main task is to mine the Violet Stone on Slavan, and then transfer the Indigo to the Mechanical Fortress, so that it can continue to multiply and grow. Finally, use the characteristics of the Piglet and Indigo Potato to make dishes or compressed food recommended to carry, which has the effect of returning blood and blue. Link confessed a few words and then returned to the Mechanical Fortress. Although there is no intention to grab the limelight, since his appearance, the people of Slavan have talked about him. People gradually came to a consensus, no wonder the liberator chasing the wind is so great, it turns out that he has a greater leader. The selection of 100 Slavan warriors was directly handed over to Chasing Wind and made an exclusive task in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the liberation of Slavan. The rewards of the mission are also very rich. In addition to the conventional experience, there are also the excellent weapons captured by the previous capture of interstellar predators and mercenary groups, as well as cosmic currency rewards. Of course, the points of the expeditionary force are also essential. Not only did he personally kill the tyrant and resolve the dispute with Slavan, he also won the title of Liberator. The entire chasing squad received 7 million experience, and the remaining 2 of Lang Feng and Mo Beowulf received 2 million. The remaining players have a total of 1 million experience points. Now the exclusive task given by Link gave 1 million experience with a big wave. Calculating this wave, Chasing the Wind, a mission, a total of 4 million experience. It's a huge wealth. The jealous eyes of other players are red. 4 million experience, how many tasks can be done? Even if it is an level mission, I am afraid that there are not so many experience rewards. Before, everyone was still speculating about who can take the lead in version 2.0, just like the way that Herd will win the game during the public beta. However, I never expected that the first person to establish an advantage at the beginning of the 2.0 version was also chasing the wind. How is it chasing the wind? Why is it chasing the wind again? Why are you always chasing the wind? And this time the advantage is too great. Not counting any other rewards, the two missions directly gain 4 million experience, which is far away from others. Especially with other rewards, it will throw them far away. At the beginning of this version 2.0, the competition among players ended. Even the competition between guild clubs is over. Slaven Star is rich in resources, among which Violet Stone and Indigo are extremely valuable resources. Now Slavin has become the back garden of the Guild of Miracles. The development of the Guild of Miracles has changed from relying on small forces for tasks. Yuuganshu.com is fast forward to owning a planet. Long Yingtian, the president of Longxing Tianxia, looked desperate. He invested heavily in version 2.0, just to reverse the previous defeat. But I didn't expect this guy to have such a good luck. If I want to reverse this time, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until the next version. There are many players with this idea, and almost all guilds have given up the idea of competing with the Miracle Guild. Which guild can surpass a planet more than resources? It's outrageous. Soon the Chasing and the Miracle Guild went out of the circle again. This time not only the players of the Waste Saturn, but even the players of Pandora and Victoria also knew that some players had become the saviors of a planet and received overstandard treatment. This group of players who are still in dire straits, in addition to envy. So in this environment of grudges and grievances, Jafeng successfully selected 100 warriors and joined the expeditionary army as Slavin's most elite warrior. Only this time they changed their name Slavin Freedom Guard. In the past 3 days, the people of the Lin Consortium were not idle either. Under the leadership of Penny and Helen, they conducted mineral mining in the area commanded by the Slavin Star Violet Stone, and achieved remarkable results. At the same time, the cultivation of the indigo potato is also good news again and again. With the abundant magical power and natural power of the Moonshade Council, it grows sturdily and even the effect of restoring energy has been enhanced. When the people of Slavin sent off hundreds of warriors to the mechanical fortress, Link gave an exciting order. Now, head to Pandora at full speed. 683 Everyone gossips. Link had specially arranged living quarters for the 100 Slywin warriors in the mechanical fortress. The entire living area was built according to Slyvin's style, and even in space, they could feel the style of their home planet, giving them a place to rest and entrust their hearts. After the 100 warriors boarded the mechanical fortress, they were very curious about everything. It was even more unbelievable that a mechanical city could fly through space. It was like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and interesting. Link returned to his resting room and started looking at the spoils of war he had obtained from Slywin. The Blood Formation Scroll was a sacrificial formation that the Blood God sect had set up at the last moment in the royal city. It could cause bleeding damage to all enemies within the formation while nourishing their allies with blood. Link tossed the Blood Magic Circle Scroll to Constellation, who happily went to study it. Professional work should naturally be left to professionals. Constellation was very good at celestial magic. Besides, complicated work like setting up a formation was not suitable for Link. A true leader should go up and fight to the end, showing off his momentum and power, not arriving at the location in advance and then sneakily setting up the formation. The second reward was a fine gold ore, a purple-grade material. It was one of the more valuable metals in the entire universe era and was known as the all-purpose metal. Adamantine had all the conditions of a good conductor and carrier, whether it was physical, magical, or spiritual energy. It even had a small energy enhancement effect. It could be said that this thing could be considered a rare hard currency even in the universe. The third item was the dense violet stone, a blue-grade material. There was nothing much to say about this thing. The word dense was added to it. As the saying went, it meant that a small body would have a large amount of energy. According to Helen's analysis, this compact violet stone the size of a basin contained more than 10,000 times the energy of an ordinary violet stone, which was equivalent to the radiation energy of hundreds of tons of violet stone. According to Helen's words, they would not have to worry about the energy supply of the mechanical fortress for the next 2 years. The last item was the one that Link wanted the most, the high-energy battle puppet blueprint. It was very characteristic of Slywin. The technology of Slyvan was mainly dependent on the purple radiation energy contained within the violet stone, which derived all kinds of puppets driven by the violet stone. However, the high-energy battle puppet design was not that simple. In the past, the designs that Link had received had clearly stated the specifications and material requirements. After successfully creating the item, he would be able to obtain the corresponding level and effect. However, this blueprint did not indicate these. It only stated the type of materials needed for each part, but did not specify the specific materials. In other words, the level of this battle puppet would fluctuate according to the quality of the materials. This piqued Link's interest. Simply put, there was no upper limit to the power of this high-energy war puppet. As long as they could find their respective top-grade materials, the strength of the puppet they created would be beyond imagination. The main thing was that Link didn't lack mid to low-end combat power now. The players made up for the low-end combat power, while the representatives of the various organizations in the Mechanical Fortress Expeditionary Army made up for the middle-level combat power. As for the top combatants, there were only Link, the Silver Hand, and the 9-striped dragon. If they could create top-tier high-energy battle puppets, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the entire expeditionary army. Link passed the design to Helen and Dave, giving them the maximum authority. He even opened up his own secret room and waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to ask for permission to take whatever materials they wanted. Compared to the 10,000,000 reward from the previous mission, Lin Ke had really put in a lot of effort this time. He could only hope that Helen would be able to create another high-end combat force for the expeditionary army. Other than these obvious rewards, Link had also obtained many hidden rewards. In the past 3 days, Helen had studied the unique technology of Slyvan that was attached to violet stones. The runes that extracted the energy of violet stones had given Helen new ideas to modify the firepower of the mechanical fortress. Other than that, information about the Blood God sect was constantly being sent to him by the players in the past 3 days. The rise of the Blood God sect on planet Slywin had only happened in the last 10 years. The first thing Tyrant did when he ascended the throne was to put the Blood God sect in an important position and secretly carry out a life sacrifice ceremony to increase his vitality. This kind of thing was like an addictive drug. His ambition and greed grew, to the point that he wanted to seek eternal life. Of course, since there were enough sacrifices, Blood God Zhuge also responded to Tyrant. As long as there were enough sacrifices, he would get what he wanted. As a result, there was a disaster of death that spread across the entire planet. As a result, everyone knew that not only did the Tyrant not gain eternal life, but it also caused the slaves and villagers to rebel and successfully played itself to death. Many books, slates, and sacrificial items about the Blood God sect and his student Zhuge were moved to the machinery faith and sealed as research materials. After finishing everything, Link sat on the chair to rest. He went to the Pandora and Victoria sections of the forum. His brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. He had been delayed on planet Slywin for a few days, and the situation on planet Pandora was even worse. Pandora's core city was completely destroyed, and the players and NPCs were forced to leave their homes. The foreign planet even built 3 demon forger camps on Pandora and started to mine all kinds of resources on a large scale. The players' levels had gradually increased during the resistance, but after losing their cities and territories, many of their movements were restricted. Their class trainers were also scattered all over the place, and trade had also lost its original convenience. Everything had become difficult. In order to recover their lost territory, the players had to bury themselves in dungeons every day to improve their strength and level as much as possible. However, while they were improving, the alien planet was not stagnant. With the construction of the demonic forgers' camp, a steady stream of alien life forms arrived at Pandora through the camp's teleportation gate. They began to expand the scorched land, harvesting all the resources on the planet like a fish in a pond. The alien planets that obtained resources would become stronger, and after becoming stronger, they would obtain more territory. It was like a rolling snowball, unstoppable. However, the alien planet's operation this time was particularly cautious. They did not quickly spread out the battlefield just because the expansion was easy. This was because they had found inhumans in Pandora who could resurrect infinitely, just like in the wasteland. However, these inhumans were much weaker than those on wasteland. They were scattered and unorganized, and the same situation was happening on planet Victoria. The higher UPS of the alien planet were testing the waters with every step, worried that this would be another trap. But at the same time, the resources on these two planets were real, and the speed of expansion was much faster even if they deliberately suppressed it. The Inhumans were as fragile washi, unable to put up any effective resistance or counterattack. Faced with such a situation, if it was the previous alien planet, it would have already been an A. But now, he was being cautious, afraid that he would fail miserably in an easy task. After the bitter defeat on the wasteland, almost everyone on the alien planet had wasteland PTSD symptoms. With their experience on the wasteland, they also tried to recruit local Inhumans, but with little success. After all, the players were not idiots. The wasteland players had joined the alien planet because they had received a mission. They didn't have any missions, so joining would be considered a betrayal. Besides, with Link around, the alien planet wouldn't be able to survive for long. Joining the alien planet now was equivalent to joining the National Army for a few years, and they would definitely lose. He had heard from the players on the mechanical fortress that Link would bring an expeditionary force to Pandora to rescue her. However, after struggling for a week, what they received was news that they had gone to Sliven. Then, Wind led the slaves and villagers to start a GM rebellion and overturned the tyrant's rule. At the same time, he received the title of Liberator and the news of 6 million experience points. They were still in deep trouble, but Wind-chasing Wolf had already become the master of a planet and gained a huge amount of experience points that they could not imagine. It was really sad. Among the many envious posts, a post suddenly appeared with a golden light. The poster was a player from the Wasteland Expeditionary Force. The content of the post said that the Expeditionary Force had finished dealing with the matters on planet Sliwen and was now heading towards Pandora at full speed. Soon, many expeditionary players confirmed the post. In the end, even Wind and Cold Blade, the two players who gained the most, quietly appeared and sent a playful dog head emoji, saying, "Alien Star, are you ready to face the wrath of the Wasteland people again?" Lang Feng's words were very straightforward. Those who invade the Wasteland will be killed, no matter how far away they are. The two messages completely ignited the confidence of the Pandora players. Now that Link was here, Pandora was in trouble. When the head of state came, the blue sky would be there. The players of Pandora were still in high spirits in version 1.0, and many of them were even competing with the players from the other two novice planets on the forums, thinking that they would definitely have the upper hand in the future when the players from the 3 planets gathered. However, after Link's rise, the players' missions, levels, and storylines were all more exciting than those on the other 2 novice planets. After that, they even took a sharp turn and fought against the alien planet in version 1.0. They even built a spacecraft to enter space. Now, they saw Link as their only savior. Even the players themselves felt that the difference and change before and after were complicated. They had never met Link before, but at this moment, all the players of Pandora felt a deep sense of anticipation and acknowledgement. It would take 7 days to travel from the current Ghost Melt galaxy to the star system where Pandora was. The Expeditionary Army players on duty posted the information they knew on the Pandora forum, and this news was like rain after a long drought for the players of Pandora. If they were asked to last for 7 days in the past, they would definitely be in despair. They would complain that with the disparity in strength, 3 days was a problem. 7 days was simply impossible. They would even shout for the destruction to come faster. They were so aggrieved. But now, they were told that as long as they could hold on for 7 days, Link would descend like a god and save them. All the players had only one belief: hold on for 7 more days. At this critical moment, the news was inspiring and greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers. In the process of fighting with the alien planet, they became unusually brave, which surprised the alien planet. It thought that the other party had laid a hand on them and had an ambush. It immediately sounded the alarm and retreated to defend the Demon Forger's camp. In the mechanical fortress. Not long after the Slivan warriors boarded the ship, Helen ordered Lang Feng to take Max over. This news immediately aroused the curiosity of many people in the fortress. The first to be curious were our king of gossip, Macaw, and Silver Hand. The macaw's rice-sized eyes emitted a weasel-like glow, like the flashing balls in a disco, bright and piercing. The macaw rubbed its hands in excitement, its face was scrunched up from laughing. Emoji as shown in the picture. It's so exciting. One was the #1 mechanical genius on Wasteland Planet, and the other was Max, who was also known as the Electric Kid. This meeting was definitely of great significance in the history of the mechanical fortress. And I heard from Lang Feng that Max is a bit of a wild person. It's going to be a huge clash if they meet. Silverhand's eyes were filled with eagerness and anticipation, but the scene he was looking forward to was completely different from what the macaw had said. No, I don't think what you said will happen. Silverhand shook his head. Think about it, both of them are young talents of similar age, and they both have extraordinary talent in the mechanical aspect. Helen had been talking about how someone could develop electric energy technology in the background of Planet Slywin. Her words were filled with admiration and curiosity. Hee hee. Silverhand chuckled. Who knows? Maybe they hit it off at first sight, stuck together like glue, and became a mechanical legend? The macaw gasped and exclaimed, F***ck, you're too daring. Helen was still a child. Also, with Link's love for Helen, he'll definitely guard against her and nip this in the bud. At the same time, the macaw and Silverhand weren't the only ones watching. In many places in the mechanical fortress, people were enjoying the show in various ways. The players were whispering to each other in the resting area, waiting for Lang Feng to send them first-hand news. This was a historic moment. Max was a mutant with electrical talent and had great potential in machinery and electrical circuits. Helen could be said to be the #1 mechanic on Wasteland Planet, and the meeting between the two was like Mars colliding with Earth. It was either tit for tat or mutual appreciation. Gretel's eyes turned white as she caressed Miranda's little head while using soul catchers to look at the first scene from a third party's point of view. Star Constellation was in the Penguin Building, and she was forced to maintain a mystic light mirror with a formation. The image in the mirror was Lang Feng, who was taking Max to the center of the machinery giant. And behind Star Constellation, the penguins Penny, Afu, Jiro, and the bandit Liang people were all gathered together, staring intently. Inside the giant's control room, Dave was pacing back and forth with a serious expression. On the surveillance screen, there was Lang Feng and Max. The dimensional codex was flying in the air, and above it was a red-haired Ho, Red Meow. Old Dai, I advise you to get over it. The child will have his own thoughts when he grows up, so you don't have to worry. Dave's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She's not your granddaughter, he retorted. Of course you're not in a hurry. Link, on the other hand, was still feeling extremely frustrated after practicing for a while. Next to him, Azuko was flying in the air, and Troy was also guarding Link. He asked, Head of State, Max is about to meet Helen in the laboratory. Do you want to turn on the holographic dynamic mode? Link struggled to think for a while. He sighed and gave up. Sigh, open it. 684 Pandora's Final Life and Death. Troy couldn't wait to open a holographic view, which was the surveillance image of the mechanical fortress. On the screen, Max was beside Lang Feng, looking a little nervous. The magnificence and coldness of the mechanical fortress gave people a feeling of superiority and coldness. This made him a little worried about the situation that he was about to face. He was afraid that this man, who was known as the most powerful machine master on the wasteland, would be colder than the machines he controlled. Especially after knowing that this mechanic master was around his age and had already participated in the construction of the mechanical fortress, such a grand project that he didn't even dare to imagine. How terrifying was his strength and achievements. Lang Feng could see Max's nervousness, so he comforted him, "Don't worry. Helen is a good person. You're all of the same age and have a special liking for machinery. You should have a lot to talk about. Look at my weapons, they're all Kazaya." Before Lang Feng could finish, Max said gloomily, "All right, you've already told me this 8 times. Lang Feng was very satisfied with the weapon that Helen had made for him. He didn't expect that he had already shown off to Max so many times that he didn't even realize it himself. He couldn't help but smile. "The laboratory is in front. Idlers are not allowed in here, even I am no exception. You have to walk the rest of the road on your own." Lang Feng patted Max's shoulder. After spending time with Max, he had gradually begun to see this young NPC as his younger brother. Of course, it was not because this kid could add a lot of electrical and mechanical modification functions to his equipment. Max was still nervous, and his heart was beating faster and faster. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell of the laboratory. A moment later, the alloy door of the laboratory slowly rose, and the corridor on both sides was pure white. A pure white and flawless feeling emerged in his eyes. Max paused for a moment before walking in. As the door slowly closed, Lang Feng saw Max's back gradually disappear at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was another door, and when the door opened, the scene in front of them became dazzling. Max was envious of all the advanced equipment, large and medium-sized machine tools, and a complete workstation. This was the working environment he had been dreaming of. The staff in the laboratory walked briskly and busily through the corridors and laboratories. Max was like an old lady who had just entered a grand view garden. He was curious about all the equipment and instruments and couldn't help but open his mouth wide along the way. Through the protective glass, Max saw the prototype of a puppet being built. Although the puppet wasn't completely finished, and a large part of it was hidden under the curtain, Max was sure that it was an extremely powerful puppet through the lines drawn on the curtain and the exposed parts. The puppet's exposed arms had complicated circuits and complicated runes carved inside. The metal surface was suffused with a layer of golden light, which looked like some kind of divine blessing. The metal used to make the puppet was also unprecedented, and Max could tell that it was definitely an extremely precious metal. His arm alone was taller and thicker than Max's entire body. If it was in its complete form, wouldn't it be 7 to 8 meters tall? Slyvan had advanced experience in the creation of puppets, especially after they were matched with violet stones as the core energy source. They could almost pass off as the real thing, and their abilities were even more powerful. However, compared to the giant in front of him, even the strongest puppet Max had ever seen was extremely small and dwarfed by the giant. "What do you think of this puppet from Slywen's?" Just as Max's heart was in turmoil, a female voice suddenly appeared beside him. Max suddenly turned around and saw a young and beautiful girl. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and her skin was delicate. She was wearing the light blue lab coat of a researcher and a pair of high-tech glasses. She looked vigorous and capable. Her eyes were calm and full of wisdom, but there was still a hint of childishness between her eyebrows. These few completely different feelings were fused into one person, and it only made people want to understand. Seeing that she was about the same age as him, Max knew her identity. The puppets on Slywin are products of an exquisite design and the special energy circuit of violet stone. The puppet in front of us, after inheriting the advantages of the puppets from Slywin planet, has also added all kinds of new technology and effects. It's really amazing. Max answered honestly. Helen crossed her arms in front of her chest and said arrogantly, "It's not bad, at least he didn't judge me unfairly because he was jealous of my talent. Looks like you're a good kid." Max frowned slightly. The girl in front of him was about the same age as him, but she spoke like an elder. However, the other party indeed had the qualifications. As the leader of the planet's technology, he was deeply involved in the liftoff and flight of the mechanical fortress. Compared to the other party, the little things that he had made in the basement were completely unpresentable. "Let's go, I'll show you around again." Helen waved her hand and led Max around the laboratory. There was a dazzling array of equipment in the laboratory, and all kinds of projects were being carried out at the same time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Although he had heard about it from Lang Feng, when he saw the various scientific and technological projects in the making, Max was still shocked. Max also found that Helen was familiar with all the projects in front of her, including the technologies used and the bottlenecks she encountered. It was unbelievable that a person's brain could store so much knowledge, remember so many things, and participate in so many projects at the same time. "By the way, I heard from Lang Feng that you're an electric-type mutant?" Helen suddenly asked. Max didn't try to hide it and nodded. "I don't know what a mutant is, but I have an innate affinity with electricity. I can clearly feel the current and control it. After I met Brother Ling, he told me that those who gain special abilities after genetic mutation are called mutants." Max raised his hand as he spoke, and an electric current emerged from the ground, climbing up Max's legs like electric snakes, all the way to his hand. The electric current in his hand crackled and emitted a blue arc light, which looked quite terrifying. Helen's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "Not a bad ability. Mechanical and digital circuits are the best combination for this ability. You made the right choice. When I first came to the sky of Slyvan and obtained information about the local customs and practices of Slyvan, I was still curious about why someone would send out a radio distress signal in a place that uses violet stone as its main energy source." Helen and Max talked about mechanical and digital circuits, and then they talked a lot. Max was extremely shocked by Helen's vast knowledge, and Helen was sincerely impressed by Max's ability to build all kinds of machinery in almost barren conditions. Although many of his ideas were not mature, that was only because there was no place to obtain knowledge. Slyvan did not have the conditions to progress, and everything could only be explored by oneself. The laboratory will be open to you in the future. At the same time, there will be a lot of electrical and mechanical knowledge in the data center. Since you have joined the Wasteland Expeditionary Force, these rights should be open to you." Helen shouted into the air. A moment later, Troy, the data stream of consciousness, appeared. The blue and green soul and the data stream merged into a physical body, and the details were so vivid that Troy was dumbfounded. "This is a Kazaya. This is Troy, a data stream of consciousness. He's a real person. It can transform itself into data and enter all sorts of electronic devices. It can even send out signals." Helen introduced. Max, of course, understood the principles of data, and his brain couldn't help but feel dizzy. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that he can hack into any electronic device and then control it? Troy looked at Max and smiled. "I can do more than this. If I'm in the sky above a planet, as long as you give me 3 Sky Eye satellites, I'll be able to control the entire planet's signal receiving and transmitting equipment, and thus obtain a higher level of authority." Max was dumbfounded. If he had such an ability, he would be no different from a planet ruler. However, if someone like this was willing to follow Link, then what kind of charisma did the Wasteland ruler have to make these masters follow him so willingly? "Troy, give Max permission to enter the data center freely. As for the right to browse, it will be temporarily set below advanced knowledge. All right, no problem. Troy nodded. Is there anything else I can help you with, Helen? Not for the time being. After that, Helen and Max discussed some mechanical problems, and Helen even invited Max to join some electric projects. In short, there was no spark between the two. On the other hand, the gossipers who were quietly watching the two of them meet all yawned and were so sleepy that they cried. He felt as if he had found the feeling of going to school and listening to heavenly books. Especially the macaw and the silver hand, the two of them were snoring like bulls and had already fallen into a deep sleep. If others didn't know, they would think that Helen was a psychic with hypnotism skills. The others were even more disappointed. None of the scenes they had been looking forward to had happened. Instead, they had been secretly instilled with a lot of mechanical and electrical knowledge. She immediately covered her mouth and cried out loud. Of course, not everyone was disappointed with the result. At least Dave was very satisfied. She was indeed his granddaughter. Planet Pandora, the demonic forger's camp. A war emissary sat on a terrifying throne and observed the alien army in front of him. The alien army's main fighting force was the Shadow Wolf, demonic creatures, fallen demons, banshees, terrorist, and the vanguard. However, in addition to these units, there were some more people beside the mutated demon defectors. The defectors were wearing alien armors and were fully armed. Although the scale wasn't big, their status wasn't low. On the alien planet's base camp, the defectors had proven their rapid growth in strength and their loyalty, winning the respect and recognition of the alien planet. The higher UPS were all furious about the last defeat on the wasteland. Tulu and Ganis had paid with their lives for their carelessness. That battle was definitely a disgrace to the entire journey on the alien planet. Now, we've come to Pandora. There are also undead here, but they're extremely weak and don't have someone like Link. Now, Lord Abu has given two final orders. The first one was for the defectors led by Tianxin Ling and Suye to find ways to recruit the players of Pandora. By showing them the benefits and future of following a foreign planet, they would have a better future and more possibilities here. Secondly, it was time for the Battle of Pandora to come to an end. Lord Abuza revealed that the battle on planet Victoria has reached a stalemate. We have to take down Pandora and eliminate all opposing voices. We will bring Pandora's resources back to Wamir and then attack Victoria together. We will make the name of the alien planet resound throughout the entire Fandi system. Tianxinling and Suye stepped out, one hand on their chest, and nodded slightly to show that they had received the order. The two of them looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Just this? He was still bragging about something that resounded throughout the Fandi galaxy. He was so arrogant after being beaten up by Link. The aliens still didn't know that Link was leading the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and was on the way to Pandora. In a few days, the two sides would have a big surprise encounter. They couldn't help but imagine the alien creatures' expressions when they saw Link again. The war emissary on the throne of terror continued, the lowlifes on this planet have nowhere to go and have hidden in the wilderness. According to the information from the front line, they were now in the valley. As long as we send out our people, these lowly commoners will definitely retreat and hide. The only place they could hide behind them was the Valley of Endlife, which was easy to defend but hard to attack. One could only enter but not leave the Valley of Destiny, it was a dead end. Driving them to the Valley of Endlessness is the same as death. The war envoy slapped the table and cheered. The terrifying tactician's plan to end all lives was completely treating these lowly commoners like animals and driving them to their deaths. This group of people arrogantly thought that they could continue the stalemate with the alien planet with the Valley of Death, but they did not know that the alien planet could attack from the sky. Let the Valley of Death be the final resting place for the lowly citizens of Pandora. Now, the army will move out and drive out the lowlifes. With the order of the Warbringer, the alien army in the demonic forger camp began to advance. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and muffled thunder could be heard from time to time. The shadow hounds, demonic beasts, and the rest of the army headed towards the last assembly point of Pandora. The defectors, led by Tianxinling and Suyat, went in another direction after coming out of the demonic forgers' camp, parting ways with the main force. At this moment, there were no alien members around. Tianxinling said in a low voice, "We have to spread the information about the alien planet's attack and luring the natives into the Valley of End. Let's use the excuse of lobbying the Pandora Inhumans. At the same time, someone will go offline and post a message on the forum. I've talked to Wind Chasing Wolf. I don't know where they are now and they will arrive in a few days." He had to stall for time as much as possible. Otherwise, before Link could come, Pandora would have fallen for him. By then, the foreign planets will seize resources and send out troops. With the number of expeditionary forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match. Suyat analyzed with a worried face. 685 Fear, Flesh and Blood, the revelry before the feast. The news that the alien planet was about to launch a large-scale attack soon spread through the defectors and the local players of Pandora, as well as through the forums. When the Pandora players first heard this news, they were extremely dumbfounded. Didn't the alien planets retreat in the last battle because of their bravery? Why did they suddenly decide to launch a general attack? Moreover, they had actually tried in vain to trap them in the Valley of Destiny. Now that they had received this news, would they still let the alien planet succeed? However, this news did not come too early for the rapid march of the alien planet. Tianxinling and Suya had just informed the players of Pandora, and before the players could report to their superiors, Pandora had already detected that the alien army in the demonic forgers' camp was moving towards their last base. Without waiting for the players' admonishments, the main character NPC of planet Pandora discussed with the others and made a decision. They decided to gather all the remaining forces and take refuge in the Valley of Destiny. The Valley of Destiny was easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a natural stronghold and had been protected by planet Pandora since ancient times. 200 years ago, when the magical beasts were wreaking havoc, the scattered humans had gathered here. In the end, they defeated the leader of the magical beasts and saved the human civilization that was on the verge of collapse. Now that they had encountered an alien planet, it was actually no different from a magical beast. They also firmly believed that as long as they could return to the Valley of Destiny, they could rely on the natural barriers to ensure that they would not be defeated. After all, they had such experience. This time, the survival of the entire human race was in a difficult situation, so this experience was naturally brought up again. When the players learned of Savior's decision, they were dumbfounded. This was because this decision was too outrageous. Going to the Valley of Destiny was simply courting death. That place could only be entered and not exited. Even if the alien army did not attack it, they would be able to surround it for a month or two and it would collapse on its own due to the lack of food. The players advised him again and again, hoping that Savior would reconsider. However, Savior's one sentence left the players speechless. "You are mutants, you can be reborn after death. That's why you don't fear death. We are real people, and once we are killed, there is no way to resurrect us. Fate allows you to make the wrong decision, because you can bear the price. However, we are different. Fate has only given us one chance, so we have to make a more careful choice." The players were speechless. Even though Savior was right, there was no way to stop or refute him, even though they knew that he had made a wrong decision. This made the players very angry. The players could not break away from the main plot, so even if they knew that the alien planet was going to drive all the humans to the Valley of Destiny to surround it, they had to brace themselves and follow to fight this hopeless battle. The alien army covered the sky and the earth. Especially the extremely mobile shadow dogs, they were like a blood-red cloth, spreading across the plains. This kind of creature with strong physical and magical resistance had become Pandora's nightmare. Everyone knew that Pandora was a magical planet. Whether it was players or NPCs, the mainstream was magic. They had defeated the terrifying giant lizards at the bottom of the lake and the mountain giants in the caves. They had all been trampled under their feet. But now that he had encountered the shadow dog, he was helpless against a hedgehog and could only flee in panic. Only a small number of people who studied magic puppets, machines, or warriors could fight against them. However, there were only a small number of people with this type of job in Pandora. It was still possible to launch a small-scale sneak attack, but it was impossible for them to engage in a direct confrontation. When Tianxin Ling and Suya learned of the situation, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They took the risk to pass on the message, but Pandora's savior was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard, not listening to them. Link was the only one who would seriously listen to the players' thoughts and opinions. The saviors of Victoria City and Victoria didn't have likable personalities. Even the players from the two novice planets had to admit Link, YYDS. It was almost the perfect NPC incarnation. Although the players were complaining, they still had to retreat. Otherwise, where would the missions, experience, and rewards come from? A large number of people formed a tide of people, winding through the mountains and rivers like a black dragon. Some of the commoners were carrying heavy bags, while others were driving their own small donkey carts. The carts were filled with things, making them look like little bumps. The beggars in tattered clothes and walking sticks, who did not even have a pair of shoes on their feet, also followed the group, showing no intention of giving up. The wealthy families had a few carriages, and there were also special guards to look after the supplies. The convoy could line up for dozens of meters. Even though they had different identities, backgrounds, and occupations, they were all different. However, at this moment, they were the last hope of the Pandora race. Facing such a long and slow party, Savior and the players were burning with anxiety. Now that the alien star was right behind them, especially with the shadow dog's extremely fast speed, at their current speed, they would be caught by the shadow dog before they reached Destiny Valley. The moment the shadow dogs caught up to these defenseless civilians, it would be a one-sided massacre. In front of the valley was a vast plain without any obstacles. The shadow hound could enter it as if there was no one there. The scariest thing was that the shadow hounds would also mix into the crowd and run into the Valley of Endorphins. At that time, they would be attacked from both inside and outside, and the Pandora magic civilization and human society would be completely destroyed. Put down all the supplies and equipment and enter the Valley of Destiny quickly. Antonidas rode his horse back and forth in the army, instructing the people nearby to put down their supplies and treasures. His tone was filled with anxiety. He looked into the distance and saw the dark forces expanding at the end of the sky. On a mountain far away, dark clouds covered the sky, and green lightning flashed restlessly, rolling forward with the dark clouds. An evil aura was 100 miles away, but it felt like a violent storm was coming. Antonidas's expression was solemn. The situation was getting more and more urgent, but these people could not feel it and were still determined to keep their property. Looking at these ignorant people, Antonidas gritted his teeth in anger and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Was he trying so hard to save this group of people? Could such a person really be seen as the future of the Pandora race? Is it worth it or not for me to put in so much effort to turn the tide? Just as Antonidas began to doubt his own beliefs, there was a disturbance from the long line of people behind him. They're here. The alien devils are coming. Hurry up and run. As soon as he said that, the crowd that was moving forward slowly just now immediately fled in a panic like frightened animals in the middle of a migration. The beggars and the common people who had nothing on them ran the fastest. Some of them did not even have any luggage as they ran towards the two huge statues of the human emperor in the Valley of End. As long as they passed through the mountain pass, they would be safe. However, many wealthy squires still could not pick up the speed of their carriages. Coachman, I'll increase your price by 10 gold coins. Hurry up. The fat boss stuck his head out of the carriage and looked at the chaotic crowd behind them. Many people had already run from the side to the front of them, which made them feel a sense of urgency. The coachman looked worried. "Master, it's not that I don't want to speed up, but I really can't." There were too many things on the carriage, and the horses had not been sleeping or eating well for the past few days, so they could not run at all. "Old master, do you want to throw away some things? That way, we can run ahead." The squire's brows were tightly furrowed, and he was considering what materials to throw away to speed up the process. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the fat lady at the side. The fat lady frowned and threw a glance at the squire. "I've carefully selected my clothes and makeup from home. I can't throw them away. What am I supposed to wear to the Valley of Destiny if you throw me away? Then, honey, how about we throw away the kennel and the dog's toys?" A single dog's stuff filled 3 big boxes. The squire asked tentatively. The fat lady's voice raised a few octaves, and she screamed hysterically, "How can we do that? If he threw them away, how was Andy going to live in the Valley of Destiny? Were they supposed to fight for food with those dirty mud-legged bastards in the mud pit? If Mrs. Lewis knew about this, she would look down on us again." The squire was speechless and turned to look at his daughter, but before he could speak, his daughter interrupted him, "I don't have many things. I only have 6 boxes of clothes and 5 boxes of cosmetics. These were necessary for a lady of high status. Besides, I only have a few more boxes than Andy. Do you want me to be worse than a dog at home? What about you? You have more than 20 boxes. Why don't you throw them away?" The fat lady turned her attention to the squire. The squire stared at his wife, his face red. After a moment, he shouted, "My suitcase is full of money. How about I throw away all the boxes of money?" Don't, hubby, don't be angry, I was just saying. Actually, there's no need to rush. We still have so many people behind us. Even if the alien army comes, it won't be our turn. Let's hold on a little longer, just a little longer, and we'll reach the Valley of Endlessness, and we'll be safe." The squire was so angry that he was panting, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. There was still a long line several kilometers behind them. Even if the alien shadow hounds really did come, they would definitely eat the lowly slaves who could not eat and had no energy. They would definitely survive. "Coachman, hurry up a little, faster." Although he said this, the squire was still a little anxious and uneasy, his heart hanging in the air. At this moment, the squire's daughter stared at the back of the coachman, deep in thought. After a long while, he whispered, "Father, didn't you say that the car is too heavy? We can actually kick Ying Ying off. There's only a short distance left. As long as you hold the reins properly, you'll be able to reach the Valley of End no matter what." The squire's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a good idea. Not only could he reduce the weight of one person, but he could also pay less. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Good daughter, you're really something." The squire couldn't help but give his daughter a thumbs up. Then, he tiptoed forward and lifted the curtain of the carriage. His fat body gathered strength and kicked the thin coachman off the carriage. As the coachman fell to the ground with a shrill cry, a burst of cheers rang out in the carriage. "Hubby, you're the best. Long live father." After the coachman fell from the carriage, he fell to the ground and was rolled under the carriage. One of his legs was rolled over by the wheel with the supplies before he could pull it away. "Cacat! Arg!" In contrast to the cheers were the sounds of bones breaking and screams. Because it had run over a person's leg, the carriage swayed left and right. The baggage tied to it also swayed, making a creaking sound. The horse pulling the carriage in front was brought a little crooked, its body staggered, and it turned its head to knock into one of the horses in the narration. Then the frightened horse began to gallop, and no matter how the squire pulled on the reins, it was useless. Everyone was fleeing, and the scene was extremely chaotic. A large amount of red appeared on the horizon in the distance, and the neighing of the shadow dog spread through the sky, telling in advance that the end of the world was coming. The air was filled with the smell of decay and lifeless humans, which was the best lunch for the shadow dog. The shadow dog opened its fangs, and saliva dripped from the gaps between its teeth. Today, he could finally have a full meal. Fear, flesh, how delicious! Antonidas and the members of the Magic Kingdom had no way to deal with the completely broken order. Chaos took over. In the face of the people who were venting their fear, running to the Valley of Death was their only goal. The rich who abandoned their treasures and the people who robbed all kinds of transportation. However, there were also misers who guarded their treasures to the death. Antonidas saw a large, swaying carriage in the distance, full of goods, moving at the speed of a turtle. The charging shadow dogs were charging over at an extremely fast speed, and the carriage was the first to be hit. The shadow dog pounced and dragged the coachman down, then a group of shadow dogs surrounded him and dismembered his body. In the blink of an eye, the coachman was covered in blood and flesh, leaving only an empty shell. The rest of the shadow dogs jumped into the carriage and screamed in pain. A hand reached out from the window, but it was pulled back in a moment. The squire who had kicked the coachman had never driven a horse before. At this moment, in the chaos of the crowd, the wheels of the carriage had been damaged and cracked after crushing the coachman. As the carriage shook violently, one of the wheels made a long sound of twisting together. The wheel could no longer bear the weight and twisted. The squire was panicking. With the current weight and damage, they would not be able to reach the Valley of Destiny. The crowd behind them continued to rush forward, constantly passing by the carriages and running to the front. All kinds of pots, bowls, ladles, bowls, clothes, and jewelry fell to the ground. Boxes fell to the ground one after another, and the gold coins inside fell to the ground with a clatter. The ground seemed to be covered with a layer of clothes. "We won't be able to leave if we don't throw the things away," the squire's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared. The fat lady hugged her son tightly, and her daughter turned her head away. Neither of them was willing to give in. "Do you still want to live at this time?" The squire grabbed the poodle from the fat lady's hand and threw it out of the window. Then, he climbed onto the roof of the car and kicked the 3 boxes of the puppy, as well as the clothes and cosmetics boxes, off the car. The fat lady and her daughter poked their heads out of the carriage and shouted hysterically, "You're crazy! My Andy, a Ying Luo!" At this moment, the wheels of the carriage could no longer support themselves due to the intense back and forth movement of the carriage. They broke. The entire carriage fell to the side and crashed into the crowd. 686 The Wheel of Destiny. The squire grabbed the rope on the top of the carriage tightly, and the carriage shook violently and was thrown to the side. As the tilted carriage fell to the ground, the squire screamed in pain, and everything below his stomach was crushed. And what was suppressing him was none other than the wealth that he regarded as his life. Many boxes fell from the sky, and the lid was directly shaken open, the gold coins inside scattered on the ground. All the gold coins in the box were scattered in front of the squire. All of this was like a dream of a squire, gold coins falling from the sky like rain, falling on his face. Unfortunately, there was always a difference between reality and dreams. The squire only saw the first half and not the second half. He was covered in gold coins, but his lower body was also pinned down by the carriage and the box. After a heart-wrenching pain, the squire found that he had lost all feeling in the lower half of his body. He tried to drag his body out with his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, the box didn't move. His life's wealth and savings had now become the main culprit that crushed him. The panicking people jumped over his boxes and carriages, none of them lowering their heads to pick up the treasures he regarded as his life. In the face of survival, the golden silk had no attraction. The chubby lady climbed out of the carriage in a sorry state. Her fat and chubby body was the capital she used to show off her wealth, but now it had become a burden for her to escape. She had to use all her strength to roll and crawl out of the carriage. The gold pendant on her head was scattered, and her hair was like a chicken nest. She was even messy than the lowly people she usually laughed at. After climbing out of the carriage, the fat lady saw the crowd in front of her. People ferociously pushed her away and ran for their lives towards Destiny Valley. It was a mess everywhere. The fat lady did not look for her husband immediately. Instead, she called out her son's name with a worried expression, "Andy, where are you? Come to your mother." However, the frightened crowd was so turbulent that it was full of people, shoulder to shoulder. Not to mention dogs, even people might not be able to see clearly. Furthermore, the shouts of escape could be heard everywhere, releasing the most primitive fear in the depths of one's heart. And these fearful and weak life auras were undoubtedly a reveling feast for the alien shadow hounds. The people were not the only ones who were shocked. The horses of the rich and noble were all shocked. Some of them broke the reins and ropes of the carriages and ran wildly, causing the carriages and treasures to fall everywhere. The fat lady was still calling her son's name, not even thinking about her husband. At this moment, his own carriage flipped over, and the horse fell to the ground. The horse struggled to get up from the ground. The chaos around it had frightened it. There were people and chaos everywhere. There was no space to even move. The most important thing was that the horse felt a familiar fat aura behind it. During the escape, the horse had been frowning at it and even asked the coachman to cut its food. The hysterical sound that was as sharp as a finger scratching glass had long been unbearable for the horse. Although horses weren't humans, they still had spirits and knew who was good and who wasn't. An instinct of anxiety and fear made the horse fear the creatures that didn't appear in its field of vision. In addition to that, its subjective desire for revenge was also very strong. Hence, the horse made a bold decision. Its two hind hooves suddenly kicked back. "Let's go, please." The fat lady suddenly felt a huge force behind her, and then her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. In the air, the fat lady suddenly felt time slow down. She could clearly see the terrified expressions on the people's faces and the chaos everywhere. At this moment, the lowlifes that she had looked down on in the past were no different from celebrities and aristocrats. Even those gorgeous clothes that showed off their status had become a burden. Then, the fat lady saw a shining carriage. She recognized the owner of the carriage at a glance. It was the carriage of a Grand Duke of the kingdom. It was a place that she had never been able to squeeze into in the past. It was an existence that was beyond her reach. But now, she was so close to the Grand Duke. Boom! The fat lady directly smashed the carriage, her head breaking through the sturdy agar wood body, leaving her fat body outside. The fat lady was dizzy, and then she vaguely saw the faces of a group of frightened nobles. However, the next second, the fat lady felt a huge force pulling her neck down. His neck was stuck, and he couldn't breathe. His face was pale. He slapped the carriage wildly with both hands, but the strength in his hands was getting weaker and weaker. The struggle in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his eyes became lax. At the last moment of her life, she saw the royal family of the kingdom that she had always dreamed of. She remembered the joke she had made with other noble ladies in the past: if I could get in touch with the royal family and have the opportunity to ride on their carriages that represented power and status, I would be willing to die the next second. This time, the goddess of fate had heard her prayers and allowed her to get close to the real nobles of the kingdom. But at the same time, her fat, which she was proud of and represented wealth, and her fat, gorgeous clothes also successfully dragged her down, becoming the sharpest rope for suffocation. The last person to crawl out of the carriage was the squire's daughter. The first thing she saw when she climbed out was her father, who was under the box. She rushed forward and dragged him away. "Father, please bear with it a little longer. I'll save you now." The squire finally showed a relieved smile. His stupid wife had gone to look for the dog as soon as she got out of the carriage. She didn't even care about him. After all, this marriage was just a transaction in a marriage alliance, but such coldness still made the squire a little uncomfortable. It was a good thing that his daughter still remembered him as her father in times of crisis, which comforted the desolation of the squire. The daughter pulled and pulled, and the big boxes on her body were extremely heavy, and she couldn't push them open. The daughter looked around in a hurry, hoping to find someone to help her. However, in the next second, he saw the box that contained his cosmetics and clothes scattered on the ground. Many of his jewelry, perfume, and clothes were scattered all over the ground, crushed and trampled by the fleeing people. The daughter's head suddenly went blank. The next second, she screamed hysterically and ran over like a lion protecting its food. "Get lost, you lowly commoners! My precious perfume, my gown, and Ying Luo!" However, before he could finish speaking, he was drowned by the surging tide of people. Even the screams disappeared without a trace. The shadow dog had successfully connected with the escapees and began to enjoy the delicious food. The people's fear was maximized. The statues of the two kings of the Valley of Death in front of them were also their hope. Only in such a situation where hope and despair coexisted would the will to survive be stimulated to the maximum. The situation was extremely chaotic. Antonidas led his followers against the current and went to the end of the team to stop the alien shadow hound's attack. Antonidas waved the magic sword in his hand, and suddenly, the clear sky above him was covered with dark clouds. The thunderbolts were hidden among the dense dark clouds, like electric snakes slithering. Immediately after, a bucket-thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly hitting the shadow dogs. The thunderbolts resounded in the sky and landed on the ground. The shadow dog was blown up like a blooming firework. Although the shadow hounds had high resistance, they were still blown into pieces by the thunder of the Pandora main character, Antonidas. They were greatly affected, and a few vacuums appeared in the originally turbulent formation. At the same time, the surrounding shadow dogs were paralyzed and their movements began to slow down. This was not the end. After the angry lightning struck, the dark clouds did not disperse for a long time, and a strong wind began to blow. Then, snow began to fall from the sky. The bone-chilling magic snowflakes transformed into icicles in the air. Tens of thousands of icicles stabbed into the ground or the shadow hounds. Many of the shadow dogs were nailed to the ground. Although they were not killed, they effectively stopped the shadow dog army and bought precious breathing time for the people to retreat. When the commoners saw this, tears streamed down their faces, and they expressed their sincerest gratitude to the savior of Pandora, Antonidas. However, Antonidas knew that such a large-scale spell was rapidly depleting his energy. Even he would not be able to last long. The other followers were either helping to clear the crowd or casting area of effect spells to stop the shadow dog. However, everyone soon discovered that another nightmare was coming. Behind the red shadow dog was a purple-skinned demon. If the shadow hound was the nemesis of all spellcasters, then the demonic creatures were their nightmare. This kind of alien invader, who could advance quickly, was good at close combat, and had the ability to manipulate time and space, was the nightmare of all magicians. The mutated demon charged into the blizzard at lightning speed and used a time barrier skill to form a time-stop barrier to stop the raging blizzard. The shadow dog that had been struggling to move forward in the blizzard was once again full of energy, freely shuttling through the barrier and quickly approaching the front. Antonidas looked at the last human refugees of Pandora. The fastest had already reached the statues of the two kings and successfully entered the Valley of Destiny. However, there were still a large number of refugees struggling on the road. After a few days of running, their physical strength had been exhausted. They had not eaten or slept well along the way. Now, they could only move forward on their last breath. But in the current situation, they could only hold them off for 2 or 3 minutes at most. After that, even a great mage like him would have to retreat in the face of the massive alien army. Just as Antonidas was at his wit's end, his giant blizzard suddenly began to spread, and large-scale spells also appeared before the demonic creatures and shadow hounds reached. Blizzard, earthquake, ice wall, earth crack. All kinds of spells popped up like mushrooms after the rain. Antonidas looked back and saw thousands of inhumans running out of the Valley of Destiny to help. Flying Dragon, didn't I tell you to guard the Valley of Destiny? Why are you all at the front line? Strong Dragon Soar laughed, "You and the others should hurry up and enter the Valley of Death. After all, if you're gone, you're really gone. If we're gone, we'll be back as good men in 10 minutes. Leave the front line to us." 687 The Battle of Final Valley. Antonidas had originally arranged for the players to guard the Valley of Destiny as the main force against the alien army. He did not expect the players to leave their posts and come out of the valley without his orders. However, he was not angry that the Inhumans disobeyed his orders. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. This was because Antonidas knew that the Inhumans were telling the truth. If they didn't come out to help, he and his followers wouldn't be able to hold on for long. By then, everything would be over before the refugees could enter the Valley of Destiny. The Inhumans were huge in number, and their main strength was at the level of Magisters. With such a large scale and degree of cooperation, their strength was definitely much stronger than that of a legendary great mage like him, and they could naturally resist for a longer time. Moreover, Strong Dragon Soar was right. If they died, they would really die. The Inhumans would resurrect in Destiny Valley after 10 minutes. This was the only way to get all the refugees into the Valley of Destiny. "Then I'll leave this place to you." Antonidas's body glowed with a golden light. Then, another slightly transparent body separated from his body and patted the shoulder of the flying dragon. This was a type of clone spell. The clone would be injected with a portion of magic power and would continue to maintain and guide the spellcaster's spell. The spellcaster's true body could move freely. Once the clone's magic power was exhausted, it would disintegrate and disappear. This was also to buy some buffer time for the Inhumans. Otherwise, if the blizzard was removed, the shadow hounds and demonic beasts could directly attack the players, which would only be a one-sided slaughter. Strong Dragon Soar smirked as he watched Antonidas's series of actions. "Take the time to rest when you get back. If we want to defend against the enemy's attack later, we'll still have to rely on you." Large-scale spells were extremely energy-consuming, and even legendary great wizards were no exception. After casting 2 top-tier spells in a row, Antonidas's energy was depleted. He was immediately seen through by the flying dragon and had to rest. "Mind your own business first." Antonidas laughed in a flustered and exasperated manner. Then, his real body flashed into the crowd and casually picked up a coachman who had a broken leg but still gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The coachman was sweating profusely, and large beads of sweat fell from his forehead like rain. "All right, we can go back now," Antonidas said to the coachman. When the carriage driver saw this legendary great wizard of planet Pandora, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He instinctively wanted to break free from the other party, not wanting to dirty his own clothes. To them, this was almost blasphemy. However, this pair of powerful hands did not allow him to make any resistance. Just as Antonidas was about to raise his hand to cast teleportation, he was interrupted by the coachman beside him. "Well, Great Mage Bion, can you please wait for a moment? I want to bring the dog with me." The coachman pointed to a grey dog with a curled tail in the distance. It could be seen that this was originally a white and smooth dog from a rich family. However, because of the chaotic scene just now, it had lost its owner. Now, he was dragging a broken leg and was at a loss in the crowd. Antonidas looked at the coachman's complicated expression and his tone, which seemed to be telling a story, and could not help but ask, "Do you know this dog?" "This is Andy, Madam's most precious pet," the coachman said with a complicated expression. Antonidas sensed the driver's memory and saw everything that had happened. With a bitter expression, he asked, "They treated you like this, yet you still want to save this dog. Is it worth it?" The coachman looked at the helpless puppy and smiled sadly. "It's the people who are bad, not the dogs. Look at it now, it looks so much like me. If we follow the normal plot, we will all die under the demonic claws of the alien army. But now that you're here, I can live. Since I saw it, I might as well save it." Antonidas was silent. Perhaps this simple thought was the hope of mankind and the reason why he was trying so hard to support this broken situation. Antonidas waved his hand, and the trembling little greyhound floated in the air in the distance and slowly came to them. The coachman carried the puppy with both hands. The puppy whimpered twice obediently and squeezed its head into the coachman's arms, as if it was acting coquettishly to the coachman, telling him about the difficulties it had just faced. Antonidas activated the teleportation circle. If one were to stand at the top of the Valley of Destiny, they would be able to see the huge runes of the teleportation circle clearly. It covered almost half of the refugees. In the next second, a white light swept past everyone. In the next second, they still maintained their previous moving posture and fell to the ground one by one. When he got up, he saw that his surroundings had completely turned into the castle in the Valley of Destiny. Have we all arrived? The fear on the faces of the people who were running for their lives turned into ecstasy. Some of them covered their faces and cried after confirming it over and over again, crying tears of joy. When he arrived at the edge of the city wall, he saw that there were still many refugees running below. There was an empty space in the middle, and all kinds of carriages and luggage were scattered all over the place. Further away, a dense group of Inhumans had gathered, bombarding the alien army with all sorts of spells as if they were free, blocking their path. Antonidas arranged for his followers to settle the refugees, and then he gave an order: all the old, young, women, and children are to rest in the valley. All the men picked up their weapons. The real war had not begun yet, and everyone had to do their best for the survival of the human race. The rest of you, go to the gate to receive the new refugees. After you're done, close the gate immediately and pull up the suspension bridge. After Antonidas finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot with a teleportation. The next second, he appeared in a cave in the Valley of Death. There were several magic circles under his feet, helping him to meditate and recover his energy quickly. The huge teleportation portal just now had brought back thousands of people in one wave, which had greatly exhausted Antonidas' energy. He knew that even though there were many Inhumans, they wouldn't be able to resist for long. Soon, the alien army would arrive at the city and there would be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Destiny, Antonidas left after he finished speaking, leaving the confused refugees behind. After they came to their senses, the refugees began to act like they were all living beings. A few girls who were as thin as firewood and covered in dirt stood up with determined eyes and asked, "Why can't women be on the battlefield? Now that the human race is in a life and death situation, even though we can't fight like men, we can still do some logistics or transportation work." Yup. If I can defend it, I don't want to be a rice weeper who doesn't do anything. If I can't defend it, I don't want to be left without doing anything. Many women who were born as commoners stood out with determined eyes. The people who were hiding behind them were mostly aristocrats and celebrities who were usually high and mighty. They looked dumbfounded and even puzzled. Since when did a war require women to fight? Move things? How can you move them? What was even more outrageous was that when some male aristocrats and celebrities heard that all men were going to the battlefield, they immediately began to think of ways to dress up as women or hide in order to get away with it. 688 Black Star reappears, and everything ends. There were tens of thousands of people in the valley, and the players fighting outside the valley were not having a good time either. He cast all sorts of spells as if they were free, but the damage and effects were as insignificant as the hair on an ox. The Shadow Hound's resistance was too high. Even the blizzard and lightning of the legendary Archmage Antonidas could not kill it directly, let alone these players. The only thing they could do was to slow down the Shadow Dog's pace, and then use their own flesh and blood to build a wall to block the alien army's footsteps. This would buy time for the refugees to enter the Valley of Destiny, and buy precious time for Antonidas and his other followers to recover and rest. The puppeteers, and warriors stood at the forefront, waiting for the slowed shadow hounds and demonic mutants to walk out of the storm. The avatar left behind by Antonidas was getting weaker and weaker, and his magic power was showing signs of exhaustion. The players all knew that once the large-scale blizzard could no longer be maintained, these alien locusts would enter a no-man's land. At that time, the players would have to face an overwhelming number of creatures that could completely suppress them. It had already been 2 months since Pandora was invaded. From the start, they were all ready for a big fight, but now, they had suffered a huge loss in population, and only one human race was left. One could only imagine what they had gone through in these 2 months. Although they had been trying their best to level up, restraint was restraint. The shadow dogs had thick skin and high resistance. Their spells only had 1/10 of the effect, so it was too difficult to kill them. Often, after a Herculean effort, those shadow dogs with low health would still be saved and escaped. Now that the other side had launched a general attack, the shadow dogs and demons were only the appetizer of the first wave. On the hill in the distance, the second echelon of the fallen, banshees, and the army had arrived. The players' expressions were grave. They had to stop the enemy's first wave of attack with their lives. As the commander of the players on planet Pandora, the flying dragon's heart was beating extremely fast. His heart was on tenterhooks, but he tried his best to maintain a calm expression. If even he was panicking, the players would have even less confidence. The soaring dragon's position on planet Pandora was similar to Wind's position on the wasteland. They were all players who first got to know the main character of the planet, and they had good strength and vision. Later on, he took the initiative in a series of missions and grew into Antonidas' best friend and important partner. He also seemed to have the intention of being Antonidas' spokesperson. He often helped him deal with some affairs and was also responsible for communicating with Inhumans. Hence, the soaring dragon's prestige in Pandora was also very high, and it even became the representative of the players. It was also his idea to lead all the players out to receive them. After all, he was the only one who dared to disobey Antonidas. Killing one is enough, killing two is a huge profit. The only one who can save us now is ourselves. We must guard the Valley of Death and not retreat a single step, Strong Dragon Soar shouted to the people around him. You can lose in a game, but you can't be a coward. I don't want to wait for the new planet players in the later versions to gather and point at our faces, laughing and saying that those trash can't even protect their own planet and are being beaten up by foreign planets. How embarrassing! I also don't want to be rejected when I'm doing a mission in the future, with the reason being that the Pandora players are all trash. Strong Flying Dragon didn't say anything. After all, Antonidas was right. They only had one life, but Inhumans had many, so they didn't fear death. It was useless to use life and death to motivate them. Only by using honor to stimulate them could they stimulate their fighting will. And the possibilities mentioned by the Flying Dragon were all extremely likely to happen in the future. If they couldn't stand the Valley of Death, they could only imagine how many people would gossip about them when the players gathered in the future. They had entered the game at the same time, but not only could they defend the wasteland, but they could also force the alien planet back. Although Victoria was also stuck in a quagmire, her situation was much better than Pandora's. Only they would not be able to defend against the alien planet's invasion and expansion. Now, there were only a few survivors left in Pandora, and they had to protect it with their lives. The players' expressions became serious. This time, it wasn't just for the mission, but also for their own face. No one wanted to be looked down upon by other players in the future. Damn it, I'll fight them to the end, anyway, I still have 20 chances of dying this week, so I'm going to die here today. *CK those aliens. I'm going to take a few of them with me today even if I have to risk my life. Brothers, don't hide anymore. There's nothing more to hide. The fighting spirit on the battlefield suddenly grew stronger. As the last of the refugees entered the Valley of Destiny, the suspension bridge was pulled up, and the mages in the valley cast spells to blow up the only stone bridge. There was no way out, so he had to cut off all cauldrons and sink boats. The players were fearless of death, but they were afraid of worthless deaths. They had to take one with them before they died, and that became their only goal. As Antonidas's clone ran out of mana, the blizzard under the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The bone-chilling icicles disappeared, leaving only the large-scale spells guided by the players. Many shadow hounds died in the blizzard, but they were in the minority. Most of the shadow hounds had survived, and those that had not taken any damage from the blizzard had caught up to the weaker shadow hounds in front of them. The formation instantly changed, and the momentum grew stronger. Very quickly, the red-skinned shadow dog charged into the range of the Pandora players' AoE spells, and the few players who could deal damage to the shadow dog started to attack. The battle was about to start. Pugilists, mechanics, and mystics weren't the mainstream in Pandora, and they weren't well liked in the previous games. However, they persevered with their hot-bloodedness and performed brilliantly in this alien invasion. Many people stood out and received attention because of this. Although the refugees on top of Destiny Valley had been rescued, it was a life-and-death moment. The Inhumans were fighting for their lives below, and if they sat in the valley, they would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. The extinction of the human race was closely related to everyone, and no one could stay out of it. Therefore, many women volunteered to take on the logistics tasks, such as fetching water, cooking, transporting supplies, and bandaging the wounds of the injured soldiers. The younger children were not idle either. They helped to carry the weapons, their eyes full of determination. Among the men, the old man took the lead and walked to the armory where the weapons were distributed. He said to the soldiers, "Give me the most worn-out chainmail and the dullest weapon. Leave the good weapons for the young, they can save your life in critical moments. I'm just an old bag of bones, living is a waste of food, and I can't contribute to the reproduction and development of the human race. I'm just a worm that's about to become useless. It's my honor to be able to fight alongside Great Mage Antonidas while I'm still alive and can protect Pandora." The eyes of the soldiers in the arsenal were filled with solemnness as they saluted the old man respectfully. Many of the elders knew that this was the final battle, and the survival of the human race depended on today. They were old and weak, and some of them could not even lift their weapons, so they could only use a smaller short sword or dagger. Their goal was also very clear. This time, they would be meat shields and block a few more attacks for the young man behind them. This would give them a chance, and that would be their greatest success. According to the elders, it was worth it to live for so long anyway. At the end of the day, they could even shine for Pandora, so it was worth it. To die on the battlefield for the country was definitely more meaningful than dying in bed. The middle-aged man and the young man were also encouraged. They picked up their weapons and were extremely determined. There were even some disabled people who wanted to go to the battlefield to help. This place had once saved the fate of mankind, and he believed that it could help them tide over this crisis. More and more armored soldiers appeared on the walls of the Valley of Destiny. They were originally very confident in each other, but when they saw the players' formation on the plain outside the valley that had been broken into pieces, their faces turned pale. The red-skinned shadowhounds broke through the players' AoE magic battlefront, and then the shadowhounds and demonic creatures engaged the players in close combat. As the blue time barriers spread out one by one, the players in the front row who could deal damage fell one by one like leaks. Without the players in the front line blocking them, some of the mage-type players at the back fell even faster. However, none of them turned around and ran. Even though there were more than a dozen shadow hounds in front of them, they still tried their best to finish their last spell and deal the last bit of damage. In this kind of valiant and fearless situation, the players also managed to turn the situation around a little. The first clash in the Battle of Final Valley had also caused the most losses on the alien planet. When all the players were killed, the only things left on the plain were the resources that the refugees had abandoned when they fled, as well as the land that had been dyed purple. A large number of shadow dogs fell to the ground with their stomachs turned over, and many of them were dying. The strong shadow dogs held the injured shadow dogs in their mouths and went back. As for the dead ones, no one cared about them. After cleaning up the battlefield, the alien army continued to advance. Without the battle, the chaotic alien forces returned to order. The shadow hounds and mutants were at the front, followed by the banshees and fallen. Behind them were the terrifying tacticians and army vanguards. The vanguards of the Legion were covered in evil flames. They were huge, and even the earth trembled when they walked. They gathered together in large numbers, and the grass they passed by turned into scorched earth. The pungent smell of sulfur floated in the air, which could be smelled even from the top of the city wall of the Valley of Death. The people who had just made up their minds to die looked at the vast alien army with pale faces and trembling lips. Such a formation was as though they were determined to destroy the civilization of Pandora. In the face of such a vicious enemy, could the Valley of Destiny really be defended? Just as the people's faith in themselves was wavering, a white light suddenly flashed in front of their eyes, and the great mage Antonidas appeared on the city wall. Then, a flash of light descended from the sky, and the entire Valley of Destiny was bathed in pure magical energy. An azure barrier enveloped the Valley of Destiny. Seeing their leader's appearance and the miraculous defensive barrier, everyone was shocked. They had great confidence in defending the Valley of Destiny. "Everyone, get into position and prepare to resist the enemy." Antonidas amplified his voice with magic, and his deep and long voice quickly spread throughout the entire Valley of Death, calming the panicked hearts of the people for a moment. The alien army appeared from behind the hills in the distance and covered the entire plain. The dark clouds in the sky followed, and one could smell the anxiety and depression in the air. The alien vanguard was already at the city gate. The shadow dog and the mutant demon arrived at the protective shield and began to attack it. The mutated demon's hammer dealt astonishing damage, but when it hit the protective barrier, it was as if it had hit water. The protective barrier rippled. Countless demonic creatures and shadow hounds attacked the barrier, but the barrier completely blocked their attacks, causing these monsters to scratch their ears and cheeks. When the soldiers and civilians in the Valley of Destiny saw this scene, they rushed to the top of the city wall to see it, and then they burst into cheers. At this moment, they had the hope of defending against the enemy. Everyone's eyes were shining. The alien forces had all arrived. This time, it wasn't just the shadow dogs and the demons, even the vanguard of the army had rushed forward to attack. The people who had just burst out in cheers fell silent for a moment when they saw such a terrifying giant attack the protective shield. They looked out of the valley in a daze. The army's vanguard roared and raised their burning stone fists to smash at the protective shield. The protective shield only let out a faint and drawn-out hum. The ripples that rolled up were slightly larger, but it was not affected in any other way. Yay! The people and soldiers cheered even louder. They were more confident in holding the Valley of Destiny. At that moment, the players who had been fighting outside the valley began to revive in batches. How long can this protective shield last? A voice suddenly came from beside Antonidas. He knew who it was without turning his head. "This is the array I set up in the Valley of Destiny. The price is that it draws the power of the earth, so it can only hold out for an hour. If we encounter an attack that exceeds the defense level, we won't be able to hold out for an hour." Antonidas said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, and then asked, "When did you say the reinforcements would arrive? Do you have any concrete information?" Strong Dragon Soar frowned and shook his head. "There's no news. They should have some understanding of our situation, but the distance to the outer world is a hard journey and won't change according to our will. All we can do is wait." Antonidas took a deep breath and tried to speak in a relaxed tone. "It's fine. We're still here. With the terrain advantage of Indian Valley, we can still hold on." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, and the wind howled. The lightning in the clouds was different from before. This time, it was black lightning spreading. Antonidas looked up, and his expression suddenly became serious. This was a power that made even him tremble. It was faintly discernible, as if it was brewing an apocalypse. The black lightning was still spreading, and its appearance was revealed from the clouds. It was a black new star that fell from the sky, surrounded by black lightning. The new star was falling toward the protective shield of Destiny Valley. The players who were gradually resurrected arrived at the top of the city wall and were dumbfounded by what they saw. This scene is very familiar to Qian. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Someone mumbled. This is the same scene as when the alien planet attacked Wasteland, when War Envoy Gannis appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds turned dark green. Balls of green flames ignited the clouds, and green flames descended from the sky, crashing into the protective shield. 689 The Sky City. Antonidas's expression suddenly became serious. He did not expect the enemy to do this. However, the barrier had already been activated, and the magic circle had been set up beforehand. They were all one-time use items, so even he couldn't channel his mana into them. Boom! 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 Green meteors smashed into the protective shield one after another, creating sparks and spreading sounds that echoed throughout the Valley of Final Death. Every beat was like a heavy drum, beating on people's hearts. The blue protective shield rippled, and the place where the green meteors hit began to crack, like the lines on broken glass. However, these patterns gradually healed under the nourishment of magic power, and they were as new as before. The soldiers and civilians burst into enthusiastic cheers. Every successful interception boosted their confidence. However, those with a little knowledge knew that the situation was bad. Every collision would reduce the mana of the barrier. How long could the barrier last? This was the question in their minds. Strong Dragon Soar clenched his fist, his expression solemn. At least we can survive this wave of surprise attacks. Even if one used their feet to think, they would know that this was not a conventional method of attack. Otherwise, the alien planet would have been able to use this method to bombard Pandora. Now, as long as they could survive this wave of bombing, the enemy would have no means of attacking from the air, and their defense would be more relaxed. Strong Dragon Soar glanced at Antonidas, who had a grave expression on his face. From his expression, he knew that the situation was not optimistic. The green meteors had finished all the bombardment, and the dark cloud-covered sky no longer had the indescribable dark green color. The continuous bombardment just now had left them breathless. However, before they could catch their breath, the black star in the sky slowly descended with black lightning surging around it, as if a superior was preparing to judge everything on this planet. Beads of sweat appeared on Antonidas's forehead. If the protective shield could stop them, then they could still defend. If Black Star were to destroy the protective shield, the next battle would be difficult. However, sometimes things would develop in a direction that one did not want to see. The electric current generated by the Black Star crackled, and the deep darkness seemed to want to tear the space in half. The Black Star descended, and the black violent lightning tore at the protective shield, directly blasting a hole in the blue protective shield. All the people were instantly silenced as they looked at the scene in disbelief. The protective shield that had blocked tens of thousands of alien forces and the bombardment of the meteors was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Black Star. It was easily torn apart. Mana circulated around the barrier in an attempt to heal it, but the healing speed was far slower than the tearing. Soon, a large hole was torn in the shield, and Black Star continued to fall. The magic shield was full of cracks under the attack of the black lightning, and then it burst into flames. It broke into pieces and fell off, like fireworks in the night sky. The soldiers and civilians of the Valley of Death were dumbfounded, and the smiles on their faces gradually stiffened. The protective shield that had blocked so many attacks and protected them could not even withstand a single blow from Black Star and collapsed in an instant. Antonidas seemed to have expected this. He stared at Black Star and asked, "When will the people from Sky City arrive?" Strong Dragon Soar shook his head. "They said that they will be quick. After all, Sky City hasn't moved for many years. The array will consume a lot of energy. However, they know that today is the day to retreat to the Valley of Destiny and attack the army. They will definitely come. No one knew if Antonidas had heard him, but he just stared at Black Star. The protective shield was completely shattered, and the alien army that had been blocked outside the door earlier had now rushed up. They gathered in front of the broken bridge, unable to take a step further. The sound of the shadow dog grinding its teeth, the big stick in the hands of the mutant demon, and the crackling flames on the vanguard of the army could be clearly heard from the top of the city wall. Everyone's focus was on the falling Black Star. It was definitely extremely dangerous to be able to break Antonidas' magic barrier with just black lightning. The alien army standing at the bridgehead began to retreat, leaving the bridgehead empty. Then, they lowered their heads as if they were about to welcome someone. Black Star's lightning surged, and a pair of wings suddenly spread open. The huge wings showed strength, a pair of demonic horns on the pale skin, green void eyes filled with killing intent, and the body was covered in purple and black armor. Its hoof-shaped feet slowly landed on the ground, showing off its domineering aura. The war messenger opened his arms, closed his eyes, and sniffed. Under his terrifying and domineering appearance, there was an indescribable aristocratic behavior. A strong sense of fear and despair, a thin breath of life. What a wonderful combination! Today is destined to be a carnival. The remaining black lightning in the sky was still wandering around. As the war emissary raised his hand, all the black lightning gathered together and burst out energy in his palm. A moment later, it formed a pair of black gloves that covered the war emissary's long claws exquisitely. It was ferocious and terrifying, but also a little strange. Taste destruction. The war envoy's aura rose sharply, and a black hurricane formed around him. Antonidas felt a strong pressure, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Ancestral spirit of the Valley of Death, please grant me strength and bless the human race to survive this crisis. Antonidas muttered. As his clothes fluttered, the space in front of the Valley of Destiny was distorted. This was not some kind of space-time spell, but a wind-type spell. The powerful wind-eye vortex was even to the point of distorting the space of sight. Many wind holes appeared in front of the Valley of Destiny. The wind thorns slowly emerged from the wind holes and aimed at the war envoy. Although the war emissary could see the power of the wind blades, he did not dodge or avoid them. He even said in disdain, "Ant." Countless wind spikes shot out like arrows, and the friction in the air made a sizzling sound as tens of thousands of arrows shot out. The power of destruction. The war envoy clenched his fist, and black lightning rippled out from his body. After the wind thorns encountered the violent black lightning, they instantly disintegrated and disappeared. The destructive black lightning struck the two colossuses and the wall of the mountain pass. Kakat! A huge crack burst out between the two statues, and then, like a building that was about to collapse, they gradually tilted to one side and collapsed. At the same time, the city wall of the mountain pass also collapsed. The huge city wall was struck by the black lightning and immediately collapsed. The 100-meter-tall city tower was on the verge of collapse. The soldiers on the city wall turned pale and thought that they were going to be buried in the ruins by tens of millions of tons of stones. Antonidas could not care less about gasping. He immediately used his magic power to maintain the remaining stones, reassembling them and stabilizing the city wall. The soldiers at the top of the city wall were all lying on the ground, or hugging the pillars or battlements beside them. After a deafening crash, the entire Valley of Destiny's city wall had sunk a dozen meters, but it had also stopped its collapse. The faces of the soldiers and civilians on the city wall turned pale. After the violent fluctuations just now, they all thought that they would not be able to survive this. But now that it had stabilized, other than the city wall sinking, it seemed like nothing had happened. In the first confrontation with the war messenger, Antonidas was at a disadvantage. His tens of thousands of wind thorns were directly shattered by the other party's destructive power, and even the wall of the Valley of Death sank more than 10 meters, reducing the strength of defense and safety. The war emissary who stood at the head of the broken bridge was completely unharmed. "Legendary Great Wizard, how many times can you block my attacks?" the war messenger had a teasing look on his face. The pale-skinned face revealed a sly smile, as if the attack just now was just a small test of his skills. Looking at the war envoy from afar, Antonidas's face was even paler than the war envoy's. Just now, he had controlled tens of thousands of tons of boulders to throw out all the collapsed ones. The remaining ones were laid out in order to ensure the integrity of the walls of Destiny Valley. It had been less than 2 hours since the alien army had chased after the civilians, and Antonidas had been forced to use many large area of effect spells. The consumption and overdraft were astonishing. The war envoy could see that Antonidas was exhausted. If he used a little more strength, he might not even have the strength to stand and stare at him. At that time, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight, and he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Antonidas could tell what the war envoy was thinking, but he was the leader of the Pandora human race. How could he admit defeat so easily? I can take on 10 people like you. Antonidas grinned, as if he didn't take the war envoy seriously. These obscenities were all from being with the Flying Dragon Special Forces for a long time, and they were all used to mock him now. The war emissary flew into a rage upon hearing this. The lightning on his black gloves surged again, and it was clear that he was going to use the same move to attack again. Strong Dragon Source jaw almost dropped to the ground. Again. Shouldn't such a terrifying skill be a high-level skill? How could he use it again after using it? This was too ridiculous. Even Antonidas felt as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. He could block it again this time, but after this, he would really be an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no more noise on the battlefield, only the high-frequency vibration of the black lightning. The Warbringer's eyes were filled with fervor, as if he could already see the army charging into the Valley of Destiny and killing the last humans. Let the city walls that protect you become the cornerstone of the alien planet's final attack. Antonidas suddenly realized what the war messenger meant by bringing down the 2 colossi. They relied on the colossuses and the stones from the collapsed city wall to fill the hole between the Valley of Final Destination and the broken bridge, thus allowing the alien army to successfully cross the obstacles and enter the Valley of Final Destination. However, at this moment, the other party was about to accumulate power. His primary task was to protect the city wall and not fall. As for other things, he had no time to think about them. At this moment, a surge of magic power suddenly appeared in the sky. Antonidas and Strong Dragon Soar felt the familiar surge of magic power and immediately revealed a happy expression. Sky City's rescue had arrived. The next second, a white light flashed past, and a floating city suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it had been pulled out of an air vortex. The entire floating city was magnificent and magnificent. The buildings were beautiful and beautiful. Floating in the air, it emitted a kind of radiance. Even the dark clouds in the sky were slightly dispersed. When the soldiers and civilians on the city wall saw the floating city, they were ecstatic. It's Sky City. The people from the Academy of Magic have come to our aid. With Sky City here, they would have a helper, and they would be more confident in dealing with the alien planet. Gamish saw the situation outside through the round magic mirror. The alien invaders and the humans led by Antonidas had already engaged in a great battle in the Valley of Destiny. Even the 2 colossi had been defeated, and the air was filled with the aftermath of violent energy. It seems that I came at the right time. After Gamish finished speaking, he immediately controlled the Sky City to launch a counterattack. Now, let's see Pandora's true strength. In the central square of Sky City, 12 great mages activated the array together. The magic crystal runes at the bottom of the floating city lit up one by one, and in the center of the magic crystal runes was a huge magic cannon. Mana gathered, and the power of the cannons grew. They're finally out, the war messenger said, grinning. It's not in vain that Sir Abu assigned 2 commanders. The war messenger ignored the magic cannons that were gradually charging up and continued to charge up in preparation to destroy the city. Antonidas saw that the other party did not care about the magic cannon above his head. He frowned and became suspicious. Even a foreign warbringer would be blown to bits by a magic cannon of this level. The war messenger was the highest commander of an alien invasion. If he died, the others would scatter. This was what Antonidas had heard from the soaring dragon. He said it was his experience in the wasteland. So now that this war envoy was standing in the same place so suddenly, this matter was worth pondering. But the next second, Antonidas knew the reason. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and black lightning flashed again. In response, green flames once again appeared above the dark clouds. Seeing this, Antonidas immediately used magic to communicate with Gamish in the Sky City. Gamish, don't charge. Take the floating city and leave, quickly. The war emissary revealed his white teeth and looked at the Valley of Destiny and the floating city above him. Antonidas, what will you choose? It was to protect the floating city so that the thousands of humans in the Valley of Destiny could eat this attack. Or was it for the sake of the human race, allowing the floating city, which was the only support they could provide, to withstand the impact? I'm looking forward to your choice. Everyone in the valley clenched their fists. This was an open scheme from head to toe, whether to sacrifice the war chariot to protect the general or to sacrifice the general to protect the war chariot. No matter what, the humans who chose Pandora would have to cut off one of their arms. Antonidas's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth. Don't worry, said Gamish with a chuckle. I'll make the choice for you. Continue to maintain the array and blow him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Gamish began to cast another spell. All the apprentices, mages, archmages, and even the scrolls and books in the library were teleported to the Valley of Death one by one. Gamish was maintaining the magic circle by himself, and the magic power in his body was quickly drained. The black star and the green meteor in the sky quickly smashed toward the floating city. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 690. There is no hope or turnaround. The fire meteor of the Legion Vanguard and the black star of the War Messenger slammed into the Sky City together. This place, regarded by all Pandoras as the highest hall of magic, was instantly surrounded by war. The towering magic tower was cut off, row upon row of buildings collapsed, and all the destruction appeared in front of everyone, as if crushing a camel. The last straw. I thought that the arrival of Sky City would change the situation, but before Sky City could really make a difference, the opponent took out another whole card, which directly abolished Pandora's few hopes. The war envoy looked at the energy-storing magic cannon, with a hideous expression on his face. Even at this juncture, don't you retreat? Gamish, you are really the hardest archmage I have ever seen. The war envoys have traversed many magical planets, but in front of him, the Dean of the Sky City Magic Academy, Gamish, in this case, he still doesn't evade. The determination to trade death for injury is really amazing. When the war messenger saw the opponent's ambition, he had to change the target of the power of destruction from the wall of the Indian Valley to the magic cannon above his head. As the Sky City collapsed, the floating monorunes in the floating city failed, and the Sky City cracked into countless huge stones falling from the sky. At the last moment of the collapse of Sky City, a thick magic cannon shot out, and for a time the entire Endyan Valley was shrouded in purple light. The black electric current on the ground flowed upstream, facing the magic cannon. The two energies collided together, and the magic cannon, which gathered all the magic power of several archmages and Dean Gamish, was obviously more powerful, suppressing the black light infinitely. The straight spine of the war ambassador was beginning to bend, and the whole person was struggling to support under the magic cannon. Everyone was watching this scene before him. Now that Sky City was gone, Gamish resolutely dedicated himself to wanting to exchange with the war messenger. Only by killing one of the war messengers would his sacrifice be meaningful. The wings of the war envoys were bent, and a lot of blood leaked from the teeth, and even the wings were broken in many places, very embarrassed. Especially the hoof-shaped feet are already sinking under the broken bridge at this moment, and the dense cracks and sunken footprints all around prove how much pressure he is now under. At this moment, the Sky City completely collapsed, and the magic circle and magic cannon below were pierced by a black lightning from top to bottom, and shattered with a bang. It turned out that another war messenger used the power of destruction in the Sky City, directly destroying the core of the magic circle and the magic cannon. The magic cannon with strong suppressing force had no energy supply, and it stopped abruptly. The terrifying pressure on the whole body disappeared suddenly, and the war envoy opened his mouth with a grinning grin, his lips and teeth stained with blood, looking hideous and terrifying. "Very good, Gamish, I would like to call you the strongest mage among the dozens of planets I have conquered. The war envoy has also conquered many planets, but he is the only one who can make him so embarrassed. For such a ruthless man who would rather sacrifice himself to fire this magic cannon, even the opponent's war envoys admired him. But you alone can't stop the expansive alien journey." With a domineering declaration, the upper and lower black lightning converged, and the entire falling Sky City instantly shattered into countless small stones, like a rain of stones falling from the sky. The huge Sky City fell apart and disappeared. At the same time, a wave of magical power emerged on the walls of the Endyan Valley. It turned out that at the last moment when Sky City was turned into powder, Antonidas teleported to Sky City to take away the depleted Gamish at the last moment. The smile on the corner of the war messenger's mouth solidified, because he found that there was no corpse of Archmage Gamish in the remains of Sky City, and a familiar wave of magical power appeared on the wall. "Very well, wasting magical power to save an Archmage who didn't help. Next, let's see how you face the offensive of the alien army." As soon as the voice of the war envoy fell, another war envoy fell from the sky with huge wings. In order to be foolproof in this attack, so as not to commit the situation of saving grandfather from the last attack on the wasteland gourd baby, this time the alien legion adjutant Abuza directly arranged for two war envoys to be on the stage at the same time, trying to directly remove all obstacles to Pandora. The last time the wasteland Dolu and Ganis lost because of a power struggle. So this time in Vormer's base camp, Abuza repeatedly urged that if they fail because of internal fighting this time, they won't have to come back. At this time, everyone on the city wall saw that the falling fragments in the sky filled the gap between the broken bridge and the Valley of the End. Although it is not a flat river, but facing the city wall that has fallen in height, it can truly be handed over shortly. The two war ambassadors stood side by side, looking at the people in Indian Valley who were frightened. "Next, enjoy the last moments of your lives." The war messenger waved his hand, and groups of shadow dogs, alien demons, sinking demons, banshee and legion pioneers all swarmed up behind him. Everyone knows that this will be a battle with no retreat. At the same time, in the universe, outside the porthole of the mechanical fortress cockpit, a planet shining with purple glow energy gradually enlarged in the distance. "Head of State, we are already over Pandora, please give follow-up instructions." Helen came to Link and asked for instructions. At the same time, 3 Sky-Eye satellites were released from the mechanical fortress and quickly entered Pandora's orbit to start work. The first-hand information came afterwards. Link knows exactly what happened to Pandora through the forum. Now the battle has entered a white-hot stage. The aliens launched an attack on the Indian Valley. The outermost wall has been opened with a hole, and the two sides have started a hand-to-hand battle. 2 Pandora stars are rich in mages, and their melee combat skills are very poor. One can imagine what the situation of the handover between the two sides will be. The head of state, the Sky-Eye satellite has been put into use, and it is found that the two sides are engaged in a war in the valley. The alien star has the advantage, and the advantage will continue to expand. The news from Troy was sent immediately. Link looked at the various videos and photos taken by the satellite on the console, and then asked, "Have you mastered the specific location of the alien forge camp?" "I have mastered it. There are 3 magic casting camps in Pandora. They are..." As the top view of the 3 magic casting camps appeared in front of him, Link saw that the 3 magic casting camps were completely empty, and only a small number of alien mechanics were still maintaining. Link couldn't help but smile. How could such a good opportunity be let go? All alien portals of Pandora are in the Forge Camp. Once the Forge Camp is destroyed, it is equivalent to breaking the alien's back. How could Link let go of the chance to hit the dog? Last time in the wasteland, the two generals and countless members of the aliens were killed and the aliens were severely damaged. This time in Pandora, we still let the aliens go and never return. Link's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he arranged, Helen, you drive a pirate ship to capture the Forge Camp in the West End, is it okay? Helen looked ecstatic and clapped his hands, no problem. Since the last time I replaced the pirate ship with a new weapon, I haven't had a chance to experiment. This time I just practiced with an alien, and I didn't even need to pay attention to the scale. It could not be better. Link saw Helen's expression as if he saw a ghost. Obediently, Helen's ecstatic expression has become more and more like the mechanical goddess back then. And Link has seen the same smile on two people. One is Grace, the Banshee King who got alchemy equipment or pointed by herself. The other is Miranda, the national baby who got a doll toy. Then Link looked to the other side, Dave, later you will control the transport ship and bring Yazhiza to attack the Eastern Forge Camp. Is there any problem? Dave nodded firmly. Alien is the enemy of the wasteland. Now that the head of state can hand over the transport ship to him, it is his great trust in him. Moreover, the transport ship has undergone many transformations by himself and Helen, and now has a good offensive capability. Coupled with the terrifying ability of Subsico, isn't it easy to catch the demon forging camp that is unable to fight back? Helen couldn't help asking, the Führer, where is the last largest northern magic forging camp? Of course Link could hear that Helen definitely didn't know, but was thinking about the possibility of driving the pirate ship to give up the two forging camps. Of course, how could such an understanding leader like Link easily let his subordinates go smoothly? He flicked Helen's head and said with a smile, what do you think? Have you forgotten the story of Kongrong Rangli that I told you before? The biggest camp for magic is of course left to me. Helen clutched her forehead, crying. Sure enough, she was still lucky. After the task was assigned, everyone was very excited. They traveled hundreds of millions of miles and crossed many galaxies just to find aliens, and then offered a revenge in the wasteland style to let the aliens know the price of daring to invade the wasteland. Now the enemy is in front of him, and he is all ready to wipe out Pandora's remnants. It happens that the rear defense is empty and unprepared. If this kind of advantage is not taken, it is not called Link. After sweeping the Demon Forge camp, head to the Indian Valley at full speed to help the people of Pandora Star. The tone of every task that Link released was sonorous and powerful, and the members who accepted the task did not hesitate to take the task. Before the change, everyone would still consider whether they could defeat the alien star, but the mechanical fortress had been traveling in the universe for more than a month, and outside of the pirate ship, ZD Predator, also searched for the knowledge and weapons in the mercenary warship transport ship to arm itself. In terms of science and technology, there are two new stars, Helen and Max, and it can be said that Link's least worry is the future technological development of Wasteland. Having two potential stocks is equivalent to owning the future. The mechanical fortress entered the Pandora Star orbit, and the pirate ship and the transport ship sailed out of the mooring port in turn. Each entered the downward orbit, and headed for the cast magic camp on the ground. Pandora's people have been slaughtered by foreign stars, and the only one left is lingering in the Indian Valley, and it seems that it will not last long. All the members of the Alien Legion pushed forward, and there were only alien mechanics who maintained equipment and camps in the rear. Then Link looked at everyone in the expeditionary army in the hall. These people had already stared at them, wishing to eat their flesh, and were ready for land combat. I know you can't hold back anymore, sharpening your knives. After the bombing of the Forge camp, we will directly land on the surface and engage in close combat with aliens. The soundworms that were distributed to you have already been received, right? Everyone must act in accordance with the formation instructions to minimize casualties. The dimension code fluttered its wings and came to Link's side, Führer, this kind of big scene, they have all gone, I also want to see the world. The dimensional code licking his face sounded like an treacherous official, but Link still declined its request. If you want to go out, it's okay. First, ask the scarlet meow on your head whether you agree or disagree. After all, you two are now one. I have always been democratic in such matters and I will never engage in dictatorship. After Link finished speaking, he entered the Swarm Commander mode to control Scarlet Meow twice, and shook his head, indicating that he was extremely resistant to going out. The dimensional code of law fluttered its cover, and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, I can't go out, don't scratch the spine of my book, just take it easy, it's going to break." The macaw on the side glanced at the dimensional code, and murmured in a low voice to the horizontal eyebrows, "Noisy." Then he turned his head and said to the silver hand on the side, "After we get down, let's leave them alone, just pick up the big ones." Kill. The silver hand made an OK gesture, indicating that he was about to rust in the mechanical fortress. In the first wave of battle with the interstellar predators, he and the macaw hid in the cargo box and missed it perfectly. The second time Slaven Star, the protagonist is a stranger, there is no room for him to play. This time I finally met the alien cubs, and I couldn't relax my muscles and do a great job. After all, no one knows when the next battle will be after this time, and how long will it take to wait. Link looked at the porthole, and the scene outside the porthole had changed from space to the vision of Pandora's star. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, everyone is ready. Let the aliens feel our enthusiasm." Link put on the combat uniform. The demonized symbiote dyed the combat uniform into void purple, and put on all kinds of weapons and equipment, fully armed, and then sat in the master position of the control room of the mechanical giant, like an emperor enthroned. At the same time, Link's heart moved, and the 9-striped dragon appeared in front of Link. 9-patterned dragon, UU reading www.uuganshu.com is ready, it's about to start. Ready anytime. Link nodded slightly, and the 9-patterned dragon merged with the mechanical fortress, and the console in front of him immediately gave birth to many dragon thorns, which looked hideous and domineering. Quite a few keel bones appeared on the outer body of the mechanical fortress, meandering and extending, forming a skull dragon. Compared with the previous transformation, this time the appearance of the Black Throne has been enhanced a lot. Just the number of Chinook cannons that scared the interstellar predators had expanded from 3 to 12. There are also piercing Chinook cannons formed using the unique energy of the violet stone. One shot can even blast through a large mountain, even if it is hidden underground or deep in the mountains. Once it is locked, it is difficult to escape. Headed by the Black Throne, pirate ships of predators and transport ships are supplemented. When the 3 ships appeared above their respective casting demon camps, the casting demon camps in the camp raised their heads in amazement, staring dumbly at the oppressive grandeur of the sky. Now, attack! 691 The power to suppress all living beings. As soon as Link gave the order to attack, the 3 spaceships began to bombard the demonic forgers' camp. There were many offensive weapons on the pirate ship, and after Helen's magic modification, it could be said that almost all the sides were equipped with weapons. The conventional artillery weapons, the violet stone energy cannon, and the electromagnetic cannon jointly developed by Helen and Max all made their first appearances in the battle. In the last battle with the Galactic Raiders, the mechanical fortress was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. When it got close, it transformed into Black Throne mode and fired a Chinook cannon at the entire battlefield. This caused the mechanical fortress's normal weapons to have no room to display their power. Helen could also tell that the mechanical fortress was just for show, and its main purpose was to fish for those lustful fools. Therefore, Helen decisively changed the focus of her work and focused on the pirate ship, which indeed achieved some results. Now, the conventional cannons were like heavenly fire washing over the earth. Every shot from the purple impaling energy cannon could accurately blow the buildings in the demon forgers' camp to pieces even if some alien technicians ran into the caves to hide, they would not be able to escape the baptism of the impaling energy cannon. The electromagnetic cannon was responsible for fixed targets. After the power was accumulated, the cannon circle turned red, and then an electromagnetic beam as thick as a bucket shot out. Even the ground was dyed red, and the stones were burned red, showing signs of turning into lava. The huge demonic forgers' camp had no room to fight back in front of the pirate ship. The alien technicians were beaten into a run, and the magnificent demonic foundry was reduced to ruins in a sea of fire. The teleportation gate in the camp, which was a pillar of light that shot into the sky, also collapsed under the intense bombardment. The light pillar shrank and disappeared, and the entire teleportation gate that provided energy was completely reduced to ruins. The alien army that remained on planet Pandora had no chance of returning. If the alien planet looked like doomsday to other planets, then Link and the Wasteland Expeditionary Force were. The same thing was happening in another camp of the Devil Forgers. Although the transport ship did not have as much firepower as the pirate ship, they still had another powerful weapon, Yujiko. Yujiko's destructive power was not any lower than Helen's modified weapons, especially at the offensive end. It used particle blockade and energy level interference to trigger a series of chain reactions in the Demon Forger camp. With the help of the sparks and shock waves launched by the carrier's cannons, the series of explosions were even more powerful, like firecrackers that were lit up one after another. In the process, Masako could use her ability to absorb energy, absorbing the shock waves, energy waves, and explosive waves. As a result, a strange scene appeared in the demonic forger's camp. The flames, shock waves, and smoke caused by the explosions were usually absorbed before they spread out much. The scene looked as if it had been played backward. The scattered flames gradually receded, and the spreading shock waves were also forcibly pulled back. Even the sound did not reach the ears of everyone. Everything was like a silent film, playing out in silence. On the other hand, the situation on the Black Throne's side was much calmer. 5 spiritual energy cannons were aimed at the Demon Forger's camp. When the 5 green energy beams landed on the camp, spiritual energy immediately spread out like radiation, and the alien technicians and buildings around were all turned into dust and disappeared. There was no dodging, no shouting, and no chaos. While the alien technician was still in shock, the 5 spirit energy cannons had finished the battle with ease. When the Black Throne streaked across the sky above the demonic forger's camp, there were almost no traces of the existence of the alien planet, except for the scorched earth on the ground. The players and the expeditionary force on the Black Throne, as well as the newly joined Slivan resistance, were dumbfounded as they watched the ordinary mechanical fortress enter the Black Throne form and display such terrifying destructive power. This was especially true for the players. They had experienced the battle with the alien planet on the wasteland. At that time, Link had a difficult time without fighting. However, now that they were sitting on the Black Throne, the alien enemies that had made them suffer unspeakably in the past were now fleeing in a sorry state. They were even annihilated by a few spiritual energy cannons, as if the higher dimension was mercilessly crushing the lower dimension. That's ridiculous. Previously, we were forced to flee by the alien planet. It took us a lot of effort to drive the alien planet away from the wasteland and eradicate the Demon Forger's camp. But now, it's been solved so easily. The players didn't seem to have completely changed their attitudes, especially when they finally had a clear understanding of the power of the Chinook cannon. The last time, he had only used a power sail. This time, he had raised the camp to the ground. The players' impression of him was on a completely different level. The Sliwan resistance army, who had come up from the middle, were even more dumbfounded. They had thought that the mechanical fortress was beyond their imagination, but after seeing the Black Throne transformed from the mechanical fortress, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This was especially so when they saw the huge demonic foundry camp disappear after a few spiritual power cannons were fired. There was not a single trace of its existence. This made them think that if this thing was used to bombard the capital city of Slywin, there would probably be no evidence that the capital city had once existed. Head of State, the demonic forger's camp has been destroyed. Head of State, it's the same here. By the time Helen and Dave's reports came back, the Black Throne had already left the demonic forge camp and continued to head north toward the Valley of Destiny. Troy, share the coordinates of the Black Throne. Helen, Dave, you guys take control of the 2 ships and follow. The 3 demonic forgers' camps had been completely destroyed, and the portal had fallen apart. Even on planet Wamir, it was extremely difficult to repair the portal. Furthermore, the 3 spaceships' attack on the demon forgers' camp was devastating. They did not have time to react at all. Therefore, the alien army at the front line had no idea that their base had been razed to the ground. Link was very curious now. What kind of expression would the alien army have when they saw him? When we reach the designated location, the spaceship will stop. The rest of you, follow me down to face the enemy. All right. The crowd behind him raised their arms and shouted in unison, their emotions stirred. Link could understand. These people had been cooped up for 2 months and rarely interacted with outsiders in the mechanical fortress. Although Penny had arranged many social events and events, 2 months would be annoying. Last time, the players had a good time on planet Slywin. This time, they had to let the expeditionary army vent their anger. Even Link himself was eager to give it a try after the upgrade. He was curious to see how it would be if he faced the War Messenger again after the upgrade in strength and equipment. The Valley of Endlessness. The walls of the Valley of Destiny had been completely destroyed, and the alien army swarmed forward. Due to the extremely high drop in height, the roads and buildings in the valley were all in a spiral shape. Such a unique structure had delayed the enemy's attack to a certain extent. The citizens of Pandora created many obstacles on the spiral staircase-like road, and some even dug and broke the road. However, these methods could only delay the alien planet's advance, not completely stop its attack. In such a complex alley, the Shadow Hounds, the demonic creatures and the Fallen were much more useful. The Shadow Dog was small in size and moved fast, and it came out from all kinds of corners to launch a sneak attack. Mutant demons had the ability to advance and set up time barriers. Once trapped in a small space, it was equivalent to a death sentence. The Fallen, or Little Ghosts, were a type of long-range attack unit. They let out all kinds of meaningless screams, which made people upset. His signature move was to summon fierce fire from another dimension to attack. The vanguards of the army with huge bodies could only tear down the walls outside. Not only would they block themselves when they came to the alleys, but they would also block the other units of the army. Because of the brutal battle, the veranda had long been dyed red with blood. In the face of the alien planet's brutal attack, no one thought about what would happen if they survived. They only thought about how they could take away a few alien bastards before they died. In the current situation, the Pandora's humans had no chance of winning. Now, even the old, the weak, the women, and the children had been given weapons. In the face of an alien planet that was about to completely exterminate them, the only thing they could do was to pick up their weapons and fight back. On the plains of the Valley of Destiny, Antonidas was fighting with the War Messenger. The original purpose of Antonidas's teleportation was to stop a large number of alien armies and war emissaries by himself. However, he had underestimated the strength of the War Messengers. He was in a stalemate with the War Messengers and was unable to stop the army. As for the other War Messenger, Gamish, the president of the Magic Academy of Sky City, who had just recovered a little, and several other archmages joined forces to deal with him. Antonidas was panting. His magic power was on the verge of collapse. He had just been awakened for the last time, and there was no way for him to recover his magic power. If he couldn't kill the war emissary in a limited time, then he would be crushed to death by the war emissary with one hand. He turned around and looked at the Valley of Destiny. The cries and screams, as well as the monstrous killing intent, made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. "You're still distracted while fighting me. It seems that I haven't given you enough pressure, Great Mage." The last 3 words of the war messenger were said in a joking tone. It was obvious that Antonidas was weak in reality and did not have much mana left. Antonidas's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He still had a trump card. If he really couldn't do it, he could still drag the war envoy to self-destruct at the last moment. However, he wouldn't be able to keep his promise and protect her until the last moment. The gentleness in Antonidas's eyes flashed for a moment, and then it was replaced with an extremely firm expression. The war messenger tried to win him over with a teasing tone. Such a weak planet is not worth the protection of a great mage like you. You can have a brighter future, go on expeditions with other planets, see more magnificent sights, and pursue more profound magic and spells. Why should you invest in this group of people with low vitality and no future? The alien planet has conquered hundreds and thousands of planets. Ciphertexts, magic, arcana, magic circles, and countless knowledge are as vast as the universe. If you don't like to fight, you can also do your research in the rear. All the resources on the alien planet will be open to you. You'll be able to acquire the knowledge of hundreds of civilizations here in Wamel. The war messenger began to rope in Antonidas. Such an archmage was rare on other planets. There were actually 2 of them in Pandora. If he could rope them in, they would definitely become the backbone of the alien planet in the future. Especially now that the alien planet had suffered a crushing defeat on the wasteland, losing 2 of its war messengers. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. Because of the wasteland, a series of chain effects were triggered, causing the alien planet to be at a disadvantage in the battle between the Fandi system and the First Order, suffering heavy losses. If he could get 2 more powerful members to fill in the vacancy of the war messenger, he would definitely be rewarded by Sir Abu Muslim. You destroyed my home and killed my compatriots, and now you want me to work for you. Antonidas's eyes suddenly turned ferocious, and his magic power surged. The blue magic power was mixed with red, and the whole magic flame was dyed purple. This was a forbidden technique that burned one's life in exchange for power. Listen up, this is my answer to you. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning suddenly appeared in Antonidas' hand. They quickly merged into one and formed a chaos. The warbringer stopped underestimating him. He had a feeling that this would be Antonidas' strongest attack. Shattered soul. The war messenger pointed at Antonidas, and an indescribable curse fell on Antonidas without any warning, instantly weakening him. Even the power of chaos in his hand was visibly weakened. But even so, the war envoy did not dare to underestimate him. Tulu and Gannis' deaths were partly due to underestimating Link. He would not make the same mistake again. Just as the 2 of them got into formation and were about to fight to the death, a strong roar that tore through the air suddenly came from the sky. Then, behind the hill on the horizon, a huge and terrifying shadow appeared. The Black Throne, wrapped in ferocious dragon bones, slowly appeared. It had an oppressive aura, like an ancient beast. In an instant, the war emissaries who had been talking about the great cause of the planet and Antonidas who had been protecting the human race were as small as ants in front of the Black Throne. Dragon bones were one of the most precious resources in the universe. Even the war emissaries who had traveled to hundreds of planets had only had a glimpse of it. However, the Black Throne in front of them was covered in dragon bones, and it exuded the pressure of an ancient dragon and the demonic aura unique to bone dragons. It was frightening. Antonidas only knew a few words about dragon bones, a top magic material, from ancient books. Just a small detail the size of a finger could cause a battle between peak great wizards. However, after seeing the Black Throne in front of him, Antonidas was completely defeated. This kind of wealth was beyond imagination, and it was simply a dimension-lowering attack. To use dragon bones as the external material of a giant spaceship was beyond his knowledge. The 2 parties who were prepared to fight to the death suddenly froze on the plain, dumbfounded. Through the Black Throne's monitor, Link saw planet Pandora's savior, Antonidas, as well as the war messenger with a pair of meaty wings. Link walked past the 2 and looked at the fallen Valley of Destiny. He crossed his legs elegantly and rested his chin on his hand. He had made an important decision. 9 Patterned Dragon, why don't we take a walk first? 692 Beating up in all aspects. The shadow of the Black Throne gradually spread, shrouding Antonidas and the war envoy. The sound of air being torn apart completely disappeared at this moment. The huge thing above them suddenly became silent, but it gave off an even more dangerous feeling. The beast was quiet, not because it was resting, but because it was ready to hunt. The Black Throne hovered above their heads, and its huge black shadow gradually covered the sky above the Valley of Destiny, blocking most of the sunlight. The alien army, which was enjoying the pleasure of killing, suddenly felt the color of the sky rapidly darken. They couldn't help but turn back to look. However, this glance almost sent them away. In the sky, a huge object covered the sky and the sun. The entire Black Throne was wrapped in dragon bones, giving off an indescribable majesty and dominance. Faint chinic energy formed the head and wings of the dragon, giving off a profound and unfathomable feeling. Even the sky city that had appeared above the Valley of Destiny was like a tiny toy in front of the Black Throne. These alien armies had followed the footsteps of the war messengers and fought wars everywhere. They had seen many large-scale planets and had also fought with the First Order on some desolate planets. However, they had never seen a spaceship of this scale before. It gave off the feeling of a high-dimensional civilization patrolling. In the face of the Black Throne, all battles and disputes seemed to have lost their meaning. Be it Pandora or the alien planet, they were just living creatures observed by the higher dimensional civilizations, just like how they lowered their heads to look at ants migrating, without any emotions. All the alien army creatures stopped fighting, feeling the overwhelming solemnness and pressure. The despairing remnants of Pandora were also stunned by the magnificent scene in front of them. In their original impression, Sky City was already a miracle of Pandora, and the most spectacular scene they could imagine and see was the Sky City. It was also the dream of countless mages. However, the huge monastic robe in front of them was an indescribable object. It had completely broken the boundaries of their imagination and was constantly impacting their knowledge and common sense. Just the appearance of the Black Throne and the lack of any movement had already caused the two sides, who were in a frenzy, to stop fighting. They were both amazed by the magnificence of the advanced civilization. When Gamish and the other archmages of Sky City saw it, they could not help but make the most solemn hand seals and look up at this unimaginable creation. If the applause was a grand entrance, then the extreme silence was the grandest welcome. After a moment of silence, the Pandora players began to cheer. It's in the shape of a bone dragon. This is the Black Throne. Strong dragon source eyes were overflowing with excitement and they were shining. *CK, I've heard on the forums that the mech fortress has a second form. One shot in space was enough to kill the aliens. At that time, because the players were inside the fortress, there were only sporadic screenshots and videos from the porthole view, and they could only get a glimpse of the Black Panther throne. However, this dragon bone is enough to prove his identity. He is our reinforcement, the king of the wasteland, Link. The players of Pandora were excited, but there were also many who felt bitter. It was clearly a novice planet, so how could players from the wasteland sit in a spaceship of this scale and travel to the star system to rescue Pandora? And now, they were even being looked down upon from above. Was this the difference in strength between the players? No, this was simply the difference between the main characters of the planet. My God, my first thought was that a higher dimension civilization would send a mechanical deity to save us. I didn't expect it to be Lynx. The flying dragon excitedly ran to a higher place and shouted at Antonidas, who was confronting the war messenger on the plains, Olden, the reinforcements from the wasteland have arrived. We're saved. Antonidas trembled when he heard the word wasteland. The huge object above them was actually the wasteland flying device that the flying dragon's soar had mentioned. No matter how one looked at it, it should be the product of an advanced civilization and not the planet that had just started like Pandora had mentioned. However, Antonidas was overjoyed. He had heard a thing or two about the grudge between the wasteland and the alien planet from the soaring dragon. Now that the wasteland had brought such a powerful aircraft to the planet, the alien planet would not have a good time. There was hope for Pandora. The war messenger, who was opposite Antonidas, heard the word wasteland and his expression visibly changed. Impossible, this can't be an aircraft from the wasteland. The wasteland doesn't have the ability to build such a large aircraft. The warbringer denied vehemently. After all, even alien civilizations did not have the ability to build such a large aircraft. Even the First Order, the nemesis of the alien planet, had never controlled such a super-large aircraft, not to mention the fact that it was covered with so many dragon bones. This was a large machine that could only be built by an advanced civilization. The wasteland was just an ant. How could it have power that surpassed an alien planet? Furthermore, Pandora was so far away from the wasteland, and it would take several galaxies to cross. How could the wasteland chase them all the way here? This was impossible. Just as everyone was looking at the black throne hovering in the air, the cannon on the black throne began to slowly turn, aiming at the collapsed wall of the Valley of Destiny. Everyone could not help but be stunned. They could not guess the black throne's purpose and intention. In the next second, a spiritual energy cannon was fired from the dragon bone cannon without warning. The green energy beam accurately hit the alien army in front of the collapsed ruins. Under the green Chinook energy, the alien shadow hounds, the otherworldly demons, the fallen, the banshees, the army vanguards, and the terrorist all evaporated into thin air after a flash of light, not leaving even a trace behind. Below the ruins of the Valley of Destiny, 100-meter-wide vacuum had formed. There was not a single alien army member in the area. It was as if the army that had crowded the area earlier had not existed. The power of a single shot was terrifying. There were at least 20 to 30 such dragon bone cannons on the Black Throne, and the one just now was the most ordinary one. The other dragon bone cannons had larger calibers and more ferocious shapes. It was hard to imagine what kind of effects such attacks would have if they were all released at the same time. However, there was no doubt that if they really went all out, the alien and Pandora survivors would definitely not be able to escape death. The warbringer was dumbfounded. If a few more attacks of this level were to come, their entire alien army would be annihilated. Antonidas's expression was not any different. The alien army that they had spent so much effort and blood to deal with had been annihilated by a simple Chinook cannon shot from the Black Throne. Not even ashes were left. When the Pandora survivors and players saw this scene from above, they couldn't help but gulp. The alien army, which they regarded as a scourge, was easily destroyed in the eyes of the Black Throne. The players were dumbfounded. Not only was the Black Throne huge, but a warship was even larger than the entire Valley of Destiny. One could imagine how many people it could hold. In terms of attack power, it was outrageous. They had spent half a day to kill a few alien soldiers, but the Black Throne's cannon had killed more than all of them combined. Even if the Black Throne attacked without saying a word, as the highest-ranking commander on the battlefield on planet Pandora, the war emissary didn't dare to give any orders to attack. They were on completely different levels. How could he attack? Link watched as the Black Throne resolved the battle between Pandora and the alien planet with a simple move. He let out a breath and said, "AI, it's really a Dugakaubai." He didn't even give the Black Throne a chance to display her abilities. If she doesn't even counterattack, what reason do I have to continue attacking? If I had known earlier, I would have appeared in the form of a mechanical fortress. I was too careless, too careless. The macaw, Silver Hand, and the rest of the core members' mouths twitched when they heard Link's Versailles speech. Silver Hand clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, he got it. Link stood up, holding the force field scepter in his hand. He wore a short cape on the back of his black and gold combat uniform, which added a bit of valiance to his imposing aura. Is everyone ready? These short 7 words made everyone's blood boil. The macaw, Silver Hand, Wasteland Expeditionary Force, and the players were all excited. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I'm ready. I can't wait. I'll let the alien bastard see how powerful I am now. For the Wasteland players, today was definitely a day of glory. Before this, they were all novice planets that had started out at the same time, but now, they had traveled millions of miles and crossed several star systems to Pandora just to help Pandora expel the foreign planets. What kind of humanitarian spirit was this? It was precisely because of this that they had a good reason to do so, and they felt a sense of superiority when facing the Pandora players. In the past, they had fought with the players of Pandora and Victoria City on the forum. Now, they had the opportunity to meet them in person and show off. Since you're all ready, head to the teleportation hall. Under Link's command, everyone headed to the teleportation hall in an orderly manner. On the way, the macaw used its wing to poke the silver hand, indicating for him to look to the side. In the team of the Moon Shadow Council, other than the Fifth Elder, Bomb Chicken, and a group of elites, the War Steel Ancient Tree was also present. Old Tai, you're going down too? The macaw couldn't help asking. The ancient War Steel Tree slowly turned its head and looked at the macaw. Foreign planets invaded the wasteland and destroyed my home. As an ancient tree of war, I didn't have the chance to fight in the wasteland, so I have to make up for it in Pandora. After the ancient War Steel Tree finished, it added, even the ancient tree of miracle share. Even the War Steel Ancient Tree had appeared. This time, the alien grandsons would have a good time. The macaw and the silver hand winked and grimaced. This was going to be a good show. The ancient war tree's flood of steel was spectacular. Once it was released, it was a large-scale control skill. In the past, the macaw had found out about it when it was chatting with the ancient tree of war, but it had never seen him use this skill. Now that he finally had the chance to see it, of course, he was extremely excited. Just as both parties in the Valley of Destiny were still in a daze, an extremely thick golden light suddenly appeared under the Black Throne. It shot out from the spaceship and enveloped a large piece of the plane. When the golden light faded, the plane was suddenly filled with densely packed, fully armed people. The person in the lead held a scepter and wore a combat uniform. He had a warm smile on his face, which made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. When the players in the Valley of Destiny saw this familiar stranger, they could not help but scream. Link, it's true. It's Link. I've finally seen him with my own eyes. He's too handsome, and his king's aura is unparalleled. This is what AF*ing Big Shot is like. Even the Flying Dragon Special Forces, which had the best relationship with Antonidas, had to admit that Link was way better than Antonidas in terms of royal aura. You're asking about strength? Flying Dragon looked up at the black throne that covered the sky. What the F***ck was there to compete with? Hearing the players calling out Link over and over again, the War Messenger's mind crumbled. Wasn't Link far away in the wasteland? Why did he suddenly come to Pandora? The War Messenger's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He understood. A scheme, this was definitely a scheme. When the alien planet invaded the wasteland, it was summoned and attacked the wasteland. Although they had won many times in the beginning, they fell into a quagmire and were eventually driven out of the wasteland by the wasteland tribe led by Link. They suffered heavy losses. After this experience, the foreign planet was replaced with wasteland PTSD. The invasion of other planets was afraid that it was a trap set by the First Order. Thus, when they attacked Pandora, the alien planet was like a scumbag. They didn't go in and tried all kinds of ways. It was only when all the territories of Pandora fell and only the last group of human survivors was left that the alien planet believed that this wasn't a conspiracy. Thus, they launched a huge battle to take down Pandora and supply resources to the front line. But who would have thought that Link would appear at the last moment? What a coincidence! Is Abu still okay? It's only been 2 months, and Ying Luo can't wait to attack other planets. Link's tone was calm, but the war messenger felt a hint of killing intent behind it. It was not suitable to stay here for long. The bandits were powerful and the wind was blowing. The war messenger didn't even think about it. Even if the spiritual energy cannon of the Black Throne didn't kill him in one shot, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Furthermore, the war messenger had an even more important matter to report to Sir Abu. This invasion was a complete lie, a trap. It was a scheme by the First Order and Link. The moment he thought about how the alien planet was still attacking Victoria, another low-leveled civilization planet, the war envoy did not dare to think too much. His entire body was trembling. The warbringer did not say a word. He wrapped his wings around his body and wanted to use a secret technique to retreat to the demon forger's camp. A few seconds later, the war envoy's originally pale skin turned even paler, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Link smiled and walked up slowly. "Did you realize that you can't go back? To be honest, before we came to the Valley of Destiny, we had a friendly visit to the demonic forger's camp. Of course, don't worry, it's not the Wasteland's style to be rude. We won't favor one and discriminate against the other. We have visited all 3 demon forger camps," said Link with a smile. But in the eyes of the war messenger, the man in front of him was a true demon. 693 Annihilate the alien army. It wasn't just the war messenger and the alien army. Even Antonidas couldn't help but look at Link in shock. He was like a little fan. Of course, Antonidas knew the importance of the demonic forger's camp to the alien army. He had once used vision to spy on the inside of the camp and found that the most important thing in the camp was the teleportation gate in the center. The teleportation gate tore through space and time, sending the alien army to Pandora. He had once thought of sending a suicide squad to infiltrate the demonic forger's camp and destroy the teleportation gate. However, the alien army was heavily guarded, and there were many soldiers within the army. There were also creatures like shadow dogs that were extremely sensitive to flesh and blood. The multiple attempts to infiltrate had ended in failure. However, Link had easily taken care of 3 demon forger camps. He had accomplished something that they could not do no matter how hard they tried. Comparing the two, Antonidas suddenly felt a sense of defeat. The other war emissary who was fighting with Sky City's Magic Academy took the opportunity to escape and flew from Final Valley to another war emissary. He had also tried to use a secret technique to return to the demonic forger's camp, but he had lost contact with all 3 camps. Combined with the attack of the Black Throne just now, he immediately realized that the 3 demon forger camps had probably all been destroyed. The war messenger thought of something even more terrifying. If the 3 teleportation gates were destroyed, didn't that mean that they couldn't return to Wormhole? They were forever trapped on planet Pandora. Realizing this, the war messenger's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Link with fear. It wasn't them who wanted to destroy Pandora anymore. Link was the one who wanted to kill them all. Only by preserving as much of his life as possible would he have a chance to contact Wormhole again. The 2 messengers of war looked at each other, understanding each other's thoughts and their fear of Link. A sly look flashed in their eyes. They immediately transformed into bats. At the same time, a rancid smell emerged from their bodies. Countless evil insects and flies appeared, forming a dark green wave that covered the sky and rushed towards Antonidas and Link. Antonidas immediately reacted and condensed a fire shield with his magic power to cover his body. The evil insects and mosquitoes were instantly ignited and turned into sparks. The 2 war emissaries who had created this chaos had already rolled up their wings and were ready to escape. "They're running." Antonidas reacted, but he had no way to stop the 2. Link watched the war messenger's child's play and smirked. He slowly raised his force field scepter. Boom! An invisible shock wave suddenly exploded from the place where the 2 of them took off, interrupting the 2 war messengers who were preparing to retreat. "Are all you aliens so rude? Running away without saying hello when you see an old acquaintance, is this what Abu Dhabi taught you?" "I'm so disappointed," Link said obscenely, but his hands didn't stop. Just as the war messenger was hit to the ground, another shock wave came again, crushing the two of them to the ground. The alien army had heard of Link a long time ago. After all, the other two war messengers they were familiar with, Tulu and Ganis, had fallen in the wasteland. Even Lord Abu and even Lord Yegish were furious at this defeat. This matter had even affected the series of plans that would follow, causing the higher UPS to be careful with every step, afraid of falling into the other party's trap. Looking at Link's smile as he suppressed the two war messengers, they lost all will to fight. The other people who were shocked were the people on Pandora. Antonidas had a hard time dealing with one war emissary, and Gamish had to work together with the other archmages in the academy to fight against another war emissary. And now, Link was able to suppress them all by himself. Was the difference between the protagonists of this planet really that great? The flying dragon's expression was grim. Watching the video was one thing, but seeing Link's strength with his own eyes was another. Although it was hard to admit, Link's strength had already surpassed Antonidas. He was left far behind. The other players were dumbfounded. Was this Link's true strength? With one hand, he could turn the clouds and rain, playing with the two war messengers in the palm of his hand. He was full of obscenities, and the enemy could not do anything to him. In fact, when the war messenger and alien army saw Link, their first reaction was not to fight but to escape. This in and of itself spoke volumes of a person's influence. The people of Pandora were afraid of the alien army. The alien army, on the other hand, was like a mouse seeing a cat. If the battle between the Warbringer and Antonidas just now was barely considered evenly matched, then now it was completely a one-sided beating. They didn't even see what move Link had used. They only heard the air explode continuously and the two war messengers rolled on the ground in a sorry state. The players and expeditionary forces of the wasteland all held their heads high. This was the main character of the wasteland, their leading NPC. This was how much face he gained. The two war messengers were scared out of their wits. Link was stronger than they had imagined. The invisible shock waves were impossible to defend against. After a brief observation, they came to the conclusion that the thing that had created the invisible shock wave was Link's scepter. However, Link's hands didn't move much each time he summoned a shock wave. It was hard to catch any traces of the spell. Although the damage of the shockwave wasn't high, they were still beaten to the ground and couldn't get up. Their chances of escaping were getting slimmer. Facing Link's condescending and cold gaze, the two war messengers felt extremely humiliated. However, they had no way to vent their anger. They could only take the beating. They had already used a lot of their abilities in the battle with the Pandora survivors and were now running out of energy. Their only chance to escape with the corpse-rotting bugs had been easily resolved by Link. I wanted to let you live and let you go back to Tel Abu Muslim, but I've destroyed all 3 portals, so you can't go back. I'll wait for next time. Link's eyes swept over the alien army and the 2 war messengers. In a commanding tone, he said, "As for you guys, you've committed countless crimes on Pandora, and you almost caused the extinction of planet Pandora. Stay and atone for your sins with your lives." When the 2 war messengers heard this, they knew that they wouldn't be able to find a chance to escape if they continued. Their only chance now was to lead the alien army to fight the Wasteland Expeditionary Force head-on. Perhaps they could find a chance of survival in the chaos. After making their decision, the 2 war messengers no longer hesitated. He stood up from the ground against the shock wave, his lips and teeth stained with blood. He shouted, "All alien forces, hear my order. Charge at the enemy." The alien army heard the order and came out of the valley like a receding tide, forming a black tide. When the alien army gathered again, the scale suddenly expanded, and the number was almost 10 times that of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. This increased the alien army's confidence that they might be able to break out of this confrontation. "Yes, you're right." The alien planet regrouped their army and increased their confidence. However, this confidence was not to fight the Wasteland Expeditionary Army head-on, but to fight for an opportunity to break out. Seeing this, Antonidas could not help but frown. Although Link's aura had suppressed the army had regrouped now. Their numbers were several times that of the Expeditionary Army. The sudden change in numbers seemed to break the aura that Link had built up. Link was strong, but he might not be able to handle the dark tide of enemies. This made Antonidas worried about the Expeditionary Army and Link. Seeing the alien army regrouping, Link laughed. "You guys really understand what I mean." They were afraid that it would be troublesome to kill them when they were scattered all over the place, so they actually gave the order and directly gathered all the members. Link couldn't help but applaud the two war messengers' decision. If he didn't know that they were two war messengers, Link would have thought that they were traitors in disguise. The two messengers could no longer hold back from Link's insults. With a wave of their hands, they ordered the alien army to charge. The two also rushed towards Link, trying to use the army to stop Link's invisible shock wave. It had to be said that this was a very delicate design. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be hindered. But they were facing Link. Link raised his hand elegantly and waved. The members of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out like arrows released from a bow. They were not afraid in the face of the enemy that was 10 times their number and rushed forward. At this time, Antonidas finally had the time to notice the Wasteland Expeditionary Force. With just a glance, he could feel the aura of many experts. The fastest one was a yellow lightning. Antonidas had to use a delay spell to see the figure clearly. To his surprise, the lightning-fast figure was actually a fat parrot. Following closely behind was a wild and unruly man. His entire right arm was a mechanical arm, and he exuded a dangerous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Antonidas had a feeling that as long as this man wanted to, he could kill any powerhouse on planet Pandora at any time. If Link knew what Antonidas was thinking, he would definitely praise him for having the intuition of a legendary magician. It was quite correct. And behind these two was a wisp of grey fog flying in the air. Antonidas could tell at a glance that the grey fog was poisonous, and there was a powerful existence in it. The puppet army behind him, which was connected to the grey fog, was definitely the work of this person. The harpy and the flesh and blood puppet, Paishu, all showed the identity of the grey fog's master, a powerful alchemist. If the grey fog represented death, then the Moon Shadow Council behind the grey fog represented life. Some of the druids cast nature spells, some began to transform, and some controlled vines and other plants. If the first part could be understood by Antonidas, then the latter part of the strange creatures was completely beyond his knowledge. Ancient war trees made of steel were still shaking small saplings in their hands. The metallic broodmother split into smaller spiders as it ran, and gradually disappeared from their sight. The undead, mummies, and death tomb werewolves were emitting an undead aura. Among them, there were even the undead and the otherworldly shadow hounds that were covered in bandages. They looked even more terrifying than the original shadow hounds. The ground of the plain rumbled, and a huge pincers-like creature writhed on the ground. Although the full appearance of the creature could not be seen, from the exposed part of the creature, one could see that the complete body of the leopard was at least tens of meters. If it hadn't come down from the Black Throne with Link, Antonidas would have thought it was a terrifying creature of the dark. If it was any other time, they would have joined forces with the other great mages of Sky City to exterminate it. On top of the creature's head was a monkey that emitted a metallic luster. It carried a crystal-like staff on its shoulder, and its body was filled with golden Buddhist light. It looked extremely holy. The dark and light creatures were in harmony at this moment, as if they were one entity. Although Antonidas did not know what the golden light represented, he could feel from the quality and energy contained in the golden light that it was an extremely powerful creature. It was even comparable to the incarnation of light that the holy knights believed in. The dark gargoyle and the ferocious-looking crocodile man behind him were also terrifying. Antonidas's eyes were sharp. He could tell that these were mutated creatures that were extremely difficult to deal with. Any great mage of Sky City would not have a good ending if they were to face one of these people. Antonidas could still distinguish these individual creatures, but the following insect swarm creatures were dazzling and overwhelming, making one's hair stand on end. Killer bees, illusionary vines, black widows, and silver metallic ants that were difficult to identify with sight. These creatures were small and hard to capture with the naked eye, but when their numbers reached a certain level, their effects could be fatal. From this point of view, the two sides were not too far apart in terms of numbers, and the Wasteland Expeditionary Force even had the upper hand. Antonidas' analysis was also done in a flash. When the alien army and the expeditionary force collided, the result was the same as Antonidas' analysis. The gap between the top combat forces could not be made up for. The terrifying experts charged into the enemy formation like meat grinders, madly harvesting the alien army. These creatures that looked extremely strange to Antonidas completely suppressed the alien army on the battlefield. The alien army's advantage was completely gone. From mid to high-end combat power to a group army, the alien planet didn't have an advantage in any of them. It was only the first clash, but the signs of defeat were already clear. Just as Antonidas was watching the one-sided battle, suddenly, a strong killing intent and death aura appeared behind him, and the air seemed to boil. Finger of Death. A red dragon-like bolt of lightning shot out from Link's fingertip and headed straight for the war emissary. The next second, one of the war messengers charging at Link screamed and turned into dust. 694 The monster in your head is here again. Link looked at the shattered war messenger in shock. He remembered that the warbringer had a lot of health. He just wanted to test the damage dealt by the Finger of Death with his current luck. He did not expect his face to be so good. He bet a critical hit and let the warbringer kill him in one wave. After equipping the Force Scepter, Lin Ke had 150 luck points. According to the damage mechanism of the Finger of Death, it would cause 4000 plus 150 x 100 chaos damage to the target, which was 19,000 damage. The critical hit rate of the Finger of Death skill was also linked to luck. It was 150 points of luck, which was 1.5% of a critical hit rate. How could he bet on such a small probability? Link was dumbfounded. This Wormsinger couldn't take a hit, right? One shot and he was killed? He only wanted to test the power of the Finger of Death. However, the other two parties on the battlefield were more shocked than Link. The alien army on the battlefield watched in shock as their commander, who had been charging forward a second ago, vanished in the next second. Although the Pandora NPCs and players were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to admit the strength of the War Messenger. Just the arrival of Black Star, the power of destruction that caused the walls of the Valley of Destiny to collapse, and the destruction of Sky City alone were all their achievements. Even the protagonist of their planet, Antonidas, who they were proud of, and the Archmage Council of the Magic Academy in Sky City were unable to do anything to the two war messengers. However, Link's teasing had incited the war emissary's rebellious thoughts. In a sudden outburst, he had killed the war emissary in seconds. The appearance of the terrifying red lightning had made Antonidas and the Archmages of the Sky City Magic Academy feel a sense of death. The red light of the ray still struck fear in his mind. Antonidas put himself in the shoes of a war messenger, and then he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that he had no way of blocking this attack. Gamish and the other great mages of the academy were dumbfounded. After a long time, they came back to their senses and said in a low voice, "Everyone, what are your thoughts on this attack?" The others were silent. At this moment, almost all of the great mages who claimed to be at the peak of Pandora felt the difference in the world for the first time. They all had a place in the Pandora Hall of Magic. Although it was not the brightest one on the crown, it was definitely dazzling and eye-catching. However, in the face of Link's Finger of Death, the entire spell system of Pandora, the various skills and masters that made her famous, all paled in comparison. The gap between them was already close to a heavenly chasm. They could only see that this move was very powerful. Moreover, it was mixed with death-related abilities. As the Dean, Gamish was more experienced than the others. He also vaguely found that as this move was released, the chi in the air seemed to be attracted and produced some wonderful changes. However, he could only capture so much. With his current knowledge, he could not figure out a deeper level of energy system and release method. Is this Link's true strength? He killed the war messenger in an instant. This is ridiculous. *CK, I wouldn't feel anything if I just saw Link kill the war messenger in seconds. However, the war emissary's destruction of the Valley of Destiny's city wall and the Sky City's destruction happened not long ago. It was true that there was no harm without comparison. The messenger of war who could stir up clouds and rain was just a paper tiger in front of Link. Is this what a strong person is like? I love you, I love you. Didn't you see the alien army's attitude? They were mocking us, as if they were crushing an ant, and directly attacked us without holding back. And after knowing Link's identity, her first reaction wasn't to fight but to run. This is ridiculous. The players were all attracted to the strong, especially now that there was such a huge gap between Link and the NPCs on Pandora. It was even easier for the players to yearn for him. If it was climbing a wall to pursue the protagonists of other planets with similar strength, then it was admiration if there was a huge difference in strength. The players would not feel a sense of betrayal or guilt because of this. The war emissary, who was the other party involved, was panicking. After the black throne above him was the wasteland and the person in front of him was Link, he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. The other war messenger couldn't even block one of Link's attacks and was reduced to ashes. If he couldn't accept these things, then the alien army becoming the target of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force was the last straw to crush the war emissary. The battle was almost one-sided. The shadow dogs and demons, as well as the terrors and vanguards, were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the expeditionary army. The macaw laughed and laughed, recording the alien army's miserable state with the camera rooster on its head. His figure shuttled through any corner of the battlefield like lightning. If an enemy had ill intentions towards it, the macaw would use its telekinesis to catch the enemy off guard and send them flying. In addition, it had a loud voice that sounded like it had swallowed a loudspeaker. On the battlefield, it was the type of *T stirrer that would mess with people. Come on, let's see the look of despair on the other war messenger's face after Link killed him. Oh my god! His eyes are filled with fear, and the constant flashing means that he has long lost his will to fight. It seems like he's already prepared to abandon the entire army and escape alone. No way, no way, no way! Does anyone really think that they can run away after being targeted by Link? The war envoy's thoughts were exposed by the macaw and he was instantly enraged. He grabbed the macaw. With the macaw's speed, it scurried away. As it ran, it stuck out its tongue and mocked, "Nee-hee." The war envoy gritted his teeth. The fat parrot was too fast. Even he could only catch a shadow of it. It had blended into the battlefield in an instant and could no longer be seen. He could only hear the megaphone talking crazily. Silverhand didn't care about small fish like Shadow Dog or Demonic Beast at all. He only had eyes for terrorist and army vanguards. Silverhand's weapons were also very simple. It was a new energy gun that Helen had specially made for him based on his mechanical arm, and the other was the mechanical arm Iron Fist. Although the weapon was simple, Silverhand's strength was outstanding. Silverhand suppressed his enemies with the new energy firearms from a long distance and punched them hard in close combat. None of the elite soldiers he met along the way could withstand 2 punches from him. They marched through the teleportation formation and arrived at the foot of Destiny Valley. It wasn't over yet. After it ended, Silverhand was still not satisfied, so he turned around and went back to kill. The Steel War Ancient Tree threw out more than a dozen steel saplings, and the splash damage caused by the explosion of the steel saplings killed a large number of shadow hounds. Then, the ancient tree of steel used the skill steel torrent, and a 200-meter-wide steel thorn rolled like a silver wave. All the enemies in its path were bound by the iron thorn, and those who tried to break free would be scratched by the back thorns. The macaw flapped its wings and took off. It used its camera rooster to faithfully record the spectacular flood of steel in front of it, and its throat made an excited giggle sound. A woman's face appeared indistinctly in the grey fog drifting in the air. With a soul shriek, all the banshees within the range became dizzy and disoriented. They stopped attacking and even vomited blood, suffering a backlash from the powerful mental power. Then, the grey fog suddenly expanded, spreading like a virus. The power of the Queen of Banshees was terrifying. The 4 gargoyles charged into the group of shadow dogs. Terrifying shrieks, group taunts, war gales, and AoE skills rained down as if they were free. The damage was high and the area was wide. Very quickly, a vacuum was cleared. Shizak was like a bulldozer on the plains. The battle blades in his hands glowed with a scarlet aura, and he was filled with anger. His eyes were blood red, and once he targeted someone, death would be the only thing that awaited them. It was constantly moving between the ground and underground, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The 4 elemental powers of wind, fire, earth, and water alternated at will, and the skills were dazzling. The Vajra was a lot more of a Buddhist. After he appeared, he waved his heaven-shaking sword and swept his gaze across the stage. It was said that Buddha would save the fated. Vajra saw that there were fated people everywhere. Fairy, fairy all of you! The golden light of the Buddha's palm and the huge form of the heavenly transformation filled the merit of world redemption of Vajra. If all these were still within an acceptable range, then the emergence of the touch dragon god made everyone gasp. This huge dark creature's strength was similar to its body size. It spits in a fan shape. The mouth has a highly corrosive poisonous mist that can directly cover a fan-shaped area with a radius of 500 meters. The Shadow Hounds, which had thick skin against the Pandora players and NPCs, could not last more than a few seconds in front of the poisonous fog. The thick skin that they were so proud of started to corrode and crack. Many of the alien armies were petrified in the poisonous mist, and then killed by the tentacle's whirlwind of thorns, turning into dust. In addition to its astonishing strength, the tentacle's dragon could also summon a large number of zergs, forming a sea of zergs. Under the leadership of the 2 dragon god guards, they could control thousands of alien armies. The war messenger looked at the one-sided situation and was filled with doubts. Who was the invader and who was the lamb? Before, he had seen Pandora as a lamb to be slaughtered. Now, in front of Link, the alien army was also a lamb to be slaughtered. The Wasteland Expeditionary Force's smiles and momentum gave the war messengers the feeling that they had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. The killing in front of him was not for glory, but to vent. Link strolled up to the only remaining war messenger. Although Link was not as tall as the war messenger, he still felt that Link was looking down on him. Right, let me ask you something. Back then, the alien army withdrew a traitor called Ling Long from the wasteland. How is she now? The reason Link asked this was that although the defectors had gained the initial trust of the alien planet, they had been scattered all over Vamir. Even Pandora and Victoria had gone out on missions, so there had been no information on Exquisite for a while. Link wasn't sure if the mission would be considered complete if Exquisite died or if she had to die by his hand. Now that there was no news about the mission, he didn't know if Ling Long was dead or alive. This was Link's first A-rank mission, so she had to ask. Link's stare made the war messenger's hair stand on end. He was also confused by the question that Link asked. The war messenger thought Link was going to say something nasty again. He even thought of some bold words to express his will through death. However, when the words reached his mouth, he didn't receive any threats. Instead, he asked about the defectors. The war messenger was stunned for a moment before he replied without hiding anything, "You're talking about the good-for-nothing who only knows how to disguise himself. He's been detained in the catacombs all this time." A smile appeared on Link's face, but it quickly disappeared. It's good that he didn't die, it's good that he didn't die. However, to the war messenger, Link's smile seemed to have a hidden meaning. It was as if he was up to something. Could it be that this ordinary-looking cripple was a chess piece that Link had planted on the planet? The more the war emissary thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, the teleportation gates were all destroyed, and he had no way of informing Sir Abu. The war envoy's expression changed, and he made an important decision in a flash. Lord Link, please give me a chance. I'm willing to submit to the wasteland and be your dog. The war envoy knelt on one knee, lowered his head, folded his wings, and spread out his other hand. In the palm of his hand was the core lifeline of the Warbringer, a unique alien runic core. This imprint core was equivalent to the heart of a war envoy. Once lost, the warrior would lose his power and become immortal, equivalent to death. Link was surprised and smiled. Surprisingly loyal to the Paishu. Despite that, Link did not receive any system notification. The purpose of the war emissary was obvious: to break into the wasteland, survive, and then find a chance to return to the arms of the alien planet. The moment he said that, the alien army on the battlefield exploded. They were still resisting, but their boss, who had told them to go all out, had turned around and sold them out to Link. For a time, the last bit of the alien army's will to fight was completely gone. Link stared at the war messenger with great interest. He pointed at a terrifying tactician in the distance and said, "As an enemy general, shouldn't you at least show some sincerity when you switch to the battlefield?" The war emissary's eyes were firm. He stood up and said, "I understand. Please wait a moment, my lord." The Warbringer spread its wings again and flew toward the terrifying tactician in the distance. The war messengers were the vanguards specially created for the invasion of alien planets, and there was no lack of defectors from the invading planets. After receiving the imprint core, he had obtained new powers. His physical appearance had been strengthened while retaining the foundation of his original race. Ordinary terrifying tacticians were no match for him at all. The two sides had only fought for a moment, and the war emissary had already dug out the heart of the terrorist tactician with his tiger claw, completing his pledge of allegiance. Link, on the other hand, stood there with a smile on his face. Interesting, this was really interesting. This is going to be even more interesting. 695 The self-cultivation of a bootlicker. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. The alien army watched as their commander embroidered the red flag on the spot, changed sides and even killed the terrorist tactician to show his loyalty. The faith in their hearts collapsed instantly, and their will to fight and faith completely collapsed. When the Pandora NPCs and players saw the mighty war messenger, who had been controlling lightning on the battlefield, kneel before Link, they were completely shocked. It was as if something big and hard had violently pierced through their past perceptions and attempts. They were injured and bleeding, accompanied by bursts of pain. The war emissaries who had been trying to kill them just now surrendered without a word because of their fear of Link's power. They even fought with their own people. And judging from Link's expression, he seemed to be interested. King Kong suddenly appeared beside Link after sweeping the staff across a large area. He made a Buddhist gesture with his hands and muttered, "Amitabha, drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. This benefactor has great wisdom." Even the Wasteland Expeditionary Force was shocked. The war envoy surrendered just like that? Head of state, don't believe his words. He must be faking his surrender. Leaving him in the mechanical fortress will be dangerous. Just then, Helen's voice rang in Link's ears. Helen and Dave maneuvered the pirate ship and the transport ship to arrive in time. Hearing Helen's urgent voice and seeing the disbelieving looks on everyone's faces, Link came up with a plan. After all, the battle with the alien planet had entered a stage where it would not rest until one of them was dead. As long as they dealt with the situation in Victoria City, the alien planet's power would be greatly reduced. Neither Link nor the first rank would let go of this good opportunity. The war messenger walked towards Link with the terrorist's heart in his hand. He knelt in front of Link and said, "My Supreme Lord, I'm willing to give up my past identity to be your lackey. From now on, I'll be absolutely irreconcilable with the alien army." It was as if a mute button had been pressed on the battlefield. Everyone was waiting for Link's reply. Link's lips curled up. He used his force field scepter to lift the war envoy's knee slightly. "It's great that you are able to turn over a new leaf, but in order to ensure the authenticity of your allegiance, we still have to conduct a series of inspections on you. I believe that since you are sincerely here to join us, you won't have any objections, right?" The tip of the war envoy's nose twitched slightly, but things had already come to this. He could only look for opportunities as he walked, and perhaps there was still a chance of survival. "Of course I don't have any questions." The warbringer reached out and pulled the core of the mark out of his body. Dark green lightning and black lightning intertwined around him, making him look ferocious and terrifying. A moment later, the violent wind and energy in the air suddenly stopped. The war messenger had degenerated into a terrorist. The power that had been injected into him by the alien planet was all absorbed into a dark green crystal. The war messenger presented it to Link with both hands. It was also using this to prove that it had no second thoughts about Link. It was even willing to give up its power to prove its innocence. Everyone present was completely stunned by this scene. This couldn't be described as a tyrant's aura anymore. Even the alien war messengers had to surrender. This was all too sudden. "Since you're so eager to join the wasteland, I'll accept your loyalty." Link took the rune core and felt the powerful energy inside. Seeing that Link had agreed to let the war messenger join, Helen and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. The head of state was raising a tiger to bring disaster upon himself. A terrorist tactician was good at playing with people's hearts and stratagems. Who knew what evil plans he was brewing in his stomach? After entering the mechanical fortress, he had to be careful with every step. When discussing any plans, one had to pay attention to the ears of the walls. Antonidas and Gamish also let out a long sigh. The war messenger, who had caused irreparable damage to Pandora and almost wiped out their entire race, had defected to Link. Link had also accepted his allegiance. This meant that no matter how much they hated the war messenger, they wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Even they could feel that the war emissary's surrender was not very sincere. It could even be said that it was a necessary move to survive. With such a powerful enemy by his side, wouldn't he be unable to sleep and eat in peace? They didn't understand. Link looked at the war emissary, who had degenerated into a terrifying tactician. He removed the sound bug from his ear and handed it to the war emissary. "What's your name?" The terrifying tactician respectfully received the strange-looking sound transmission bug with both hands. He deliberately lowered his voice and said in a humble tone, "Abaddon, your most loyal servant from now on." Link was elated. Most loyal servant? It seemed that the Macaw and the Dimensional Codex would soon have a strong enemy. This person called himself Abaddon. Link couldn't help but focus on the terrifying tactician who was kneeling in front of him. This war envoy wasn't a nobody on the alien planet. In his previous life, in the later stages of version 2.0, the players had entered the universe with the help of First Rank and started to attack the alien planets. The players' first target was the alien army's deputy, Abuzier. After killing him, they killed the commander, Yegesh, in one go. But after that, Thanos chose another war emissary to take over Yegesh's job and become the new commander of the alien army. This person was Abaddon. Although Abaddon's reign wasn't long, only 2 months at most, according to the players' gaming time, he had caused a lot of trouble for the players in these 2 months. He had even launched a surprise attack on the First Order, which was comparable to a Meridian Valley attack. In the frontal attack of the Allied army formed by the players and the First Order, he had arranged for Thanos to attract all the forces of the Fandi star system and secretly lead a team to attack the First Order's mother planet, Mustafa. Fortunately, the captain of the military police in Stars Harbor, was on vacation in Mustafar and commanded the troops to defend in the face of danger. They were able to hold on until the main force ended the battle and annihilated the alien army. And this captain of the military police, as an important plot mission, also led to the Maul Galaxy Group and the Great Map of Starport. This was all for the future. To put it simply, Abaddon was a man of courage and wisdom. If he had not been unlucky enough to meet an important node NPC, his plan to raid Meridian Valley would have succeeded. When the first-rank mother planet fell, the main force would definitely be utterly defeated, and the outcome of the final battle between the first rank and the alien planet would be completely reversed. If they had to make a ranking of alien armies, the first would definitely be the alien leader, Thanos, and the second would be the shadow demon, Saffron. From the third, the players would have different opinions. The dispute was between Yegish and Abaddon, and the last one was the adjutant, Abu. This showed the real damage that Abaddon had caused to the players and his position in the players' hearts. Link felt that the future was getting more and more interesting with such a cunning war messenger's fake surrender. Then, my loyal servant, Abaddon, from now on, the command of the entire battlefield will be given to you. Link gestured for Abaddon to put on the sound bug. As soon as Abaddon put on the sound transmission bug, Helen's voice rang out from inside, "Head of State, don't believe him. This person definitely has other plans." Abaddon was stunned, but he understood after a moment. He had publicly switched sides on the battlefield. The wasteland couldn't be fools who would believe his act. However, True Gold was not afraid of fire. As long as he continued to act, they would definitely let their guard down. But now, he was stunned. Abaddon stood up and glanced at the alien army on the battlefield. "Since you're all going to die today, then make some more contributions before you die. In the future, when the wasteland collapsed, the army today would be the hero of the alien planet." A trace of determination flashed through Abaddon's eyes. He then gave his first order after defecting: "Kill without mercy, leave no one alive." When they heard their former leader standing in the enemy camp giving orders, the alien army all felt an absurd and indescribable helplessness, even a little chaotic. The entire legion had almost no fighting will. Under the destructive attack of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, they were quickly annihilated. When he saw the corpses of the alien army all over the ground, Abaddon felt as if his soul had been sucked out of his body, and he was so weak that he couldn't even stand. There were only a few hundred shadow hounds left on the battlefield, surrounded by mummies and undead. Abaddon immediately saw a grey-skinned shadow hound among the shadow hounds. It used the shadow dance it released to confuse and mislead the other shadow hounds, making them obediently follow the other party's orders. Even though they were surrounded by a group of enemies, these shadow dogs did not show any hostility. The next step was to turn these shadow dogs into zombie shadow dogs and bandage mummy shadow dogs one by one. The Wasteland had mastered this transformation ability, which meant that in every battle in the future, the shadow dogs bred on the alien planet would be reduced to shadow dogs. "You've done well. It's not appropriate for you to appear in the following events. You can go back and take a rest." Link appeared behind Abaddon at the right time. Abaddon knew that the Wasteland and Pandora's celebration was coming up. At the same time, he also knew that his sudden change of identity would definitely trigger heated discussions again. This would become the center of public opinion. Abaddon nodded, and in the next second, a golden light shot out from the mechanical fortress and enveloped Abaddon. Abaddon, who had degenerated into a terrifying tactician, disappeared from the battlefield. "Penny," Link continued, "arrange for the Inhumans and Expeditionary Force to clean up the battlefield and count the dead and injured. Helen, the pirate ship, and the transport ship return to the mothership. 9 Striped Dragon, exit the Black Throne State." The Wasteland Expeditionary Force was in order as the orders were issued. Link scanned the battlefield. He then entered the spiritual network. Administrator Link thought, "Old Jin, you're going to run away with Silverhand without saying a word. How unkind." I originally wanted to introduce you to the newly recruited Worm Singer, Abaddon. This person knelt down upon meeting me and said that he was my most loyal servant. He even gave me the core imprint that contained the War Messenger's power. Group leader Old Jin was speechless. Group leader Old Jin, I didn't leave. Silverhand and I just went to the distance to see if there were any fish that escaped the net. We'll come back immediately. Link exited the spiritual network. Little guy, this isn't enough to cure you too. On the other side, the macaw suddenly stopped after exiting the spiritual network. Silverhand, who was gasping for breath due to excitement, asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? If we don't leave now and get discovered by Link, we won't have the chance to play in Pandora anymore." The macaw looked at the Silverhand and was furious. Play, play, play. You only know how to play. Your house is about to be stolen, and you still have the mood to play. Silverhand's face was full of innocence, but at the same time, he felt wronged. He didn't know why the macaw's attitude suddenly changed. It was clearly the one who had said that it wanted to come out and have some fun on the battlefield, to experience the beautiful rivers and mountains of Pandora. In less than 5 minutes, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Silverhand suddenly smelled the smell of gossip. The two of them were used to playing around, and the words that the macaw said just now couldn't even pierce the skin of Silverhand, let alone break its defense. The macaw pulled the Silverhand and walked back, saying, "The F***ing War Messenger has switched sides to Link. Just this? Didn't we surrender on the battlefield? It was also at this time that we felt that the alien army had lost all will to fight, so we sneaked out and planned to return in a few days." Silverhand didn't understand. What was the rush to go back? The macaw's eyebrows were filled with anxiety. But this F***ing War Messenger is the same as the Dimensional Codex. He's madly trying to please Link and even said that he's Link's most loyal servant. He even gave Link the core of his own imprint to show his sincerity. He's directly degraded into a terrifying tactician. Hearing this, Silverhand's hair stood on end, and his expression suddenly became serious. F***ck, this child sure knows how to suck up to you. He's even more shameless than you and the Dimensional Codex. If we let this guy lick his way to the top, we won't have a good life in the future. Silverhand realized the seriousness of the matter. The Dimensional Codex was still a book, but a terror tactician was different. Just from the name, one could tell that those who played with tactics were all dirty. This guy fawned over Link and had many secrets of the alien planet as bargaining chips. He would be more favored by Link than the two troublesome macaw and himself. The matter between them and the Dimensional Codex was called a comparison. Now that a top student had suddenly appeared, this game was over. One man and one bird galloped back to the battlefield in no time. He didn't need to arrange any work. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he threw himself into the post-war matters without saying a word. He was so attentive, as if he wanted to release all the strength he hadn't used on the battlefield. As the host, Antonidas was a little embarrassed. Link easily took over the authority to give orders and instructions after the battle. The natives, on the other hand, were like outsiders. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 696. Chapter 698 Pandora's Post-War Reconstruction. Antonidas cleared up his mood, and walked to Link with a complicated mood. "Thank you for your rescue, which left Pandora with the last hope." Antonidas is also terrified. If the support of the wasteland arrives later, I am afraid that the entire Pandora tribe will be wiped out. Seeing the great mage Antonidas, who will be famous in the Vatican galaxy in the future, "Thank you sincerely," Link responded with a smile. "The crimes of aliens are numerous and untold. We are learning that he will also be against the lower civilizations in other Vatican galaxies." At that time, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army was formed and decided to enter the starry sky and resolutely not allow the alien forces to become bigger and stronger. Fortunately, they caught up this time. Link looked at Antonidas twice and turned around, and simply said, "Well, I know you have a lot of things to be busy next. Don't think about entertaining us. We will stay in Pandora for a while and wait for you. Settle the people first, and then we can drink the wine of victory together." Anthony Daston has been amnesty from time to time, and his affection for the empathetic Link has doubled. As for Link's acceptance of the war ambassador who was on the verge of battle, Antonidas decided to speak out although he knew that he might touch Link's mold. "Link, I advise you about Abaddon." Just before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Link with a smile. "I know this in my heart, Lauan, you should go back and work on you, the people of Pandora need you." Link is self-familiar. "I haven't talked a few words yet." He has put his arm around Antonidas's shoulder and called Lauan. Antonidas saw Link saying this. As an outsider, there was no reason to continue, so he had to stop. "Okay, I'll settle down for Pandora's survivors first, and then we'll be drinking and talking." Antonidas squeezed the spell, a teleportation disappeared from the place, and the figure instantly arrived in the Indian Valley, officially telling the remaining people the good news. At this moment in the end of the valley, all men, women, and children, after hearing the news that the alien legion was completely annihilated, all put down their weapons and cried. They were driven into desperation by the alien army before, and they all had the determination to die. No one thought of surviving the aliens, but when the Black Throne and Link appeared, everything changed. The alien army, which they regarded as the scourge, turned into a cat-fearing mouse in front of Link. In the past few months, the top powerhouses of Pandora Star failed to solve the problem. The beaten were defeated and were on the verge of extinction. However, less than half an hour after Link appeared, he simply solved the battle neatly and ruthlessly. One of the two war ambassadors was killed in seconds, and the other directly unloaded his own power, willing to be a minion. This kind of ending is that they have not expected it. The changes are so big and the turning point is so fast, even now they have not been able to fully digest it. Looking at the people who were forcibly pulled back from the brink of extinction and death, Antonidas bowed his head guiltily. Although he did his best, he still failed to protect Pandora's people. 9 of them lost their lives in the alien invasion. If it were not for the arrival of reinforcements from the Wasteland Expeditionary Army today, Pandora would become another planet conquered by aliens. A planet full of magical power will eventually be drained of resources and become a barren planet in the universe. The outside battlefield is cleaned by the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. As for the end of the valley, let us clean it. Antonidas looked at the people who had no light in their eyes, and said slowly, "After that, everyone can go home." Many people looked at the ground in disillusionment, resisting choking, and muttered to themselves, "Where is there a home? Brothers, sisters, parents, wives, and children, all dead, I am the only one left. My home is the same, I am the only one left, and all the others are dead, where is there a home to go back?" Many people have emotional breakdowns. When desperation comes, they can all face it calmly. But for the rest of their lives, many people's mentality no longer has that calmness. Antonidas looked at many people who were crying and fainting, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after this catastrophe, the psychological construction of the remaining people should also be paid attention to. The survivors began to move the dead body with grief. Gamshi led the people to set up a temporary burning spot in the Endyan Valley, and led everyone in the Magic Academy to chant the hero's hymn in low voices. A serene, heavy, sad, and melodious tune floats over the end of the valley. The raging magic flame burned the remains of the victims, and the ashes sprinkled with the breeze all over the Endyan Valley, and finally returned to the embrace of this deep earth. At the same time, just below the mechanical fortress, another dialogue is going on. The macaw came to Link angrily and asked with his hands on his hips, "Link, Link, you are so clever, why are you confused? It hasn't been long since it came out, right? War envoys dare under the command of Income, you are not afraid of being beaten back?" This cub species is definitely not at ease on the battlefield. The macaw spouted its mouth at Link for a while, and it was so angry that it couldn't work. Looking at Link, there is always a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looks calm and peaceful, as if everything he said has nothing to do with him. After the macaw finished speaking, Link spoke well. Didn't I have you and Silverhand? You two will supervise Abaddon. He must not be able to overcome any storms and have no chance to engage in moths. The macaw's words came to an abrupt end when he half believed, and he subconsciously said, although this is the case. The last half of the sentence was not said. Link is optimistic about them and treats them very seriously. As soon as this remark comes out, if they talk about Abaddon's various powers, wouldn't it slap himself in the face? Just a sentence, it can't make the macaw and Silverhand too much, and this is only Link. Then Link said with a stern face, I know he has a bad heart, but he plays so well, even at the cost of the alien army, don't you wonder what he will do next? As soon as these words came out, they once again hit the soft underbelly of the macaw and Silverhand. The two of them wanted to talk but stopped, but they were very interested in the twinkling eyes. And the macaw suddenly realized that Link knew it from beginning to end. That's all right. You mean, gave us the task of staring at Abaddon? The macaw stared at Link with his small eyes. Link nodded slightly, yes, you and the Silverhand are the only ones I can use. And this task is extremely important. It depends on you whether you can catch Abaddon's feet. If you can't catch the feet, Abaddon will live long in the mechanical fortress. Macaw and Silverhand suddenly looked serious, as if they felt the heavy burden on their shoulders. Don't worry, we must complete the task. Keep an eye on Abaddon 24 hours. The macaw is rarely serious. You can laugh about other things, but you must not be sloppy in this matter. Thinking of Abaddon's stay with them in the mechanical fortress every day from now on, the macaw and Silverhand shudder. The two looked at each other, and both decided to hurry up and find a way to make Abaddon show his feet. This task is a top-secret task. I only tell you two. The others didn't mention a word. I also believe in your professionalism. Link said with a serious face and whispered closer. The fat parrot and the Silverhand nodded in a daze. The macaw even made a gesture of sealing its mouth, knowing that this matter must not be told, otherwise all previous efforts will be lost. Can't everyone say, including Afu? Yin Xiao couldn't help but curiously asked. Meeting Link's determined eyes, Silverhand knew the answer. The Wasteland Expeditionary Army is cleaning up the battlefield, and the two treasures of Macaw and Silverhand have also been distracted. Now Link finally has time to check the core of the imprint that Abaddon offered. Mark of the Warbringer. Quality, purple. Description, the core of the imprint containing the unique energy of the alien star, the effect is to give power, so that a warrior can be promoted to the power of War Envoy. After reading the introduction of imprint core, Link immediately became happy. It seems that in order to gain his trust, Abaddon really took the risk, and really gave him the imprint of the energy of War Envoys. After reading the introduction of the imprint, Link also had a bold idea. If you give this mark to others, and you can get a war messenger, then will the war messenger be loyal to the alien star or loyal to him? Moreover, the power and skills of this war messenger are based on the ability of the original creature, or in a fixed format. Link has many doubts, but no one can give him the answer. But Link is not in a hurry, since the days are still long, he wants to see what tricks Abaddon can do under his nose. Apart from Abaddon's antagonism, Link's view of this talented war messenger is still the main praise. After all, in the mid to late version of 2.0, players from the 3 planets and the protagonist of the planets gathered together to unite the First Order to launch a general attack on the alien stars. In this case, Abaddon almost succeeded in stealing his home, which is enough to prove the man's scheming and strategy. Although he knew that Abaddon was a false and unreasonable snake, Link would still think that if this guy can truly take refuge in himself, then he would be an extra member of the generals. Link has never been a person waiting to die. Once he has an idea, he will ponder the possibility. Link understands Abaddon's loyalty to the alien. This guy can even surrender the core of the imprint for the undercover. So the chances of success in lobbying are very small. And if it is a composite, it must require loyalty to reach 100 points, which is a paradox in itself. So there is only one way for Link. Let Alien take the initiative to give up Abaddon, and then give him a warm embrace and soft-spoken care in Abaddon's weakest psychological defense line and in the lonely night, so that he can completely fall into Link's personal in the charm. Link thought about it, he had already made a jealous smile, as if he had seen the picture that he was completely devoted to a talent. Pandora's 3 magic casting camps were all destroyed, the portal completely collapsed, and the contact with Vormir unilaterally was disconnected. It can be concluded that Abaddon will definitely be obedient during this time. And when Link and the Wasteland Expeditionary Force go to Victoria, it will be the time for Abaddon to reveal the fox's tail. Maybe you can arrange some arrangements at this time, use the information difference to cause some misunderstandings between Alien and Abaddon, and then use your own operations to enlarge it. Waiting for Link to recover again, the man has reappeared in the teleportation room of the mechanical fortress. Troy, scan the resources of Pandora. We are going to stay in Pandora for about 10 days. You and Penny make the task arrangement to gather as many of Pandora's rare resources as possible. At the same time, Link gave orders as he walked, just after arranging the tasks for the next period of time. After walking out of the teleportation room, he saw a figure appearing resolutely. Head of state, then I'll go busy first. Troy was also fascinated. Seeing Helen, who was in trouble, winking turned into a stream of data, quickly dissolving in the spaceship, disappearing. Helen was angrily, and when she walked, she flicked her ponytail from side to side, which directly drew Link's attention away from her anger. Führer, I think you owe me an explanation. Dare and Link want to explain, there are not many in the mechanical fortress. Helen counts as 1, Miranda counts as 1, Grace counts as 1, and the macaw counts as half. To sum up, if you dare to talk to Link like this, it is either a woman or a beast. What's the explanation? I need to be with you when I act with Link. It's just that Link didn't finish the compelling sentence, and was interrupted by Helen's instant spell. Seeing Helen weeping suddenly, she was spinning in her eyes, and Link swallowed the second half of the sentence directly into her stomach. It's not convenient for me to talk more about this, but I believe Helen, you can use your smart little brain to figure out the ins and outs. Link can't say directly, so he has to remind Helen in the most euphemistic way. Helen heard Link saying, her little head tilted and stopped the choking. It seemed that the brain was really running fast. Except the envoy of the war who is turning to the battle, this move of the head of state. Helen pulled away from the emotions and once again transformed into the resolute boss in the laboratory. Suddenly, a cloud of spirit burst into his eyes. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com seems to understand Link's intention. Regardless of whether this war messenger is a real refuge or a fake refuge, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army can use this to make a game. If you really take refuge, you can learn a lot of inside stories about aliens from the other side, and these internal news will be of great help in conquering aliens. If it is a false refuge, then you can release some false signals on your side to confuse the war ambassador. If the other party has a chance to deliver the news, alien will also suffer a huge loss because of the fake news. No matter which kind, alien stars can make a profit without losing money. You have to say that the inside story of the alien given by the other party is false. Helen doesn't worry about this at all, but don't forget the power of the head of state, the son of prophecy. You can predict it. He knows the true and false at a glance. Helen, I'll arrange another task for you. Link looked through the porthole, looking at the Endyan Valley plain where the blood was drifting. I chose to come to Pandora this time, because I came on my own initiative, so I didn't have any task rewards. But Link is not a charity. Since there is no reward, then create the reward manually. Pandora, get up! Leak, get up! 697 The largest human trafficking organization in the Vinti Galaxy. The mechanical fortress stopped on a plain far away from the Valley of Endlessness. The Pandora's survivors looked into the distance from the Valley of Destiny. The rolling plains and hills had disappeared, and in their place was a huge mechanical city standing in the center. It was extremely resplendent under the sunlight, and it made people's hearts tremble. The pirate ships and transport ships all left the mechanical fortress and scattered into the distance. With the analysis and positioning of the Sky Eye satellite, they began to collect resources in Pandora. Wow, so this is the alien ship I was talking about on the forums. I didn't know there was a whole new world inside. I heard that Helen increased the offensive means of the pirate ships by several times. A pirate ship directly overturned a magic casting camp. Oh my god, this modification is too violent. There are cannons and weapons on both sides, 2/3 of the hull is covered with offensive firepower, and 1/3 of the internal space is designed for weapons. The offensive power is simply maximized. I just want to know, how are we going to enter space next? According to Pandora's development, I can't see any hope of entering space. The atmosphere of the pirate ship was filled with the envy of the Pandora players. That's right, all the Pandora players on this ship had received a mission from the Penguin Building to follow the pirate ship and mine in Pandora. The missions released by the Penguin Building not only gave experience, but also wasteland expedition points, which could be exchanged for many supplies, military supplies, and even equipment. Although there were many things to do in Pandora, and there were many construction missions, there were still lower-level players doing them, so they did not have too many people. As a result, some high-end players who had high aspirations transferred to the Penguin Corporation and signed up for recruitment. The players' thoughts were simple. Since Pandora was unable to travel through space, they could only place their hopes on the wasteland. As long as they could get on the wasteland, the subsequent plot of the universe would be easy to grasp. So now, he had to start from small tasks and gradually obtain the expeditionary force's friendliness and points so that he could get on the train in the future. In order to prevent the old players of the wasteland from going on a rampage, Penny had also set up the quest quite delicately. The rewards for the resource collection missions were the same, but all wasteland players had an extra mission. After Pandora completed 25 missions for the expeditionary force, there would be an extra reward. This additional reward immediately appeased the hearts of more than 60 players and allowed them to experience the superiority of being native. The situation on the transport ship was similar. The Pandora players were like old ladies entering a grand view garden. They were amazed and curious about everything. As the two ships began to search for Pandora's resources, the remnants of the Pandora race had also completed the initial post-war cleaning. At night, a bonfire was lit in the Valley of Destiny. The lights of the mechanical fortress in the distance were on. The stars in the sky and the lights of the mechanical fortress on the ground made the night look like a lake. The stars in the sky were the lights on the ground. It was two sides of the same body, and it was extremely charming. Link ordered Fu to bring out food from the mechanical fortress. Antonidas, Gamish, and the others, who had recovered their mana, used their mana to make many magic desserts to celebrate this hard-won victory. This gathering was also to shift the sorrow in the hearts of these survivors, but no one knew how effective it would be. However, on such a cold night, if there was no such party and no psychological counseling, there would definitely be many people who would commit suicide because they were stuck in a dead end. Link and Antonidas sat at the highest point of the hall. Antonidas's seat was slightly lower than Link's. In front of the two were delicacies. The people of Pandora and the Wasteland Expeditionary Force laughed happily. At this moment, the treasure-hunting mouse, the Special Agent 5 mice, and the Dimensional Codex were in the middle of the venue, bringing an interesting play. The little mice's performance was so vivid, and with the Dimensional Codex's vivid narration, it made people temporarily forget the painful past of the day and fully immerse themselves in the performance. The laughter got louder and louder, and the applause got louder and louder. Antonidas took a sip of the drink made of indigo sweet potato. After it entered his stomach, a warm current gradually rose and resonated with the magic power in his body. He recovered some magic power at a visible rate, which surprised him. Fragrant pork that could restore health, an indigo drink that could restore mana, these things were really magical. Antonidas glanced at Gamish, who was sitting on the right side of the two. The old dean of the Magic Academy was very knowledgeable, but he saw that Gamish was also curiously observing the food on the table that contained energy, just like him. Head of state, thank you for coming all the way here to help us. If not for you, the Pandora civilization would have been completely wiped out. Antonidas's gratitude was sincere. After all, as a planet from another planet, he had crossed several galaxies to help here. The cost and price he had paid were immeasurable, and he could not repay this kindness. Hence, Antonidas had no complaints when he learned that Link was starting to mine on planet Pandora. Planet Pandora's magic technology was considered profound, but it still could not solve the problem of interstellar travel. Just by looking at the mechanical fortress, one could tell that the energy consumption of such a huge object was definitely not a small number. It could even be an astronomical number. Link waved his hand. No need to be so polite. We're all from low-leveled civilizations in the Van Ti system. If the lips die, the teeth will be cold. It's only right to help each other. If the aliens take down Pandora and take the planet's resources, we'll be the ones suffering in the end. Link was speaking the truth. They were born in the Fandi system. Even if they had no intention of getting involved in the conflict between the alien planet and the First Order, they would still be affected. Foreign planets needed resources, and powerful civilizations were all under the control of First Order civilizations. The development of foreign planets could only take resources from planets with lower civilizations. This was an irreconcilable contradiction in itself, and it could not be changed according to their subjective will. From Antonidas' point of view, Link had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to save Pandora. This in itself was a noble spirit. Now that he didn't take credit for it and still thought that it was something he should do, it made Antonidas feel even more guilty. Head of state, you've fought with the alien planets the most, and you've also planted defectors in them. Can you tell us what kind of civilization the alien planets are? As soon as Antonidas said that, even Gamish, who was studying food, could not help but look up, hoping to hear more about the alien planet. Before this, Pandora had always believed that magic was the right path, and the Magic Academy in Sky City was the ultimate destination for all magic researchers. Magic power was also the most perfect and powerful power on the planet. It could be said that the civilization of planet Pandora was a history of magic. However, after encountering an alien planet, the magic that they were so proud of had become a burden. They could not break the defense of the Shadow Hounds at all. The mages who could originally run amok in the kingdom could not even break the defense of a Shadow Hound. The mages who were once high and mighty were instantly defeated. On the contrary, some professions that they had once looked down on or even regarded as strange and lewd, such as warriors and puppeteers, were so outstanding that they were almost wiped out in the battle against the alien planets. Now that the battle was over, Antonidas learned from his painful experience and wanted to understand more about the alien planet while thinking of ways to implement magic reforms. Therefore, he needed more information on the alien planet to support this reform. Although they had been fighting the alien planet for 2 months, it was only limited to the alien army and the Demon Forgers camp, so there was not much useful information. Link, on the other hand, had the undead Shadowhounds and mummy Shadowhounds in his army. He had also seen with his own eyes how Link's undead army transformed the alien Shadowhounds on the battlefield in the afternoon. This was clearly transforming the enemy's power into his own power to strengthen himself. If they had more information on the alien planet, they might have been able to think of a way to counter the other party. Although Pandora was saved now, Link couldn't stay here forever. The alien planet was wreaking havoc in the universe, and they would meet it one day. Who could they rely on then? Link took a moment to organize his thoughts before asking, "What do you want to know?" Antonidas asked first. According to the organization structure of the alien planet, we know that they only sent out offensive troops. These troops all come from a planet called Wamel. Is that the base of the alien planet? Link answered all of Antonidas's questions. First of all, Wamel can only be considered a major military camp on this planet. This planet has been implanted with a special array. The space-time portals used by the other planets to invade other planets are scattered from here to other places. As for the structure of the alien planet, their leader is called Thanos, and he's an extremely ambitious schemer. Towards the end of the conversation, Gamish also raised a few questions, which Link answered patiently. Unlike the three of them, the Pandora refugees and the expeditionary army were all convinced by Link's pet's performance and kept laughing. Although people knew that after the fellowship party ended, there would be a sense of desolation after the unforgettable night, they could now immerse themselves in a moment of joy and temporarily forget their pain. For these people who had suffered so much, it was a very good comfort. "Head of state, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. I've learned a lot from chatting with you today, so I'd like to muster the courage to ask you." Gamish suddenly mustered up his courage and laid out a series of foreshadowing. Link looked at Gamish's determined expression and knew what he was going to ask. He couldn't help smiling. The first big fish had taken the bait. Link's expression turned serious as well. He raised his hand and said, "Please speak, Director." Gamish took a deep breath and said, "The war messenger has committed many crimes. He is a schemer. To be able to turn against each other on the battlefield and even kill his subordinates, he was a ruthless man. If such a heartless person joins the expeditionary force, I'm afraid he will harm the wasteland." Link pretended to think and fell into silence. Antonidas and Gamish were both leaders of Pandora. Seeing Link's silence, they were strangely nervous. Their intimidating auras were nothing in front of Link's powerful aura. But what if the war emissaries are sincere in their surrender? If I were to refuse, wouldn't I be too uncouth and miss a great opportunity to learn about the internal affairs of the alien planet? Link's question made Gamish pause. Although it was possible, the probability was so low that he didn't believe it. Gamish would not have dared to expose the expeditionary force to danger for a sporadic opportunity. But Gamish held back for a long time, but he still couldn't say anything. Antonidas could not think of any reason to refute either. After all, Link was so powerful that he could suppress the enemy with his aura alone. The interior of the fortress was also filled with dragons and tigers. Perhaps he could really suppress the enemy. Link saw that the time was right and extended an olive branch. "Actually, I think the Dean's suggestion is quite reasonable. However, the forces in the mechanical fortress are complicated, and there are many things to deal with. I can't arrange for people to watch him 24/7. I'll be heading to Victoria, another low-leveled civilization planet in the Fandi system. It's currently being ravaged by foreign planets." Antonidas and Gamish felt the same when they heard that another planet was being ravaged by a foreign planet. They knew that Victoria must be in deep trouble. Link looked at Gamish, his gaze firm. "Director, now that Sky City and the Magic Academy have been destroyed, it will take a lot of time to rebuild them. From what Olden said, he wanted to start a magic revolution after understanding the alien planet. In that case, if you want to understand the alien planets, what you hear from me is only a part of it. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. The best way is to personally fight with the alien planets and get familiar with their operations and systems. Only then can you summarize a set of perfect and feasible methods." Gamish and Antonidas nodded. Did this mean that Link had already thought of a way? Then what is the head's opinion? We are willing to hear it in detail. Although Antonidas was now the leader of Pandora, Gamish, as the Dean of the Academy of Magic, had always had ideas about the reform of magic. As the old Dean, he could leave the opportunity to the young, but he was still willing to take the lead in such an opportunity. My suggestion is that you can organize a group of elites from the Magic Academy to join the expeditionary force and go to Victoria City to fight against the alien planet. Link pointed at the puppet dance, a performance by the warriors of Sly Win. There are many forces in the expeditionary force. There are various forces from our wasteland, and there are also warriors from the recently liberated Sly Win star. I think there should also be a place for the Sky City Magic Academy in the Mechanical Fortress. Our goal is to unite all forces to fight against the alien planet, and we have the same enemy and goal as you, so it's best to unite. During this process, you will have a clearer understanding of the alien planet. It'll be more convenient for the future magic reforms, don't you think? It had to be said that Gamish was moved by this suggestion. Even if he stayed in Pandora, he would not be of much help to the reconstruction after the war. He might as well drag his body of bones out to see the vast world and pave the way for Antonidas. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 698. Chapter 700 Goddess of Magic. Gamish glanced at Antonidas, and found that the young leader's eyes also passed excitement and excitement. As a senior, he understands that this arrogance must be beaten down. Pandora is now waiting to be thriving, and you are the leader who is indispensable. I am old, and the Sky City Magic Academy has been destroyed. The trauma caused by this alien invasion to Pandora may take a long time. It can be healed, but we must learn from it now and improve the Pandora's system so as not to encounter the same crisis next time. So this time I will take the other archmages, as well as some magisters and magic apprentices, and go out and get to know the aliens and prepare for Pandora's future. In Link's popular science narration before, they knew that the alien star is an extremely powerful planet. The vast majority of civilizations as large as the Vatican galaxy were brutally murdered. The remaining civilizations united to form the First Order and began to grow. Contend against aliens for thousands of years. Thousands of years of accumulated heritage, hundreds of low-level civilizations, and massive forces are all the capital of alien stars becoming the nightmare of the Vatican galaxy. They must find the weakness of the alien, improve the magic system, and prepare for the future. Antonidas was still hesitating. Originally, he was going to respond to Link's going, but he was robbed by Gamish, and the reason given could not be rejected by him. Now Pandora is in a hurry, and he really needs him to maintain it in all aspects. If he left, with the charisma of Gamish, it would still be useful to face foreigners and some people who study magic, but the effect on ordinary people would not be as strong as that of his own. Antonidas was stunned by Gamish, and said helplessly, "Well, then when you get to space, you have to ask the head of state to take care of it." Link waved his hand freely. It is too far-sighted to talk about care. We have a common enemy, aliens, and we all protect ourselves for the continuation of our respective civilizations. We are all allies. Link said the scene beautifully. Antonida's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, we are allies." Before, their perspective has always been confined to the planet, until the alien invasion did not know the horror of the outside world and the pattern of the Vatican galaxy. Being able to form an ally with the wasteland now is good news for Pandora or the inhabitants of the planet. A friendship ended in laughter, and the three on the stage also determined the direction of the next cooperation in a group of exchanges. Pandora's human settlements have been destroyed by alien stars, and the Earth is devastated. Antonidas simply decided to build a city on the spot and re-establish a human city on the plains and hills. The refugees and the players joined hands, and Link also sent Dave, Penny, and other professionals to make suggestions for Pandora's construction of a new city. At the same time, the missions of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army have been in an endless stream recently. Since Link opened missions to players of Pandora, many players who meet the requirements have wanted to take the Wasteland Chariot and prepare to overtake a wave of curves. However, in the setting of quest rewards, there is a big boss penguin Penny, who arranges for both players clearly. Pandora's free-range players have experienced a complete mission system for the first time, with a dazzling array of missions of various levels and extremely rich rewards. In the past, the single line and single loop mission mode has completely turned into a buffet-style mission at this moment, making these players dazzled. Many people couldn't help but sighed, "I really envy players who are too envious of Wasteland." You can always have this kind of mission service, and the efficiency will definitely take off. As the envied object, the Wasteland player said, "Aren't normal missions like this? This is still a weakened mode, and the experience is far not as good as that of the Shenmue City Military Intelligence Department." Of course, this kind of Versailles speech was stared back by Pandora's players as soon as he spoke. The arrival of Wasteland allowed them to experience high-end mission modes and efficiency. At the same time, the large and modern mechanical fortress also made some players who started choosing Pandora feel regretful. If they chose the Wasteland last year, I am afraid they will be able to dominate the situation now. Just when the players started to get busy, another mission was struck. This task was instructed by Link and issued by Penny, and it is an exclusive task for all Pandora players. Seeing the 4 words exclusive mission, the players in the Wasteland have red eyes. They know that once it is linked to the word exclusive, the reward is absolutely generous. This task is specifically for Pandora players, in their opinion a bit favoritism. Exclusive missions can be said to be highly anticipated. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at the penguin building inside the mechanical fortress, which conveys the core will of the mechanical fortress. When the appetite is swollen, the exclusive mission is announced. Once again, Penny's strategy has succeeded, and both the Wasteland players and the Pandora players feel comfortable. Except for a set of technological magic suits, the most eye-catching rewards for exclusive missions are ship tickets. The so-called boat ticket is the qualification to board the ship, that is, as long as you complete this exclusive task, you will be eligible to enter the mechanical fortress and join the Wasteland expedition. The mission was officially unveiled and immediately received the support of countless Pandora players. After all, their task is to join the Wasteland, and now they are firmly placed here, and they must first compete to get the hand. And this task, how to put it, it's simple and easy for the player, and it's really difficult. The simple summary is that it is not a task that can be completed by strength, but a look at the face purely by luck. When many players left the Indian Valley horribly, and lined up long queues to carry out the task, Gamish standing on the wall of the Indian Valley couldn't help but sigh, maybe this is the leadership. Link has only come shortly. Within a few days, he exudes unparalleled charisma of leadership, and these strangers are now eager to follow him. Antonidas also had a trace of envy in his eyes. Although there were a group of fans behind him, it was still too far behind Link's call for wind and rain. He has come all the way from an ordinary magic apprentice, and gradually he has many brothers and people who support him. Years and months have come down to the current scale. But as soon as Link came, he easily took away so many strangers. In addition to personal charm, ability is also indispensable. Before he saw Link with his own eyes, Antonidas had heard from the strong dragon flying that Link, the Lord of the Wasteland, was a very charming person, and at the same time he had strong skills, and strangers would be willing to follow such a leader. Qianlong's Hixiang even talked about the structure of the military intelligence department, the mission system, etc., but when Antonidas wanted to recreate it, he realized that the seemingly simple things are so difficult. Is just a data collection and distribution center, which made him give up the idea of replicating. Although some of them can be replaced by magic patterns, with such a huge amount of data, local intelligence, and fast information sending and receiving, unless Pandora has a mage tower and a magic net covering the whole territory, it is difficult to synchronize. If synchronization is not possible, what about unified data processing and planning? It's okay. Now we in the Wasteland are allies, we can learn some of their advanced practices in the future. And there were many restrictions in the past, but now Pandora can be said to be Nirvana rebirth, and many things can be changed from the foundation. Antonida's words are all hopes for the future. After Antonidas finished speaking, he turned to look at Gamish and asked, "How are your arrangements?" Speaking of this, Gamish has something to say. "I have to say that the efficiency of the wasteland is extremely high. I called me to comment on the design the day before yesterday, and I made 2 symbolic points." "Yes. But I was shocked when I called me over for acceptance early this morning. The place designed for the Magic Academy is not much better than Sky City, and even stronger in some aspects. It can only be said that it is concentrated in the core of the head of state with Link. Around the wasteland, the work efficiency and speed are amazing." Gamish now thinks of seeing the Magic Academy inside the mechanical fortress this morning, still searching. In addition to not being able to fly, it almost satisfies everything he imagined. "Since you are all satisfied, I am relieved of this journey." In the mechanical fortress at the same time, Link looked out through the window, and saw the mighty dragon of players. A foe next to Link scratched his head. "Boss, I have done this kind of thing in the wasteland once, why don't you send me this time?" "A foe, our purpose of coming to Pandora this time is more than just this task. If it were a task, I would have let you out a long time ago. The main purpose of our visit this time is to interact with these strangers. Select the outstanding members of them and join us in the battle." A foe seems to understand, but he does not understand. "Anyway, the boss will not let him go, he will not go." Ah Fu scratched his head and asked the second doubt, "Boss, isn't the Wasteland Singer only in the wasteland? Why does Pandora also exist? Does every planet have such an existence?" It's called the Wasteland Singer over there, and they're called the Goddess of Magic Power over here." For this question, Link couldn't answer either. After all, his level task is to find scattered information, and then find a way to reveal his identity. "I don't know if there are other planets, but the 3 planets that the aliens now refer to do all have such existence. Maybe their names are different, but the effect is roughly the same. The Wasteland Singer Alia gifted me Akiko, so I'm very curious about what good things Pandora's Goddess of Magic will bring to me." Link still doesn't know what happens when he comes into contact with the Goddess of Magic, but according to his current Pandora's 15-point influence, it shouldn't be a bad thing. The reason why Link's influence has increased so quickly is actually related to Pandora's situation. The aliens were killing people in Pandora, causing all of Pandora's survivors to concentrate in the Indian Valley, and then all witnessed Link's salvation and the magnificent scene of killing the quartet and covering the sky with one hand. Regardless of whether these people still have objects of worship in their hearts, Link's identity and status as Pandora's savior are unshakable at this moment. A wave of appearances, the influence is directly full, and Antonidas is tied. Now that Pandora's crisis has been resolved, Link began to plan other things. The initial contact with Pandora players is just one of them, and the other is to complete the level tasks on him, one that he knew nothing about even in his previous life. Secret Wasteland Singer, Goddess of Magic, what are these NPCs? In the previous life, all players, including Link, regarded them as NPCs that distributed benefits. But in the contact, Link's thoughts gradually changed. The rewards and words given by these NPCs are very meaningful, and the tasks related to them are also level, indicating that there must be a story behind them. There was a Wasteland Singer area who sent Link to Azhiko. Link was curious about what benefits he would gain from contact with the Goddess of Magic, and what he could explore from this meeting and dialogue. Yes, Link's task for Pandora players is to find the Goddess of Magic. This task is simple and difficult for Pandora players. The reason is the same as the Wasteland. The Goddess of Magic appears randomly and disappears randomly, with high uncertainty. But Pandora's Goddess of Magic has a characteristic. After appearing in a location, it usually lasts for 2 to 3 days. During this period, if you come within the scope of the Goddess of Magic, you will get the blessing effect randomly, and the duration is also 2 to 3 days. That's why Link arranged for Pandora's players to search for the whereabouts of the Goddess of Magic. Once the goddess was found, he would press the signal that was issued, and the Sky Eye satellite in the sky would receive the signal, and Troy would notify Link as soon as possible. As long as he drives a pirate ship or a transport ship, Link can reach anywhere in Pandora within half a day to complete this meeting. As for rewarding ship tickets, this is also one of Link's strategies to attract Pandora players. After all, things are rare and expensive. Of the millions of players in the wasteland, only 60-odd people have entered the mechanical fortress. Link naturally doesn't favor one another, so he needs to warm up first. This preheating is the task. First put one out to try the water. However, Link still underestimated his charm. Once the mission was released, all Pandora players were boiling. Only then did they have the current grand occasion. Players left the End Valley in groups and worked hard for a place. Seeing so many players leaving, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com Link felt miserable. Walking so much all at once, there is almost no one on the resource collection side. Fortunately, Helen and Penny are on the right track, and the discovery of mineral deposits and rare resources have now entered the collection process. Pandora, this magical planet has many materials that are usually difficult to see. It is on this basis that Helen has the creativity and ideas for the magic suit. Although it was just a night of creative entertainment, it caused a sensation among Pandora players. So it makes sense. This time the players are so enthusiastic that they want to hug Link's thighs, and this magic suit has also contributed. Afu, how is my task arranged for you? Link looked back from the porthole and asked with a smile. Afu nodded again and again. This matter was done once in the wasteland. He was solely responsible for it, and it was very successful. So this time the boss has also delegated the Pandora Pro League to him. 699 Are all the women in this clan rich? That's right, for the selection of players on planet Pandora, Lin K planned to have a total of about 50 people. The method would still be in the form of a professional league. Such a model could ensure the diversity of the Pandora players, and not directly recruit 50 mage players. A small number of professional players would also have a chance to enter the mechanical fortress. This would increase the diversity of professions in the fortress and create a competitive situation between the Wasteland and Pandora players. Link would benefit the most from this. After the Pandora professional tournament, Lin K would bring everyone to Victoria City for one last round of looting. He had completed the massacre of the 3 great novice planets. By that time, the alien planet will probably hate me to the core, right? We've destroyed their plans 3 times in a row, weakening their strength and cutting off their limbs. Link mumbled to himself. Then he thought of the shadow demon Saffron, the alien planet's second-in-command who had once spoken to him in the wasteland through a projection. With his current strength, he couldn't compare to Shadow Demon Saffron and alien leader Thanos. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Link was even more excited to meet the goddess of magic. In the next 2 days, everything went on in an orderly manner. There was a ready-made battle arena in the mechanical fortress, and he only needed to temporarily modify the surrounding facilities to meet the requirements of the battle environment. Under the joint efforts of Pandora and the Wasteland, the new city of Pandora had already begun to take shape. The interior style was a mix of Pandora's human commoners and magic styles, as well as the Wasteland's mechanical style and Druid's natural style. The combination of these different styles made the new city look lively and interesting. Seeing the new city rise up from nothing, the remaining residents' worries gradually dissipated like dark clouds, and the sun rose. The days to come would be just like the new city, and things would gradually get better. So this is Link's influence. It's terrifying. Abaddon stood by the porthole and looked at the city that had been built out of nothing on the plains. Link's influence, power, and ability to gather power were comparable to those on an alien planet. The higher UPS of the alien planet had already reached a consensus on Link's inextricable connection with the first rank. Now that another planet had escaped the control of an alien planet and had joined forces with the Wasteland, coupled with the First Order's relentless pursuit in the Fandi system, Abaddon realized the severity of the situation. Now that he knew that the wasteland had such a large aircraft that could travel across galaxies, Abaddon could not help but worry about the situation in Victoria. If everything went as planned, Link would bring the expeditionary force to Victoria City after he was done with the Pandora incident. The attacks of 3 low-leveled civilizations had all failed, and Victoria also had 2 war messengers in charge of the battle. If the army was completely destroyed, it would be a fatal blow to the alien planet. With the First Order closing in on them from the front, due to the lack of resources, the follow-up battles in Wormhole were somewhat stretched. Under the situation where they could no longer seize the resources of low-leveled civilizations, their military strength was greatly reduced. It was like a huge and terrifying octopus, but its tentacles were cut off one by one. In the end, it could only guard its swollen body and stay frozen in place. I have to use this time to gather as much information as possible. When I reach Victoria, I'll find an opportunity to spread the news. Abaddon's face was full of worry. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, I hope the leader and the Dark Shadow have received my intelligence and are on guard against attacking Victoria City. The 3 demonic forgers' camps had been destroyed by Link, but Abaddon had still used his own way to send a signal to the alien planet. This method was to remove all his abilities as a war envoy. When he was still a terrorist tactician, he was promoted to a war envoy because of his excellent performance. The gift of the power of the Warbringer was given by the Dark Shadow. It was a dark energy that could enhance one's ability, and it would change the strength and appearance of the recipient. On the day of their promotion, their leader, Mr. Thanos, personally gave them a reward for the new war messengers, and this Mark Core reward came from the work of the Dark Figure. This was a gift, but it was also a kind of shackle. Accepting this power was the same as becoming the Lord Dark Shadow's alchemy product. And once this power was abandoned, no matter where it was, the Lord Black Shadow would be able to detect it. Abaddon had taken advantage of this, and after weighing the pros and cons, he had decided to switch sides on the battlefield. He had gone with the flow and given up the core imprint, advancing as a retreat. Wormhole would have noticed the destruction of the teleportation gate at the first moment, but he would not know anything about Pandora's situation. At this time, Abaddon's ability was fading. He was using this method to remind the Dark Shadow that he had encountered a very difficult problem and situation, and he hoped that it could serve as a warning. Abaddon had thought of this good idea in the face of the ever-changing battlefield. If it was someone else, it might really be effective. However, Link still had his memories from his previous life. Abaddon's little tricks couldn't escape his eyes. Link had already known Abaddon's plan when he offered the core of the imprint. However, Link had predicted Abaddon's true thoughts. After learning of his true intentions, he decided to play along. After all, if they destroyed the teleportation gate, they would definitely know that something had happened to Pandora. Judging from the symptoms of the Wasteland's PTSD not long ago, they would most likely think that it was a First Order, a conspiracy, or a trap. Fortunately, Link had destroyed 3 of the Demon Forgers' camps so quickly that the alien planet didn't have a chance to send his message over. Therefore, for the time being, he was still safe in the dark. In addition, Link was really curious about the core of the imprint, so he played along and agreed to Abaddon's plan. The 2 of them fought with wits and courage, countering each other's moves and scheming against each other. It was a pity that Link was still a level higher than Abaddon. For the past 2 days, Abaddon had been staying in the mechanical fortress. The main reason was that there were too many people outside. Countless Inhumans were coming in and out of the mechanical fortress. He even saw Gamish boarding the spaceship from the porthole. The mages from the Magic Academy had boarded the fortress with all kinds of supplies. This was definitely not good news for Abaddon. Because of the excessive hatred, Gamish and the people from the Magic Academy would definitely keep an eye on his every move, which would undoubtedly be detrimental to his operation. On the other hand, this also meant that Link's power had increased again. The next time they fought an alien planet, he would have the full power of the Sky City Magic Academy and a legendary magician Gamish. In addition, although Abaddon's ability had been reduced due to the core of the imprint being removed, he had an indescribable feeling, as if something was staring at him from some dark corner of the mechanical fortress. Just as Abaddon was in a terrible fix, Link was laughing heartily. He had good news: the goddess of magic had been found. Helen, I'll leave the mechanical fortress to you after I leave. Don't worry about Abaddon, I've already made arrangements. When Link left, he only brought Fu with him. Helen followed behind him and asked with a worried expression, "Head of state, is it really okay for you to only fly one landing ship? Why don't we just drive the pirate ship? This goddess of magic is different from the wasteland singer, so we should be careful." Link waved his hand. "Don't worry. If anything happens, Fu and I can escape. It'll be a huge loss for me to bring the pirate ship. Don't worry about me. What you should be worried about now is how to deal with the remaining Pandora players after completing such an important mission." As there were players who had participated in the temporary modification of the training ground in the mechanical fortress, Link had no intention of hiding the matter of the Pandora Professional League from the start. Now that the mission to find the Goddess of Magic had been completed, the winner was a player named Guzzler, who had won the ticket in advance. Next, the players would focus on the Pro League and fight for the remaining spots. As such, the large number of players would not leave the mechanical fortress. They were afraid that they would not be able to make it to the Professional League. That would be a huge loss. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would miss out on version 2.0. This was also why Link had told the players to settle down. With so many players with nothing to do, it was easy to cause trouble. Therefore, Helen and Penny had to come up with a way to guide the players and not waste such a large amount of labor. The transmission room of the mechanical fortress slowly opened. The residents of the City of Dawn and the players outside the mechanical fortress all looked up, waiting for the big news that the mechanical fortress was going to create. However, just as everyone was looking forward to it, a water bead was ejected from the launch cabin, and a landing ship shot out. For such a small thing to appear from the huge mechanical fortress was beyond everyone's expectations. It was like taking out a huge railgun and pointing it at the city wall, only to shoot out a mass of harmless mud after a long time. The landing ship left a white trail in the sky and disappeared into the horizon. No one knew where the landing ship was headed or what mission it was carrying out. The players quickly retracted their gazes and turned their attention back to the upcoming Pro League. Many players had been envious of the Pro League that was held on the wasteland. Many players had shown in the league, and some players who were usually not famous had become the new favorite. Now that the construction of the venue was about to come to an end, it meant that the game was about to begin. Taking advantage of the time before the start of the league tournament, they had to seize the opportunity to improve and strive to get a good ranking. For example, the 60 players in the Wasteland Expeditionary Force would become the version 4 runners. He thought about Wind-Chasing Wolf, the number 1 in the Wasteland Martial Arts Department. Because he was on good terms with Link during the closed beta, he had the upper hand. After the open beta, the players were still struggling to survive, but he was already driving a sports car worth hundreds of thousands. Later, in version 1.0, they became the top of the list. In terms of the number of hot searches, the Miracle Guild and Link often appeared together. They were jokingly called the guild that lives in the hot search by the netizens. This year, the Miracle Guild's KPI announcement was completed in advance and so on. In the end, because of this, he directly won first place in the Pro League and successfully entered the first army to enter the universe. He also had a godly performance on Planet Slywin and had obtained 2 million experience all by himself. He had eaten so much that his mouth was dripping with oil, establishing the advantage in version 2.0. After saying so much, the Pandora players wanted to make it clear that as long as they entered the mechanical fortress and followed Link, they would definitely have a chance. If not, it must be because she didn't grasp it properly and had nothing to do with Link. At the same time, Link and Afu headed to the designated coordinates. After Helen's magical modifications, the landing ship was now full of power and could turn quickly and nimbly. This was also why Link had chosen the landing ship. Although it was still half an hour's journey to the designated location, Link was already looking forward to this meeting. Even Afu, who was in the back seat, was full of anticipation. However, he was looking forward to seeing what the goddess of magic looked like. Because of the good communication experience with the Wasteland Singer, Fu had a natural favorable impression of the legendary goddess. After learning from Link that the goddess of magic in Pandora was most likely from the same race as the one in the Wasteland, Afu also had some expectations for the goddess of magic. After half an hour of flight, they gradually arrived at the target area. As soon as Link descended, he could see the dense magic energy in the air. The entire area covered by the thick magic was more than 10 miles wide. The magic energy had formed a hemisphere on the ground. It was just that this aura seemed to be a little higher than that of the Wasteland Singer. Link accelerated the ship, violently piercing through the magical barrier and charging straight for the center. The magical energy within the boundary did not react to Link's rudeness. It was as if it had silently acknowledged Link's actions. Soon, the ship showed that they had arrived at their destination. In front of Link was a turbulent flow of energy. The surging magic energy formed a storm, blocking anyone who wanted to get close. Here, Link saw a player outside the turbulence. Unsurprisingly, it was this person who had sent the message. The landing ship landed steadily, and when the droplet-shaped air shield opened, the players were excited and nervous. She was excited to see Link in person again. She was the first to find the goddess of magic and could get a ticket. He was worried because the magic turbulence inside was too strong, and he could not enter alone with his strength. "You've done well this time. I'll give you the reward you deserve." When Link and Fu disembarked from the landing ship, Link immediately praised Beiju for being the first to find the goddess of magic. He also gave him 1 favorability point. Having received a verbal commendation and 1 favorability point, Guzzler immediately showed an expression of being flattered. "Leave this place to me. Wait for me to come out. We'll take the landing ship back together." He nodded eagerly in anticipation of being able to ride with Link in such a small and cramped spaceship. If something could happen, such as a special mission, that would be great. Link looked at the turbulent magic turbulence and took a deep breath. He turned around and asked, "Fu, are you ready?" Fu's entire body spiritualized and immediately entered a translucent state. "I'm always ready." Link held the Force Scepter in his hand and created a force field around him. Fu, on the other hand, was much more reckless. He lowered his head and charged in like an angry bull. After entering the Mana Whirlpool, Link didn't run around like a headless fly. Instead, he followed behind Afo. Not long after, Link heard a solemn yet ethereal voice in the magic turbulence. "Traveler, welcome to planet Pandora. As a reward for your contribution to Pando Rally, I'll give you a few gifts, Ying Luo." Link's ears twitched, and he was stunned. Were all the women in this family rich? They had not even met yet and had already started to use money to attack her. Who could resist the charm of this mature woman?